Section 1 of the Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. Editor's Introduction. Joseph Butler was born at Wantage, England, May 18th, 1692, the youngest of 8 children. The biographies of that day were few and meagre, and in few cases is this so much to be regretted as in Butler's. It would have been both interesting and profitable to trace the development and occupations of one of the mightiest of human minds, but no contemporary gathered up the incidents of his life, and now all efforts to elicit them have been without success. His father was a prosperous dry goods merchant who, at the time of his son's birth, had retired from business with a competency, and resided in a suburban mansion called the Priory, still in existence. Being a nonconformist, he educated Joseph at a dissenting academy at Gloucester under Samuel Jones, a gentleman of great ability and a skilful instructor who raised up some of the greatest men of their day. It was while a member of this academy, and about the age of 21, that Butler disclosed to the world his wonderful power of abstract reasoning in his famous correspondence with Samuel Clarke in relation to that eminent author's demonstration of the being and attributes of God. This correspondence is now generally inserted at the end of that work. Mr. Butler, having deliberately adopted Episcopal views and resolved to unite himself with the established Church, his father, with praiseworthy liberality, sent him to Oxford, where he entered Oriel College, March 1714. Of his college life there is no account, nor of the time and place of his ordination. He removed to London in 1718 on receiving the appointment of preacher at the Rolls. His famous 15 sermons were preached at that chapel, and published before resigning the place, with a dedication to Sir Joseph Jekyll, as a parting mark of gratitude for the favours received during his connection with that learned society. One of Butler's warmest college friends was Edward Talbot, second son of a clergyman who afterwards became Bishop of Durham. This admirable young man died of smallpox, in his last hours recommending Butler to his father's patronage, and scarcely had the gentleman attained the see of Durham before he gave Mr. B. the living of Horton, from whence he transferred him in 1725 to the richer benefice of Stanhope. On receiving this honourable and lucrative appointment, he resigned the lectureship at the Rolls, and in the autumn of 1726 retired to his beautiful residence at Stanhope. Here, without a family to occupy his time, he devoted himself to his great work, the Analogy, using horseback exercise, seeing little company, living abstemiously, and caring for his flock. 7 years thus rolled away, when, to draw him from what seemed to his friends too great retirement and application, Lord Chancellor Talbot made him his chaplain, and afterwards, in 1736, gave him a prebend's stall in Rochester. In 1736, Butler, being now 44, Caroline, consort of George II, appointed him Clerk of the Closet, an office which merely required his attendance at the Queen's apartments every evening from 7 to 9. Being now in London, convenient to the press, and enjoying both leisure and competency, he published his immortal Analogy, the cherished work of his life. The Queen was delighted with the book, and made herself master of its glorious array of reasoning, but she died the same year, and he lost not only a patroness but a friend. He returned to his benefice at Stanhope, the income of which had been held during his residence in London. On her deathbed, the Queen had urged her husband to promote her honoured chaplain to a bishopric, and the next year the See of Norwich became vacant, the Bishop of Bristol was translated to it, and the See of Bristol given to Butler. Bristol was the poorest bishopric in England, and its emoluments being but 2,000 per annum, less than those of the rectorship of Stanhope. Butler distinctly disclosed his disappointment in his letter to the minister Walpole, accepting the position, and declared that he did not think it, quote, very suitable to the condition of his fortune, nor answerable to the recommendation with which he was honoured, end quote. The king was not displeased at this candour, and in 1740 improved his income by giving him, in addition to his bishopric, a profitable and influential office of Dean of St. Paul's. Butler, who had retained the living of Stanhope along with his bishopric, now resigned that rectorship. The rich revenues, says Professor Fitzgerald, of the deanery of St. Paul enabled him to gratify his taste at Bristol. He expended about 25,000 in improving and beautifying the episcopal residence and gardens. He fostered useful charities and employed his wealth for others rather than for himself. In 1750, upon the death of Dr. Edward Chandler, Bishop of Durham, Butler was promoted to that see, the most honourable and lucrative in England. He had before been offered the primacy on the death of Archbishop Potter, but declined it, with the remark that it was, quote, too late for him to try to support a falling church. End quote. On assuming his diocese at Durham, Butler delivered and published his famous charge to the clergy upon, quote, the use and importance of external religion, end quote. He was at once assailed vigorously in pamphlets and papers by Archdeacon Blackburn, the Reverend T. Lindsay, and others on the charge of popery, an imputation which is still sometimes cast upon him, and which finds some slender support in his setting up a marble cross over the communion table at Bristol. That he never was a papist is now so evident that we can account for the imputation only by the strong jealousy of the Romish Church then prevalent. Butler now became still more munificent. His private charities were exceedingly generous, and his public ones seemed sometimes to border on extravagance. He gave $2,000 a year to the county hospital, and often gave away thousands of dollars at a time. But though quite lavish in buildings and ornaments as well as in benevolence, he was remarkably frugal in his personal expenses. It is said of him by Reverend John Newton that on one occasion, when a distinguished visitor dined with him by appointment, the provision consisted in a single joint of meat and a pudding. The bishop remarked to his guest on that occasion that he had, quote, long been disgusted with the fashionable expense of time and money in entertainments, and was determined that it should receive no countenance from his example, end quote. Of his amusements we know little except that he took much horseback exercise and often employed his secretary, Mr. Ems, to play for him on the organ. Butler held the see of Durham less than 2 years. Symptoms of general physical decay betrayed themselves about the time of his promotion, and in spite of all that skill and affection could prompt, he sunk to rest June 16th, 1752, aged 60. He was never married. A considerable number of his sermons and charges have been printed, but are too philosophical to be generally read. His great work is the Analogy, published in 1736, and from that day read and admired by every highly cultivated mind. He was induced to write by a state of things very remarkable in the history of religion. Debauchery and infidelity were almost universal, not in any one class of society, but in all. England had reached the culminating point of irreligion, and the firm re-establishment of episcopacy had as yet done nothing to mend the nation's morals. Piety was deemed a mark of ignorance and vulgarity, and multitudes of those who professed it were persecuted to dungeons and death. Infidel writers, warmed into life by court corruption, became more numerous and audacious than ever before. Their methods of attacking Christianity were various, but the most successful then, as always, was to impugn certain doctrines and declarations of the sacred scriptures as irrational and hence reject the whole. They generally admitted the being and perfection of God and extolled the sufficiency of natural religion, but denied any revelation or any necessity for one. The verdict of the world was that the Bible is not authentic, that man is not accountable, nor even probably immortal, that God neither rewards nor punishes, and that present indulgence, as far as our nature admits, is both wise and safe. Bishop Downham, one of the most learned of the clergy in the early part of the 17th century, writes thus, quote, in these times, if a man do but labour to keep a good conscience, though he meddle not with matters of state, if he make conscience of swearing, sanctify the Sabbath, frequent sermons, or abstain from the common corruptions of the times, he shall straightway be condemned for a Puritan, and be less favoured than either a carnal gospeller or a close papist." End quote. It was considered settled, especially in polite circles, that Christianity, after so long a prevalence, had been found out to be an imposture. The clergy as a body did nothing to dispel this moral gloom, but rather increased it by their violent and scandalous conduct. In the sad language of Bishop Warburton, quote, "Religion has lost its hold on the minds of the people." End quote. He adds with great point, quote, "Though a rule of right may direct the philosopher to a principle of action, and the point of honour may keep up the thing called manners among gentlemen, yet nothing but religion can ever fix a sober standard of behaviour among the common people." End quote. Even the universities were on the side of irreligion, for professorships, as well as pulpits, were given to men, not for positive worth and fitness, but for possessing qualities then most in vogue with those who held the appointing power. Such were the trying times which had driven our pilgrim fathers to seek a home amidst the wilds of an unexplored continent, and to face the dangers of sea and savage. It must ever be regarded as among the highest instances of God's bringing good out of evil that this outrageous rampancy of infidelity brought out a host of champions for the truth of his word, who boldly met the odium of discipleship and waged battle in such style that the deistical controversy was settled forever. Never was a dispute more determined on both sides, and never was victory more complete. Literary infidelity not only recoiled but was routed, and can never again prevail. Henceforth no scholar will ever treat the evidences of Christianity as a subject of ridicule or contempt. When we contrast the stupendous learning and powerful logic of the Christian writers of that century with the superficial and almost contemptible productions of the writers against whom they contended, we are tempted to wonder why such power should be requisite to overthrow such weakness. But we must remember that frail logic and shallow considerations will persuade men to indulge their vices, while the soundest reasonings and the most impressive inducements with difficulty lead them to self-restraint and true holiness. The infidel writers of that day have sunk into such oblivion that their works are now seldom found but in great libraries, and even well-educated persons scarcely know more of them than their names. Yet so perfectly did their principles accord with the temper of the times and the universal depravity of the carnal heart, that they who enjoyed the highest popularity with all classes, forever honoured be the names of that noble band who, in face of such odds, established the authority of the Bible and left advocates of atheism and immorality without a lurking place. In this noble cohort Butler stands conspicuous, and to him, I think, more than to all the others, is to be attributed the sudden and total overthrow of infidelity when it was in its glory. As a metaphysician, few have equalled him. What he added to the science has ever since remained a part of it, which can be said of scarcely another. He advanced more that was new, fortified old positions more ably, and applied speculation to religion more usefully than any before him. Our language furnishes no profounder thinking. Merely to understand him is an honourable distinction, and requires no small previous training of the power of attention. As a polemic he is keen, sagacious, candid, patient, persevering, calm, inventive, and profound. Every page indicates that repose of mind which belongs only to true greatness, combined with a full knowledge of the subject. So far as I am able to judge, he never presses a consideration beyond its just limits, and seldom introduces an illustration which has not the force of an argument. Fallacies he seems to abolish at a touch. The analogy employed much of his life. It was begun in his 20th year, but was not published till he was 45. Such a mode of writing never makes large books, for the matter, constantly revised, becomes constantly condensed. The analogy is so condensed as that to make a satisfactory synopsis is scarcely practicable. Hence, though my Conspectus and notes have aided my pupils to understand and remember the argument, they do not in any measure obviate the necessity of studying the book itself. If they do not increase the number of those who shall studiously peruse the book itself, my aim and expectations will be disappointed. To this work no reply has ever been attempted. Extensive as is its diffusion and great as is its acknowledged influence, infidelity has had the highest inducements to attempt to set it aside. Written for a present purpose, and most signally accomplishing it, it is yet so written as to endure in full value through all coming time. It is undoubtedly the most original and the most profound work extant in any language on the philosophy of religion, the most argumentative and philosophical defense of Christianity ever submitted to the world. Writers in defense of Christianity had, before Butler, amply discussed the several departments of evidences, but still there remained objections. The structure of the globe, the course of nature, the organization of animals, etc., were affirmed to contradict revelation. Its doctrines and duties, moreover, were pronounced inconsistent with sound reason. Butler repeats none of the old arguments, but confines himself to the showing that the declarations of revelation are in perfect harmony with facts seen daily in the world, and which all admit. That the world might not have been ordered and governed otherwise, he does not choose to dispute. Taking things as they are, and closely studying the connection between one thing and another, we ought to inquire what course of action on our part will conform to the needs of such a nature and such circumstances. Our bodies are constructed of parts, all adapted to each other and also to one general end. So too our souls, and the two together have relations and adaptations which may, to some extent at least, indicate what is designed to be the general end of our existence. If Christianity befits these several parts of our mixed nature and their obvious uses, then there is nothing incongruous between the two, and no objections against Christianity can be drawn from the course of nature. On the contrary, all seems to be governed as the Gospel declares it is, and shows that the author of man and the author of the Bible is the same. This is still more impressive when we consider that we have a moral faculty, for it is the very object and business of this faculty to deal with right and wrong, good and evil, the facts and magnitudes of which are obvious in the course of nature. If Christianity does, in an especial manner, befit this faculty, if it is adapted to promote our general rectitude and happiness, and if it contains no principle which is not discernible in the government of the visible world, then there is no discrepancy between Christianity and Providence. This is Butler's position. He confines himself to proving such an analogy between revelation and the daily course of things, as that nothing known in the universe can be offered in disproof of Christianity. The mode of warfare was new. Without professing to prove Christianity to be true, he demonstrates that it cannot be proved to be false, and that, if it be even probable, the rejection of it is a gross folly and a tremendous hazard. Every objection against it he proves to be equally forcible against facts which constantly occur, and which all admit, though none profess to understand. Thus leaving the ramparts of the church to be guarded by the mighty men who had valiantly maintained its defence, he quietly walked out into the camp of the enemy and spiked every gun. It has been said that the whole argument of the analogy seems to be built on Ecclesiasticus, chapter 42, verse 24. All things are double, one against the other, and God hath made nothing imperfect. If it be so, it involves no disparagement to have received thus the seminal idea of this immortal work. Who else has so gloriously discerned and expanded the profound philosophy of the son of Sirach? Others have uttered sentiments which seem to involve the whole exposition of Butler. Origen affirms that, quote, "He who believes the Scripture to have proceeded from him who is the author of nature may well expect to find the same sort of difficulties in it as are found in nature." End quote. Shall we assign to Origen the whole credit of the analogy? As well might we bestow all our admiration for the delightful papers of Addison in the Spectator, to the classical authors from whom he selected appropriate mottos. By such a rule, the entire merit of this most Christian work of Butler should be attributed to the pagan Quintilian, from whom he derives the motto which so appropriately graces his title page. A rapid sketch of the outline of the argument will aid the student at his outset. He begins by taking for granted the existence of an intelligent author and governor of the universe. Then, from the conditions and changes observed in the visible world, he argues the folly of objecting to revelation on account of doctrines which do but declare the same general laws and the same principles of government. That there is this harmony he proves, and hence the probability that the same sort of government will prevail hereafter which prevails now. He demonstrates that man is under exactly such a probation in this world, and as to this world, as revelation affirms him to be under, as to the next, and that embarrassments produced by the doctrine of necessity involve nature no less than religion. He then evinces the need that man should be placed in a state of training and trial, if he is ever to be qualified for better conditions, and that this world, as now governed, is exactly adapted to give that training, and to produce such a character as will ensure happiness under all possible contingencies. This is the argument of Part 1. Proceeding to examine Christianity, he discusses its importance, its proofs, the unavoidableness of its containing strange things, the absurdity of expecting fully to comprehend its statements, and the abundance of its evidence for candid minds, though they are not and ought not to be irresistible. He answers not only the objections to Christianity, but the objections against its proofs, which he shows are very different things. Though he keeps rigidly to the refutation of objections and nowhere meddles with the direct evidences of Christianity, yet by removing every objection he does in fact confirm its claims. This clearing away of objections, after the usual proofs are presented, crowns and completes the evidence. Thus the ultimate result of a study of his book is not only negative but positive, and such has been its effect on every candid and competent student. We should remember that we have no right to require the removal of objections, and that therefore the whole work of Butler is in fact supererogatory, a concession and kindness to such as have doubts, either honest or captious. Our only rightful demand of Christianity is for credentials. It presents these in its nature, its miracles, its prophecies, its propagation, its influence, and its success. If these are competent, we should bow to its teachings. To suppose that we are capable of judging of the propriety of all God's law, or even to understand his reasons for it, if they were disclosed, is absurd. It is true we naturally presume that a revelation in words and a revelation by natural objects and the visible order of things would coincide, but to find out the fact or the extent of such coincidence is not our first business. We are to weigh the testimony in favor of religion, embrace it if sufficient, and attribute the obscurity of any part to our present want of capacity. The solution of difficulties serves to confirm our faith in Christianity, but has no place in our ground of reception, and we have no right to wait for such solution, however painful and embarrassing may be the difficulties. Another, and perhaps even more important use of the analogy is to dissipate the prejudices and objections to Christianity which prevent a candid study of its evidences. These prepossess and poison the mind, and obstruct or abate the force of the best arguments. Few, if any, after a careful examination of the positive evidences of Christianity, conclude them to be inadequate, but many are they who, having heard objections which their scanty learning does not enable them to answer, and their no less scanty interest in the subject does not induce them to examine, or which their inclinations lead them to cherish, cast it all aside. In this way they relieve themselves from the labour of investigation as well as their compunctions of conscience, while they indulge both their love of sin and the pride of singularity. An instance of the use of this book to such a mind we have in the case of Chalmers. He had read when a young man several infidel productions. Their semblance of logic and learning and supercilious confidence of style disposed him to regard all religion as mere superstition. His mind was poisoned. Accustomed as he had been to the positive and precise reasonings of mathematics, he could not find similar proofs for Christianity. But he was induced by some friends to study Butler's analogy. This, as he expresses it, took Christianity, quote, out of the class of unlikelihoods, end quote. It brought him to the investigation, as if the evidence was neither plus nor minus. He examined the evidences, as he would have done a declaration that Cicero weighed just 150 pounds, open to the smallest proof or presumption on the positive side of the question. Delivered from prejudice, not only against Christianity but against its proofs, he soon saw the madness of deism and immovably accepted the word of God, though he did not at that time feel its transforming power on his own heart. Long afterwards he writes, quote, I cannot render sufficient homage to the argument, which, first addressing itself to the subject matter of Christianity, relieves it of all disproof, and pronounces it worthy of a trial, and then, addressing itself to the evidence of Christianity, relieves it of all objections and makes good, to that evidence, all the entireness and efficiency which natively belong to it." End quote. Years afterwards he said, quote, "Butler made me a Christian." End quote. That it did far more for him than to effect his change of sentiment, that it continued to be a light in his firmament, is touchingly told in the preface of his Bridgewater treatise, where he says, quote, "I have derived greater aid from the views and reasonings of Butler than I have been able to find besides in the whole range of our extant authorship." End quote. To the sincere believer in the Word of God, the study of Butler is of great use. Doubts are among Satan's tried weapons and often haunt the holiest, especially if of a contemplative turn. They see goodness oppressed and vice rampant, the world ruled by wicked men, and truth making its way with difficulty. Their hearts are traitorous, their surroundings full of temptation, and the direct evidence of Christianity they may never have studied. To such the analogical argument comes with full power, meets a candid examination, and prevails. To no Christian is this book so useful as the minister. He is constantly confronted by the difficulties which Butler so triumphantly handles. Here he is furnished not only with a shield to protect his own mind from subtle darts, but a sword to demolish the cavil and defend the system of which he is a public teacher. To all persons this book is of great value. We arrive at certainty in but few of our decisions, and are often obliged, even in matters of great moment, to act on probability. Thus we employ precautions when an evil is not certain to occur. If the evil would be very serious, we adopt the precaution when there is but little probability, or perhaps a bare possibility, of its occurrence. Now Butler has shown that if the proofs of revelation were weak, nay, if it had absolutely no proof, nay further, if on fair examination there appeared not even a probability of its truth, still there would remain a possibility, and this alone, considering the tremendous issues at stake, should make every man a Christian. This argument cannot be applied to Mohammedanism or to any other religion, because against those much may be advanced as disproof. Our author, having shown the utter absence of disproof, shuts us up to the reception of Christianity, were its truth barely possible. There have not been wanting persons to disparage the analogy because it affords, as they say, no direct proof of revelation. As well might we demand a discussion of chemistry in a work on astronomy. Scores of writers prove Christianity, and here we have one to relieve us from the difficulties which beset it and objections which still remain. There is an aspect in which the analogy may be said to contribute the best of proof. What can go further towards establishing a point than to demonstrate that there is no proof of the contrary? What can show the fallacy of a set of objections more than to prove that they might be urged with no less force against the obvious course of nature? This use of the analogy is conformable to the severest logic, and though offering no pretense of positive argument, goes far towards establishing full conviction. Quote, "The probabilities," says Stewart, "resulting from a concurrence of different analogies may rise so high as to produce an effect on the belief scarcely distinguishable from moral certainty." End quote. When it is considered that Butler's argument is wholly in addition to the cumulative mass of direct and almost irresistible evidence, and removes even the objections which attend the subject, we see the rejection of Christianity to be inexpressibly rash and absurd. We see the skeptic condemned at his own bar for acting in the most momentous of all possible concerns, in a manner the very opposite of that which he calls sensible and prudent in his ordinary affairs. The analogy establishes beyond cavil strong presumptions that Christianity is true, aside from all inspection of its proofs. The man, therefore, who really understands this book and refuses to be a Christian is led by his lusts and not by his reason. Some admirers of this book have lamented as a defect its want of evangelical tincture, and its exclusive reference to natural things. To me this is a prime recommendation. Were it otherwise, the reasoning would be in a circle. The very structure of the argument demands that it should avoid quotations from the Bible. It must be admitted, however, that some expressions, taken just as they stand, without qualification by the current of the argument, tend to lead astray. For instance, quote, "There is nothing in the human mind contrary to virtue," end quote. Quote, "Men's happiness and virtue are left to themselves," end quote. Quote, "Religion requires nothing which we are not well able to perform," end quote. Our repentance is accepted to eternal life, Our relations to God are made known by reason, Such expressions are not to be taken alone, but as explained by the general drift of sentiment and doctrine. No one can be familiar with his works without finding the fullest evidence that Christianity was to Butler infinitely more than a creed or a ritual. Nor should we forget that such expressions are not to be interpreted by the tenor of the analogy alone, but by that of his whole works. Even if it be judged that he elsewhere fails to express himself in such phrase as we usually call evangelical, it should be remembered that he was a Church of England man at a time when there was a powerful reaction against the evangelism of the Puritans, and when a real lack of emotional piety was general in his church. That he did not enjoy in his last illness, which extended over a long period, that sustaining sense of the love of Christ which hearty Christians generally feel, is certain. A friend, trying to relieve his depression, reminded him of his excellent life, and especially his wide liberalities. He immediately replied, "I am but a steward, all is his, entrusted to me. To promote his glory, and the good of mankind, how can I know that I have not abused the trust? I reflect on all these things, and they fill my soul with terror by the feeling of responsibility they awaken." On another occasion his chaplain sought to soothe his troubled spirit by referring to the extensive influence of his analogy in reclaiming skeptics. His reply was, "I began the analogy with a view to the glory of God, but as I proceeded, visions of the fame it might bring me mingled themselves with my motives, and all was polluted and made sinful. The book may be a blessing to others, but it weighs like lead on my soul." "Admit all this," tenderly replied the chaplain, "yet has not Jesus said, 'Whosoever cometh unto me shall in no wise be cast out'?" Instantly the bishop raised himself in the bed, exclaiming, "How wonderful that the force of this passage never struck me before! Whosoever, all, in no wise. No amount of sin can prevent acceptance. Christ's righteousness will hide the iniquities of all who accept his offer of mercy." From that time, for weeks, Butler spoke to all who approached him of a full and free salvation. He died triumphantly repeating this passage. If all that is said of the lack of evangelical sentiment in Butler or his book be conceded, it certainly cannot impair either the value of the analogical argument or the force of our author's use of it. Various circumstances conspire to make the study of the analogy difficult. The nature of the reasoning, the conciseness and often obscurity of the style, the dislocation of parts by frequent digressions, the arrest of a close course of reasoning to answer objections, and the abstruseness of the subject itself, combine to make the full comprehension of its import difficult. Mackintosh says, "No thinker so great was ever so bad a writer." But this, like some other objections of Sir James, is stated too strongly. The language is good, sinewy Saxon, and will endure when much that is now called fine writing will seem grotesque. Still, it is possible to write philosophy in better phrase, as has been shown by at least two great men, Berkeley and Stewart. And Butler but possessed the glowing style of Berkeley, or the smooth, graceful, and transparent diction of Dugald Stewart, his work, instead of serving only for close thinkers or a college textbook, would have been read by all classes, and banished that vulgar infidelity which flippant writers still disseminate. That it is thus restricted in its influence is a misfortune to the world, but he wrote for a class and did his work completely. Literary infidelity was conquered. Vulgar, ignorant, licentious infidelity will always exist, and is even now deplorably prevalent. Both Europe and America contain conceited and malignant ignoramuses who, by their sneers, their cavils, and their audacity, make havoc of souls. Of these, Tom Paine is a type, whose book, The Contempt of Cultivated Minds, continues to be sold and read. For this class of persons, Baxter's Call, or Aline's Alarm, are far more suitable than treatises on the evidences of Christianity, or even Butler's Analogy. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Editor's Preface. The text is the result of a careful collation of the various principal editions. Occasionally solecisms are corrected and a word transposed or put in italics, when a sentence could thus be made perspicuous. The author had a fashion of beginning a large proportion of his sentences with and, but, now, indeed, however, etc., which often served to perplex, and in such cases they have been omitted. Long paragraphs, comprehending different topics, have been so divided as to correspond with the true analysis, which will greatly assist the student in detecting the successive stages of the argument. Special pains has been taken to correct and improve the punctuation. Hundreds of sentences have thus been rendered more perspicuous, and many which were obscure have been made lucid. In no respect was Butler's style, as printed, so defective. The Conspectus is made much ampler than any other for this reason, that students are apt to content themselves with such help instead of mastering the full discussion by the author. In the present case they cannot so do, for such is the fullness of the Conspectus that if they master this, they have mastered the subject itself in full. Notes by the present editor are distinguished from those of the author by being enclosed in brackets. They are designed to open out further views, to elucidate the text, to facilitate extended researches, and to suggest topics for conversation in the classroom. The index has cost far more labour than would be supposed, and may not be of much benefit to the undergraduate. Its advantages will not be small to him in after life when he desires to recur to particular topics. The general scholar will find it enables him to make use of the book for occasional reference. Without it, the work is not complete for the classroom, still less for the library. That students of the analogy need help is confessed, and all attempts to furnish it have been kindly received. As is remarked by Bishop Wilson, quote, "His argument, clear and convincing as it is to a prepared mind, is not obvious to the young reader, whose experience of life being small, and his habits of reflection feeble, has not the furniture necessary for comprehending, at first, the thoughts and conclusions of such a mind. The style is too close, too negligent, too obscure, to be suitable for the young." End quote. If it be asked why, with several existing helps to the study of the analogy, I offer another, I frankly reply because I have found none of them satisfactory, either to the public or to myself. Some teachers prefer their textbooks to be accompanied by a set of questions. Such will find in this edition all they desire. They have only to enunciate each sentence of the Conspectus in the interrogative form, and they will have every possible question prepared to their hand. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conspectus, Part 1. Conspectus of the author's introduction. First, what is probable evidence? 1. It differs from demonstration in that it admits of degrees, of all degrees. 1. One probability does not beget assurance. 2. But the slightest presumption makes a probability. 3. The repetition of it may make certainty. 2. What constitutes probability is likeness in regard to the event itself, or its kind of evidences, or its circumstances. 1. This daily affords presumptions, evidence, or conviction, according as it is occasional, common, or constant. 2. Measures our hopes and fears. 3. Regulates our expectations as to men's conduct. 4. Enables us to judge of character from conduct. 3. It is an imperfect mode of judging and adapted to beings of limited capacities. 4. Where better evidence cannot be had, it constitutes moral obligation even though great doubts remain. 1. We are so much bound to do what on the whole appears to be best, as if we knew it to be so. 2. In questions of great moment, it is reasonable to act when the favourable chances are no greater than the unfavourable. 3. There are numberless cases in which a man would be thought distracted if he did not act, and that earnestly where the chances of success were greatly against him. Second, the use and application of probabilities. Shall not go further into the nature of probable evidence, nor inquire why likeness begets presumption and conviction, nor how far analogical reasoning can be reduced to a system, but shall only show how just and conclusive this mode of reasoning is. 1. In determining our judgments and practice. 1. There may be cases in which its value is doubtful. 2. There may be seeming analogies which are not really such. 3. But as a mode of argument it is perfectly just and conclusive. 2. In noting correspondencies between the different parts of God's government. 1. We may expect to find the same sort of difficulties in the Bible as we do in nature. 2. To deny the Bible to be of God because of these difficulties requires us to deny that the world was made by Him. 3. If there be a likeness between revelation and the system of nature, it affords a presumption that both have the same author. 4. To reason on the construction and government of the world without settling foundation principles is mere hypothesis. 5. To apply principles which are certain to cases which are not applicable is no better. 6. But to join abstract reasonings to the observation of facts and argue from known present things to what is likely or credible must be right. 7. We cannot avoid acting thus if we act at all. 3. In its application to religion, revealed as well as natural. This is the use which will be made of analogy in the following work. In so using it, 1. It will be taken for proved that there is an intelligent creator and ruler. There are no presumptions against this, prior to proof. There are proofs from analogy, reason, tradition, etc. The fact is not denied by the generality of skeptics. 2. No regard will be paid to those who idly speculate as to how the world might have been made and governed. Such prating would amount to this. All creatures should have been made at first as happy as they could be. Nothing of hazard should be put upon them. Should have been secured in their happiness. All punishments avoided. It is a sufficient reply to such talk that mankind have not faculties for such speculations. 3. We are, to some extent, judges as to ends, and may conclude that nature and providence are designed to produce virtue and happiness, but of the means of producing these in the highest degree we are not competent judges. We know not the extent of the universe, nor even how one person can best be brought to perfection. We are not often competent to judge of the conduct of each other. As to God, we may presume that order will prevail in His universe, but are no judges of His modes for accomplishing this end. 4. Instead of vainly and perhaps sinfully imagining schemes for God's conduct, we must study what is, discovering general laws, comparing the known course of things with what revelation teaches us to expect. 3. The force of this use of analogy. 1. Sometimes is practically equivalent to proof. 2. Confirms what is otherwise proved. 3. Shows that the system of revelation is no more open to ridicule than the system of nature. 4. Answers almost all objections against religion. 5. To a great extent answers objections against the proofs of religion. 4th. General scope of this book. 1. The divine government is considered as containing in it, Chapter 1, man's future existence, Chapter 2, in a state of reward or punishment, Chapter 3, this according to our behavior, Chapter 4, our present life probationary, Chapter 5, and also disciplinary, Chapter 6, notwithstanding the doctrine of necessity, Chapter 7, or any apparent want of wisdom or goodness. 2. Revealed religion is considered, Chapter 1 as important, Chapter 2 as proved by miracles, Chapter 3 as containing strange things, Chapter 4 as a scheme imperfectly comprehended, Chapter 5 as carried on by a mediator, Chapter 6 as having such an amount of evidence as God saw fit to give, Chapter 7 as having sufficient and full evidence. Conspectus of the analogy. Part 1. Chapter 1, A Future Life. Will not discuss the subject of identity, but will consider what analogy suggests from changes which do not destroy, and thus see whether it is not probable that we shall live hereafter. First, the probabilities that we shall survive death. 1. It is a law of nature that creatures should exist in different stages and in various degrees of perfection. Worms turn into flies, eggs are hatched into birds. Our own present state is as different from our state in the womb as two states of the same being can be. That we shall hereafter exist in a state as different from the present as the present is from our state in the womb is according to analogy. 2. We now have capacity for happiness, action, misery, etc., and there is always a probability that things will continue as they are, except when experience gives us reason to think they will be altered. This is a general law and is our only natural reason for expecting the continuance of anything. 3. There is no reason to apprehend that death will destroy us. If there was, it would arise from the nature of death or from the analogy of nature. 1. Not from the nature of death. We know not what death is, but only some of its effects. These effects do not imply the destruction of the living agent. We know little of what the exercise of our powers depends upon, and nothing of what the powers themselves depend upon. We may be unable to exercise our powers and yet not lose them, for example, sleep, swoon. 2. Not from analogy. Reason shows no connection between death and our destruction. We have no faculties by which to trace any being beyond it. The possession of living powers, up to the very moment when our faculties cease to be able to trace them, is a probability of their continuing. We have already survived wonderful changes. To live after death is analogous to the course of nature. 2. Presumptions against a future life. 1. That death destroys us. Answer 1. This is an assumption that we are compound and material beings, and hence deceptible, which is not true. 1. Consciousness is a single, indivisible power, and of course the subject of it must be. 2. The material body is not our self. 3. We can easily conceive of our having more limbs, or of a different kind, or of having more or fewer senses, or of having no bodies at all, or of hereafter animating these same bodies remodelled. 4. The dissolution of a succession of new and strange bodies would have no tendency to destroy us. Answer 2. Though the absolute simplicity of the living being cannot be proved by experiment, yet facts lead us so to conclude. We lose limbs, etc. Our bodies were once very small, but we might then have lost part of them. There is a constant destruction and renewal going on. 1. Thus we see that no certain bulk is necessary to our existence, and unless it were proved that there is, and that it is larger than an indissoluble atom, there is no reason to presume that death destroys us even if we are deceptible. 2. The living agent is not an internal material organism which dies with the body, because our only ground for this presumption is our relation to other systems of matter, but we see these are not necessary to us. It will not do to say that lost portions of the body were not essential. Who is to determine? The relation between the living agent and the most essential parts of the body is only one by which they mutually affect each other. 3. If we regard our body as made up of organs of sense, we come to the same result. We see with the eyes, just as we do with glasses. The eye is not a recipient any more than a telescope. It is not pretended that vision, hearing, etc. can be traced clear up to the percipient, but so far as we can trace perceptions, the organ does not perceive. In dreams we perceive without organs. When we lose a limb, we do not lose the directing power. We could move a new one, if it could be made, or a wooden one, but the limb cut off has no power of moving. Thus, our loss of the organs of perception and motion not being the destruction of the power, there is no ground to think that the destruction of other organs or instruments would destroy us. Objection. These observations apply equally to brutes. Answer. 1. Be it so. Perhaps they are immortal, and may hereafter improve. We know not what latent powers they may have. 1. The human being at one period looks as little likely to make great intellectual attainments. For a long time he has capacities for virtue and religion, but cannot use them. 2. Many persons go out of the world who never became able to exercise these capacities, for example, infants. Answer 2. If brutes were immortal, it does not prove them to be moral agents. 1. It may be necessary, for aught we know, that there should be living creatures not moral agents nor rational. 2. All difficulties as to what would become of them are founded in our ignorance. 2. That our souls, though not material, so depend upon the bodily structure that we cannot survive its destruction. Answer 1. Reason, memory, etc. do not depend on the body as perceptions by the senses do. Death may destroy those instruments and yet not destroy the powers of reflection. Answer 2. Human beings exist here in two very different states, each having its own laws, sensation and reflection. By the first we feel, by the second we reason and will. 1. Nothing which we know to be destroyed at death is necessary to reflecting on ideas formerly received. 2. Though the senses act like scaffolds or levers to bring in ideas, yet when once in we can reflect, etc., without their aid. Answer 3. There are diseases which prove fatal, etc., yet do not, in any part of their course, impair the intellect, and this indicates that they do not destroy it. 1. In the diseases alluded to, persons have their reflective power in full the very moment before death. 2. Now, why should a disease at a certain point utterly destroy powers which were not even affected by it up to that point? 3. That death at least suspends our reflective powers or interrupts our continuing to exist in the like state of reflection which we do now. Answer. There appears so little connection between our powers of sensation and our powers of reflection that we cannot presume that what might destroy the former could even suspend the latter. 1. We daily see reason, memory, etc. exercised without any assistance that we know of from our bodies. 2. Seeing them in lively exercise to the last, we must infer that death is not a discontinuance of their exercise, nor of the enjoyments and sufferings of such exercise. 3. Our posthumous life may be but a going on with additions, like the change at our birth, which produced not a suspension of the faculties we had before, nor a total change in our state of life, but a continuance of both, with great alterations. 4. Death may but at once put us into a higher state of life as our birth did. Our relation to bodily organs may be the only hindrance to our entering a higher condition of the reflective powers. 5. Were we even sure that death would suspend our intellectual powers, it would not furnish even the lowest probability that it would destroy them. Objection. From the analogy of plants. Answer. This furnishes poets with apt illustrations of our frailty, but affords no proper analogy. Plants are destitute of perception and action, and this is the very matter in question. Remarks. 1. It has been shown that confining ourselves to what we know, we see no probability of ever ceasing to be. It cannot be concluded from the reason of the thing, nor from the analogy of nature. 2. We are therefore to go upon the belief of a future existence. 3. Our going into new scenes and conditions is just as natural as our coming into the world. 4. Our condition may naturally be a social one. 5. The advantages of it may naturally be bestowed according to some fixed law in proportion to one's degrees in virtue. 1. Perhaps not so much as now by society, but by God's more immediate action. 2. Yet this will be no less natural, i.e. stated, fixed, or settled. 3. Our notions of what is natural are enlarged by greater knowledge of God and his works. 4. There may be some beings in the world to whom the whole of Christianity is as natural as the visible course of nature seems to us. 6. These probabilities of a future life, though they do not satisfy curiosity, answer all the purposes of religion as well as demonstration. 1. Even a demonstration of a future state would not demonstrate religion, but would be reconcilable with atheism. 2. But as religion implies a future state, any presumption against such a state would be a presumption against religion. 3. The foregoing observations remove all presumptions of that sort and prove to a great probability a fundamental doctrine of religion. Chapter 2. The Government of God by Rewards and Punishments. The question of a future life is rendered momentous by our capacity for happiness and misery, especially if that happiness or misery depends on our present conduct. We should feel the deepest solicitude on this subject, and that if there were no proof of a future life and interest other than the probabilities just discussed. First, in the present world our pleasures and pains are, to a great extent, in our own power. 1. We see them to be consequences of our actions. 2. And we can foresee these consequences. 3. Our desires are not gratified without the right kind of exertion. 4. By prudence we may enjoy life. Rashness or even neglect may make us miserable. 5. Why this is so is another matter. 1. It may be impossible to be otherwise. 2, or it may be best on the whole. 3, or God's plan may be to make only the good happy. 4, or the whole plan may be incomprehensible to us. Objection. It may be said, this is only the course of nature. Answer. It is granted, but 1. The course of nature is but the will of God. We admit that God is the natural governor of the world and must not turn round and deny it because his government is uniform. 2. Our natural foresight of the consequences of actions is his appointment. 3. The consequences themselves are his appointment. 4. Our ability to foresee these consequences is God's instruction how we are to act. Objection. By this reasoning we are instructed to gratify our appetites, and such gratification is our reward for so doing. Answer. Certainly not. Foreseen pleasures and pains are proper motives to action in general, but we may, in particular cases, damage ourselves by indulgence. Our eyes are made to see with, but not to look at everything, for instance the sun. It follows from what has been said that, second, we are now actually under God's government in the strictest sense. 1. Admitting that there is a God, it is not so much a matter of speculation as of experience that he governs us. 2. The annexing of pleasures and pains to certain actions and giving notice them is the very essence of government. 3. Whether by direct acts upon us or by contriving a general plan does not affect the argument. 1. If magistrates could make laws which should execute themselves, their government would be far more perfect than it is. 2. God's making fire burn us is as much an instance of government as if he directly inflicted the burn whenever we touched fire. 4. Hence, the analogy of nature shows nothing to render incredible the Bible's doctrine of God's rewarding or punishing according to our actions. Additional remarks on punishment. As men object chiefly to future punishment, it is proper to show further that the course of administration as to present punishment is analogous to what religion teaches as to the future. Indeed, they add credibility to it, and ought to raise the most serious apprehension. First, circumstances to be observed touching present punishments. 1. They often follow acts which produce present pleasure or advantage. 2. The sufferings often far exceed the pleasure or advantage. 3. They often follow remotely. 4. After long delay they often come suddenly. 5. As those remote effects are not certainly foreseen, they may not be thought of at the time, or if so, there is a hope of escaping. 6. There are opportunities of advantage which, if neglected, do not recur. 7. Though in some cases men who have sinned up to a certain point may retrieve their affairs, yet in many cases reformation is of no avail. 8. Inconsiderateness is often as disastrous as willful wrongdoing. 9. As some punishments by civil government are capital, so are some natural punishments. 1. Seem intended to remove the offender out of the way. 2. Or as an example to others. Second, these things are not accidental but proceed from fixed laws. 1. They are matters of daily experience. 2. Proceed from the general laws by which the world is governed. Third, they so closely resemble what religion teaches as to future punishment that both might be expressed in the same words. For example, Proverbs chapter 1. The analogy sufficiently answers all objections against the scripture doctrine of future punishment, such as 1. That our frailty or temptations annihilate the guilt of vice. 2. Or the objection from necessity. 3. Or that the Almighty cannot be contradicted. 4. Or that he cannot be offended. Remarks. 1. Such reflections are terrific but ought to be stated and considered. 2. Disregard of a hereafter cannot be justified by anything short of a demonstration of atheism. Even skeptical doctrines afford no justification. 3. There is no pretense of reason for presuming that the licentious will not find it better for them that they had never been born. Chapter 3. Moral Government of God. As the structure of the world shows intelligence, so the mode of distributing pleasure and pain shows government, that is, God's natural government, such as a king exercises over his subjects. But this does not, at first sight, determine what is the moral character of such government. First, what is a moral or righteous government? 1. Not mere rewarding and punishing. 2. But doing this according to character. 3. The perfection of moral government is doing this exactly. Objection. God is simply and absolutely benevolent. Answer. Benevolence, infinite in degree, would dispose him to produce the greatest possible happiness, regardless of behavior. This would rob God of other attributes, and should not be asserted unless it can be proved, and whether it can be proved is not the point now in hand. The question is not whether there may be in the universe beings to whom he manifests absolute benevolence, which might not be incompatible with justice, but whether he treats us so. For it must be owned to be vastly difficult in such a disordered world to estimate with exactness the overplus of happiness on the side of virtue, and there may be exceptions to the rule, but it is far from being doubtful that on the whole virtue is happier than vice in this world. Second, the beginnings of a righteous administration are seen in nature. 1. It has been proved, chapter 2, that God governs, and it is reasonable to suppose that he would govern righteously. 1. Any other rule of government would be harder to account for. 2. The Bible doctrine that hereafter the good shall be happy and the wicked miserable is no more than an expectation that a method of government now begun shall be carried on. 2. The opposite consequences of prudence and rashness show a right constitution of nature, and our ability to foresee and control these consequences shows that we are under moral law. 3. God has so constructed society that vice, to a great degree, is actually punished by it. 1. Without this, society could not exist. 2. This is God's government through society, and is as natural as society. 3. Since the course of things is God's appointment, men are unavoidably accountable for their behavior. Objection. Society often punishes good actions and rewards wickedness. Answer. 1. This is not necessary and consequently not natural. 2. Good actions are never punished by society as good, but because considered bad. 4. By the course of nature, virtue is rewarded and vice punished as such, which proves a moral government, as will be seen if we rightly distinguish between actions and their qualities. 1. An action may produce present gratification, though it be wrong, in which case the gratification is in the act, not the morality of it. In other cases, the enjoyment consists wholly in the quality of virtuousness. 2. Vice is naturally attended with uneasiness, apprehension, vexation, remorse, etc. This is a very different feeling from that produced by mere misfortune. Men comfort themselves under misfortune that it was not their own fault. 3. Honest and good men are befriended as such. 4. Injuries are resented as implying fault, and good officers are regarded with gratitude on account of the intention, even when they fail to benefit us. This is seen in family government, where children are punished for falsehood, fretfulness, etc., though no one is hurt, and also in civil government, where the absence or presence of ill intention goes far in determining the penalty of wrongdoing. 5. The whole course of the world, in all ages and relations, turns much upon approbation and disapprobation. 6. The very fact of our having a moral nature is a proof of our being under God's moral government. We are placed in a condition which unavoidably operates on our moral nature. Hence it arises that reward to virtue and reprobation of vice, as such, is a rule, never inverted. If it be thought that there are instances to the contrary, which is not so, they are evidently monstrous. The degree in which virtue and vice receive proper returns is not the question now, but only the thing itself in some degree. 7. It is admitted that virtue sometimes suffers and vice prospers, but this is disorder and not the order of nature. 8. It follows that we have in the government of the world a declaration from God for virtue and against vice. So far as a man is true to virtue, is he on the side of the divine administration. Such a man must have a sense of security and a hope of something better. 5. This hope is confirmed by observing that virtue has necessary tendencies beyond their present effects. 1. These are very obvious with regard to individuals. 2. Are as real, though not so patent, in regard to society. The power of a society under the direction of virtue tends to prevail over power not so directed, just as power under direction of reason tends to prevail over brute force. As this may not be conceded, we will notice how the case stands as to reason. Length of time and proper opportunity are necessary for reason to triumph over brutes. Rational beings, disunited, envious, unjust, and treacherous, may be overcome by brutes, uniting themselves by instinct, but this would be an inverted order of things. A like tendency has virtue to produce superiority, by making the good of society the object of every member of it, by making everyone industrious in his own sphere, by uniting all in one bond of veracity and justice. 3. If the part of God's government which we see and the part we do not see make up one scheme, then we see a tendency in virtue to superiority. 4. But to produce that superiority there must be a force proportioned to the obstacles, sufficient lapse of time, a fair field of trial, such as extent of time, adequate occasions, and opportunities for the virtuous to unite. 5. These things are denied to virtue in this life, so that its tendencies, though real, are hindered. 6. But it may have all requisite advantages hereafter. Eternity will be lasting enough, good men will unite as they cannot do now, scattered over the earth, and ignorant of one another. Other orders of virtuous beings will join, for the very nature of virtue is a bond of union. 7. The tendency of such an order of things, so far as seen by vicious beings in any part of the universe, would be to the amendment of all who were capable of it and their recovery to virtue. 8. All this goes to show that the hindrances to virtue are contingent, and that its beneficial tendencies are God's declarations in its favour. 9. If the preceding considerations are thought to be too speculative, we may easily come to the same result by reflecting on the supremacy which any earthly nation would attain by entire virtue for many ages. Remarks. Consider now the general system of religion. The government of the world is one, it is moral. Virtue shall in the end prevail over wickedness, and to see the importance and fitness of such an arrangement we have only to consider what would be the state of things if vice had these advantages, or virtue the contrary. Objection. Why may not things be now going on in other worlds, and continue always to go on in this world, in the same mixed and disordered state as at present? Answer. We are not proving that God's moral government is perfect, or the truth of religion, but only seeing what there is in the course of nature to confirm it, supposing it to be known. Were there nothing to judge by but the present distribution of pleasure and pain, we should have no ground to conclude that hereafter we should be rewarded or punished exactly according to our deserts. But even then there would be no indication that vice is better than virtue. Still the preceding observations confirm the doctrine of future retribution, for 1. They show that the author of nature is not indifferent to virtue and vice. 2. That future distributive justice would differ not in kind but in degree only from God's present government. It would be the effect towards which we see the tendency. 3. That higher rewards and punishments may be hereafter. 4. That we should expect it to be so because the tendencies of vice and virtue are immutable, while the hindrances are only artificial. Summary. This enumerates the steps of the argument in the foregoing chapter in as condensed a form as possible. Chapter 4. Of a state of probation. The doctrine of probation comprehends several particulars, but the most common notion is that our future interests are depending on ourselves, and that we have opportunities for both good and bad conduct, and temptations to each. This is not exactly the same as our being under moral government, for it implies allurement to evil and difficulties in being good. Hence needs to be considered by itself doctrine. The natural government of God in this world puts us on trial as to the things of this world, and so implies what religion teaches, that his moral government puts us on trial as to a future world. First, so far as we are tempted to do what will damage our future temporal interests, so far we are under probation as to those interests. 1. The annexing of pleasures and pains to actions, as good or bad, and enabling us to foresee their effect, implies that our interests, in part at least, depend on ourselves. 2. We often blame ourselves and others for evils as resulting from misconduct. 3. It is very certain that we often miss possible good and incur evils, not for want of knowing better, but through our fault. 4. Everyone speaks of the hazards of young persons from other causes than ignorance. 2. These natural or temporal trials are analogous to our moral and religious trial. 1. In both cases, what constitutes the trial is either in our circumstances or in our nature. 1. Some would do right, but for violent or extraordinary temptations. 2. Others will seek evil and go out of their way after wicked indulgence when there are no external temptations. 3. But even those who err through temptation must have that within which makes them susceptible of temptation. 4. So that we are in a like state of probation with respect to both present and future interests. 2. If we proceed to observe how mankind behave in both capacities, we see the same analogy. 1. Some scarcely look beyond the present gratification. 2. Some are driven by their passions against their better judgment and feeble resolutions. 3. Some shamelessly go on in open vice. 4. Some persist in wrongdoing even under the strong apprehensions of future misery. 3. The analogy is no less plain in regard to the influence of others upon us. 1. Bad example. 2. Wrong education. 3. Corruptions of religion. 4. General prevalence of mistakes as to true happiness. 4. In both cases, negligence and folly bring difficulty as well as vice. 3rd. The disadvantages we labour under from our fallen and disordered state are the same in relation to both earthly and future interests. This disadvantage affords no ground of complaint, for 1. We may manage to pass our days in comfort and peace. 2. And so we may obtain the security and comfort of religion. 3. We might as well complain that we are not a higher order of beings. Remarks. 1. It is thus proved that the state of trial which religion says we are in is credible, for it exactly corresponds to what we see. 1. If from birth till death we were in a constant security of enjoyment, without care or correctness, it would be a presumption against religion. 2. It might, if we had no experience, be urged that an infinitely good being would not expose us to the hazard of misery. This is indeed a difficulty, and must remain so, but still the course of nature is as it is. 3. The miseries which we bring on ourselves are no more unavoidable than our deportment. 2. It has been proved that we are in danger of miscarrying as to our interests, both present and future. 3. The sum of the whole is that, as we do not have present enjoyments and honours forced upon us, in spite of misconduct, so this may be the case as to that chief and final good which religion proposes. Chapter 5. Probation intended for moral discipline and improvement. Why we should be placed in the conditions spoken of in the last chapter is a question which cannot be answered. It may be that we could not understand if told, and if we could, it might injure us to know just now. It certainly is consistent with God's righteous government. Religion tells us that we are so placed in order to become qualified for a better state. This, though a very partial answer to the inquiry why we are so placed, answers an infinitely more important question, viz., what is our business here? First, we are placed in this state of trial for our improvement in virtue as the requisite qualification for future security and happiness. 1. Every creature is designed for a particular way of life. 1. Happiness depends on the congruity between a creature's nature and its circumstances. 2. Man's character might be so changed as to make him incapable of happiness on earth. 3. Or he might be placed, without changing his nature, in a world where he must be wretched for want of the proper objects to answer to his desires. 4. So that, without determining what is the future condition of good men, we know there must be necessary qualifications to making us capable of enjoying it. 2. Human beings are so constituted as to become fit for new and different conditions. 1. We not only acquire ideas but store them up. 2. We can become more expert in any kind of action. 3. And can make settled alterations in our tempers. 4. We can form habits, both bodily and mental. As these operate in producing radical changes in human character, we will look for a moment at the process. Neither perceptions nor knowledge are habits, though necessary to forming them. There are habits of perception, however, and habits of action. The former are passive, the latter active. Habits of body are produced by external acts, and habits of mind by the exertion of principles, i.e. carrying them out. Resolutions to do well are acts, and may help towards forming good habits, but mere theorizing and forming pictures in the mind, not only do not help, but may harden the mind to a contrary course. Passive impressions by repetition grow weaker, thus familiarity with danger lessens fear. Hence, active habits may be formed and strengthened by acting according to certain motives or excitements, which grow less sensibly felt and less felt as the habit strengthens. Thus, the sight of distress excites the passive emotion of pity and the active principle of benevolence. But inquiring out cases of distress in order to relieve them causes diminished sensitiveness at the sight of misery and stronger benevolence and aptitude in relieving it. So admonition, experience, and example, if acted upon, produce good, if not, harden. 5. The formation of a habit may be imperceptible and even inexplicable, but the thing itself is a matter of certain experience. 6. A habit once formed, the action becomes easy and often pleasurable. Opposite inclinations grow weaker, difficulties less, and occasions more frequent. 7. Thus a new character, in several respects, is formed. 3. We should not have these capacities for improvement and for the reconstruction of character if it were not necessary. 1. They are necessary even as to this life. We are not qualified at first for mature life. Understanding and strength come gradually. If we had them in full at birth, we should at first be distracted and bewildered, and our faculties would be of no use previous to experience. Ignorant of any employment, we could not provide for ourselves. So that man is an unformed, unfinished creature, even as to this world, till he acquire knowledge, experience, and habits. 2. Provision is made for our acquiring, in youth, the requisite qualities for manhood. Children learn from their very birth the nature and use of objects, the subordinations of domestic life, the rules of life. Some of this learning is acquired so insensibly as to seem like instinct, but some requires great care and labor, and the doing of things we are averse to. According as we act during this formative period, is our character formed, and our capacity for various stations in society determined. Early opportunities lost cannot be recovered. 3. Our state of discipline throughout this life for another is exactly of the same kind, and comprehended under one general law. If we could not see how the present discipline fitted us for a higher life, it would be no objection. We do not know how food, sleep, etc. enlarge the child's body, nor would we expect such a result prior to experience. Nor do children understand the need of exercise, temperance, restraint, etc. We thus see a general analogy of providence indicating that the present life is preparatory. 4. If virtue is a necessary qualification for future happiness, then we see our need of the moral culture of our present state. 1. Analogy indicates that our future state will be social. Nature furnishes no shadow of unreasonableness in the scripture doctrine that this future community will be under the more immediate government of God, nor the least proof that its members will not require the exercise of veracity, justice, etc. towards each other, and that character which results from the practice of such virtues. Certainly the universe is under moral government, and a virtuous character must, in some way, be a condition of happiness in that state. 2. We are deficient and in danger of deviating from what is right. We have desires for outward objects. The times, degrees, etc., of gratifying these desires are, of right, subject to the control of the moral principle. But that principle neither excites them nor prevents their being excited. They may exist when they cannot be lawfully gratified or gratified at all. When the desire exists and the gratification is unlawful, we are tempted. 3. The only security is the principle within. The strengthening of this lessens the danger. It may be strengthened by discipline and exercise, noting examples, attending to the right and not to preference, considering our true interests. When improved, it becomes, in proportion to its strength, our security from the dangers of natural propensions. Virtue, become habitual by discipline, is improved virtue, and improved virtue must produce increased happiness if the government of the world is moral. 4. Even creatures made upright may fall. The fall of an upright being is not accounted for by the nature of liberty, for that would only be saying that an event happened because it might happen, but from the very nature of propensions. A finitely perfect being would have propensions corresponding to its surroundings, its understanding, and its moral sense, and all these in due proportions. Such a being would have propensions, though the object might not be present, or the indulgence might be contrary to its moral sense, and this would have some tendency, however small, to induce gratification. The tendency would be increased by the frequency of occasions, and yet more by the least indulgence, even in thought, till, under peculiar conjectures, it would become effect. The first transgression might so utterly disorder the constitution and change the proportions of forces as to lead to a repetition of irregularities, and hence to the construction of bad habits and a depraved character. 5. On the contrary, a finitely perfect being may attain higher virtue and more security by obeying the moral principle. For the danger would lessen by the increased submissiveness of propensions. The moral principle would gain force by exercise. 6. Thus vice is not only criminal but degrading, and virtue is not only right but improving. The least degree of improvement may be such that the danger of sinning may be almost infinitely lessened. Yet the security may always be the habits formed in a state of discipline, making such a state altogether fit and necessary. 7. This course of reasoning is vastly stronger when applied to fallen and corrupt creatures. The upright need improvement, the fallen must be renewed. Discipline is expedient for the one, necessary for the other, and of a severer sort. 2. The present world is peculiarly fit for such discipline as we need. 1. Surrounding evils tend to produce moderation, practical knowledge, etc., very different from a mere speculative knowledge of our liability to vice and misery. 2. Our experience in this world, with right views and practice, may leave eternal impressions for good. 3. Every act of self-government in the exercise of virtue must, from the very make of our nature, form habits of virtue and a more intense virtuous principle. 4. Resolute and persevering resistance to particular and violent temptations is a continued act of virtue, and that in a higher degree than if the seduction were transient and weak. 5. Self-denial is not essential to virtue, but is almost essential to discipline and improvement. 1. Because actions materially virtuous, which have no difficulty but agree with our inclinations, may be done merely from inclination, and so not be really virtuous. 2. But when they are done in face of danger and difficulty, virtuousness is increased and confirmed into a habit. Objection 1. As our intellectual or physical powers may be overtasked, so may our moral. Answer: this may be so in exceptional cases, but it does not confute the argument. In general, it holds good. All that is intended to be proved is that the world is intended to be a state of improvement, and is fitted for it. 1. Some sciences, which of themselves are highly improving, require a trying measure of attention, which some will not submit to. 2. It is admitted that this world disciplines many to vice, but this viciousness of many is the very thing which makes the world a virtuous discipline to good men. The whole end of placing mankind as they are we know not. But these things are evident, the virtues of some are exercised, and so exercised as to be improved, and improved beyond what they would be in a perfectly virtuous community. 3. That all, or even the generality, do not improve is no proof that their improvement was not intended. Of seeds and animals, not one in a million comes to perfection, yet such as do, evidently answer an end for which they were designed. The appearance of waste in regard to seeds, etc., is just as unaccountable as the ruin of moral agents. Objection 2. Rectitude arising from hope and fear is only the discipline of self-love. Answer: obedience is obedience, though prompted by hope or fear, and a course of such obedience forms a habit of it, and distinct habits of various virtues by repressing inclination whenever justice, veracity, etc. require. Beside, veracity, justice, regard to God's authority, and self-interest are coincident, and each separately a just principle. To begin a good life from either of them and persist produces that very character which corresponds to our relations to God and secures happiness. Objection 3. The virtues requisite for a state of afflictions, and produced by it, are not wanted to qualify us for a state of happiness. Answer: such is not the verdict of experience. Passive submission is essential to right character. Prosperity itself begets extravagant desires, and imagination may produce as much discontent as actual condition. Hence, though we may not need patience in heaven, we shall need that temper which is formed by patience. Self-love would always coincide with God's commands when our interest was rightly understood, but it is liable to error. Therefore habits of resignation are necessary for all creatures, and the proper discipline for resignation is affliction. Objection 4. The trouble and danger of such discipline might have been avoided by making us at once what we are intended to become. Answer. What we are to be is the effect of what we are to do. God's natural government is arranged not to save us from trouble or danger, but to enable and incline us to go through them. It is as natural for us to seek means to obtain things as it is to seek the things, and in worldly things we are left to our choice whether to improve our powers and so better our condition, or to neglect improvement and so go without the advantage. Analogy therefore makes the same arrangement credible as to a future state. Third, this state of discipline may be necessary for the display of character. 1. Not to the all-knowing being, but to his creation or part of it, and in many ways which we know not. 2. It may be a means in disposing of men according to character. 3. And of showing creation that they are so disposed of. 4. Such display of character certainly contributes largely to the general course of things considered in this chapter. Chapter 6. Of necessity as influencing conduct. Fatalists have no right to object to Christianity, for they of course hold the doctrine to be compatible with what they see in nature. The question is whether it be not equally compatible with what Christianity teaches. To argue on the supposition of so great an absurdity as necessity is puzzling, and the obscurity and puzzle of the argument must therefore be excused. First, necessity does not destroy the proof of an intelligent author and governor of the world. 1. It does not exclude design and deliberation. 1. This is matter of actual experience and consciousness. Necessity does not account for the existence of anything, but is only a circumstance relating to its origin. Instance the case of a house. The fatalist admits that it had a builder, and the only question would be, was he obliged to build it as he did? 2. It is the same as to the construction of the world. To say it exists by necessity must mean it had a maker, who acted by necessity, for necessity is only an abstract notion and can do nothing. 3. We say God exists by necessity because we intuitively discern that there must be an infinite being prior to all causes, but we cannot say that everything so exists. The fact that many changes in nature are produced by man's contrivance is a proof of this. 4. Thus, though the fatalist does not choose to mean by necessity an agent acting necessarily, he is obliged to mean this. 5. And it also follows that a thing's being done by necessity does not exclude design. 2. It does not exclude a belief that we are in a state of religion. 1. Suppose a fatalist to educate a child on his own principles, viz. That he cannot do otherwise than he does, and is not subject to praise or blame. It might be asked, would he, if possessed of common sense, so educate his child? The child would be delighted with his freedom, but would soon prove a pest and go to destruction. He would meet with checks and rebuffs, which would teach him that he was accountable. He would, in the end, be convinced either that his doctrine was wrong, or that he had reasoned inconclusively upon it and misapplied it. 2. To apply fatalism to practice in any other way would be found equally fallacious. For example, that he need not take care of his life. 3. No such absurdity follows the doctrine of freedom. Reasoning on this ground is justified by all experience. The constitution of things is as if we were free. 4. If the doctrine of necessity be true, and yet when we apply it to life always misleads us, how then can we be sure it would not mislead us with respect to future interests? 5. It follows that if there are proofs of religion on the supposition of freedom, they are just as conclusive on the supposition of necessity. 3. It does not refute the notion that God has a will and a character. 1. It does not hinder us from having a will and character, from being cruel or benevolent or just, etc. 2. If necessity be pled as the excuse for crime, it equally excuses the punishment of crime, for if it destroys the sin of the one, it destroys the sin of the other. 3. The very assumption of injustice in punishing crime shows that we cannot rid ourselves of the notion of justice and injustice. Objection. If necessity be reconcilable with the character of God as portrayed in Christianity, does it not destroy the proof that he has that character, and so destroy the proofs of religion? Answer. No, happiness and misery are not our fate, but the results of our conduct. God's government is that of a father and a magistrate, and his natural rule of government must be veracity and justice. We shall proceed to show that, second, necessity does not destroy the proofs of religion. 1. It is a plain fact that God rewards and punishes. 1. He has given us a moral faculty by which we discern between actions and approve or disapprove, etc. 2. This implies a rule, a peculiar kind of rule, i.e., one from which we cannot depart without being self-condemned. 3. The dictates of our moral faculty are God's laws with sanctions. It not only raises a sense of duty, but a sense of security in obeying and danger in disobeying, and this is an explicit sanction. 4. God's government must conform to the nature he has given us. We must infer that in the upshot happiness will follow virtue, and misery vice. 5. Hence religious worship is a duty, if only as a means of keeping up the sense of this government. 6. No objection from necessity can lie against this course of proof. The conclusion is wholly and directly from facts, not from what might appear to us to be fit, but from what his action tells us he wills. 2. Natural religion has external evidence which necessity, if true, does not affect. 1. Suppose a person convinced of the truths of natural religion but ignorant of history and of the present state of mankind, he would inquire how this religion came, how far the belief of it extended. If he found that someone had totally propounded it as a deduction of reason, then, though its evidences from reason would not be impaired, its history would furnish no further proof. 2. But such an one would find, on the contrary, that essentially it has been professed in all countries, and can be traced up through all ages, and was not reasoned out but revealed. 3. These things are of great weight, showing natural religion to be conformed to the common sense of mankind, and either that it was revealed or forces itself upon the mind. The rude state of the early ages leads to the belief of its being revealed, and such is the opinion of the learned. 3. Early pretenses to revelation indicate some original real one from which they were copied. The history of revelation is as old as history itself. Such a fact is a proof of religion against which there is no presumption, and indicates a revelation prior to the examination of the book said to contain it, and independent of all considerations of its being corrupted or darkened by fables. 4. It is thus apparent that the external evidence of religion is considerable, and is not affected by the doctrine of necessity. Remarks. 1. The danger of taking custom, etc., for our moral rule. 1. We are all liable to prejudice. 2. Reason may be impaired, perverted, or disregarded. 3. The matter in hand is of infinite moment. 2. The foregoing observations amount to practical proof. Objection. Probabilities which cannot be confuted may be overbalanced by greater probabilities, much more by demonstration. Now, as the doctrine of necessity must be true, it cannot be that God governs us as if we were free when he knows we are not. Answer. This brings the matter to a point, and the answer is not to be evaded, viz. That the whole constitution and course of things shows this reasoning to be false, be the fallacy where it may. The doctrine of freedom shows where, viz. In supposing ourselves necessary agents, when in fact we are free. Admitting the doctrine of necessity, the fallacy evidently lies in denying that necessary agents are accountable, for that they are rewarded and punished is undeniable. Conclusion. It follows that necessity, if true, neither proves that God will not make his creatures happy or miserable according to their conduct, nor destroys the proofs that he will do so. That is, necessity, practically, is false. Chapter 7. Divine Government, a Scheme Imperfectly Comprehended. Moral government as a fact has now been considered. It remains for us to remove objections against its wisdom and goodness. A thing being true does not prove it to be good. In arguing as to its truth, analogy could only show it to be credible. But if a moral government be admitted as a fact, analogy makes it credible that it is a scheme or system, and that man's comprehension of it is necessarily so limited as to be inadequate to determine its injustice. This we shall find to be the case. Doctrine. On the supposition that God exercises moral government, The analogy of nature teaches that it must be a scheme, and one quite beyond our comprehension. First, the ordering of nature is a scheme and makes it credible by analogy that moral government is a scheme. 1. The parts curiously correspond to each other, individuals to individuals, species to species, events to events, and all these both immediate and remote. 2. This correspondence embraces all the past and all the future, including all creatures' actions and events. 1. There is no event which does not depend for its occurrence on some further thing unknown to us. We cannot give the whole account of any one thing. 2. Things apparently the most insignificant seem to be necessary to others of the greatest importance. 3. If such is God's natural government, it is credible that such is his moral government. 1. In fact, they are so blended as to make one scheme. One is subservient to the other, just as the vegetable kingdom subserves the animal, and our animal organization subserves our mental. Each act of God seems to look beyond the occasion and to have reference to a general plan. There is evidently a previous adjustment. The periods, etc., for trying men, the instruments of justice, the kinds of retribution. 2. The whole comprises a system, a very small part of which is known to us, therefore no objections against any part can be insisted on. 3. This ignorance is universally acknowledged, except in arguing against religion. That it ought to be a valid answer to objections against religion, we proceed to show. Suppose it to be asserted that all evils might have been prevented by repeated interpositions, or that more good might have been so produced, which would be the utmost that could be said. Still, our ignorance would vindicate religion from any objections arising from apparent disorders in the world. The government of the world might be good, even on those suppositions, for at most they could but suggest that it might be better. At any rate, they are mere assertions. Instances may be alleged in things much less out of reach, of suppositions palpably impossible, which all do not see to be so, nor any at first sight. 4. It follows that our ignorance is a satisfactory answer to all objections against the divine government. An objection against an act of providence, no way connected with any other thing, as being unjust, could not be answered by our ignorance. But when the objection is made against an act related to other and unknown acts, then our ignorance is a full answer. Some unknown relation or unknown impossibility may render the act not only good, but good in the highest degree. 2. Consider some particular things in the natural government of God, the like of which we may infer by analogy to be contained in his moral government. 1. No ends are accomplished without means. 1. Often means very disagreeable bring the most desirable results. 2. How means produce ends is not learnt by reason but experience. 3. In many cases before experience we should have expected contrary results. 4. Hence we may infer that those things which are objected against God's moral government produce good. 5. It is evident that our not seeing how the means work, or their seeming to have an opposite effect, offers no presumption against their fitness to work good. 6. They may not only be fit, but the only means of ultimate good. Objection. Though our capacity of vice and misery may promote virtue, and our suffering for sin be better than if we were restrained by force, yet it would have been better if evil had not entered the world. Answer. It is granted that those sinful acts may produce benefits. To refrain from them would produce more. We have curative pains, yet pain is not better than health. 2. Natural government is carried on by general laws. 1. Nature shows that this is best. All the good we enjoy is because there are natural laws. They enable us to forecast for the procurement of good. 2. It may not be possible by general laws to prevent all irregularities or remedy them. 3. Direct interpositions might perhaps remedy many disorders arising from them, but this would have bad effects, encouraging improvidence, leaving us no rule of life. Every interposition would have distant effects, so that we could not guess what would be the whole result. If it be replied that those distant effects might also be corrected by direct interpositions, this is only talking at random. Objection. If we are so ignorant, as this whole argument supposes, we are too ignorant to understand the proofs of religion. Answer 1. Total ignorance of a subject precludes argument, but partial ignorance does not. We may, in various degrees, know a man's character and the way he is likely to pursue certain ends, and yet not know how he ought to act to gain those ends. In this case, objections to his mode of pursuing ends may be answered by our ignorance, though that he does act in a certain manner is capable of proof. So we may have evidence of God's character and aims, and yet not be competent judges as to his measures. Our ignorance is a good answer to the difficulties of religion, but no objection to religion itself. Answer 2. If our ignorance did invalidate the proofs of religion as well as the objections, yet is it undeniable that moral obligations remain unaffected by our ignorance of the consequences of obedience or violation? The consequences of vice and virtue may not be fully known, yet it is credible that they may be such as religion declares, and this credibility is an obligation, in point of prudence, to abstain from sin. Answer 3. Our answers to the objections against religion are not equally valid against the proofs of it. Answers rehearsed. Answer 4. Our answers, though they may be said to be based on our ignorance, are really not so, but on what analogy teaches concerning our ignorance, viz., that it renders us incompetent judges. They are based on experience and what we do know, so that to credit religion is to trust to experience, and to disregard it is the contrary. Conclusion. 1. The reasoning of the last chapter leads us to regard this life as part of a larger plan of things. 1. Whether we are connected with the distant parts of the universe is uncertain, but it is very clear we are connected, more or less, with present, past, and future. 2. We are evidently in the midst of a scheme not fixed but progressive, and one equally incomprehensible whether we regard the present, past, or future. 2. This scheme contains as much that is wonderful as religion does, for it certainly would be as wonderful that all nature came into existence without a creator as that there should be a creator, and as wonderful that the creator should act without any rule or scheme as that he should act with one, or that he should act by a bad rule rather than a righteous one. 3. Our very nature compels us to believe that the will and character of the author of nature is just and good. 4. Whatever be his character, he formed the world as it is, and controls it as he does, and has assigned us our part and lot. 5. Irrational creatures act their part, and receive their lot without reflection, but creatures endued with reason can hardly avoid reflecting whither we go, and what is the scheme in the midst of which we find ourselves. Here follows a recapitulation of the book. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conspectus, Part 2. Part 2. Chapter 1. Importance of Christianity. Everyone must admit that we need a revelation. Few, if any, could reason out a system, even of natural religion. If they could, there is no probability that they would. Such as might would still feel the want of revelation. To say that Christianity is superfluous is as wild as to say all are happy. No exactness in attending to natural religion can make Christianity of small importance. If Christianity be from God, we must obey, unless we know all his reasons for giving it, and also that those reasons no longer exist, at least in our case. This we cannot know. The importance of Christianity appears, if we regard it, first, as a republication of natural religion. 1. It gives the moral system of the universe. 1. Free from corruptions, teaching that Jehovah created all things, governs all things, virtue is his law, mankind will be judged according to character. 2. It publishes its facts authoritatively. 3. With vastly more clearness, for example, the doctrines of a future state, danger of sin, efficacy of repentance. 4. With the advantage of a visible church, distinguished from the world by peculiar institutions. Objection: the perversions of Christianity and the little good it has done. Answer: 1. Natural religion is no less perverted and has done less good. 2. The benefits of Christianity are not small. 3. The evils ascribed to it are not its effects. Things are to be judged by their genuine tendencies. 4. The light of reason, no more than revelation, forces acquiescence. 5. With the additional advantage that every Christian is bound to instruct and persuade others. 2. As containing truths not discoverable by natural reason. 1. A mode of salvation for the ruined. 2. Duties unknown before. 3. Our relations to the Son and Holy Ghost. 1. Hence the form of baptism. 2. Pious regard to Christ and the Holy Ghost, based on our relations to them. 4. The manner of external worship. 3. The fearful hazard of neglecting Christianity. 1. Those who think natural religion sufficient must admit that Christianity is highly important. 2. Our relations to Christ being made known, our religious regard to him is an evident obligation. 3. These relations being real, there is no reason to think that our neglect of behaving suitably to them will not be attended with the same kind of consequences as follow the neglect of duties made known by reason. 4. If we are corrupt and depraved and so unfit for heaven, and if we need God's Holy Spirit to renew our nature, how can it be a slight thing whether we make use of the means for obtaining such assistance? 5. Thus, if Christianity be either true or merely credible, it is most rash and presumptuous to treat it lightly. Remarks. 1. The distinction between positive and moral obligations. 1. For moral precepts we can see the reason, for positive we cannot. 2. Moral duties are such prior to command, positive duties are such because commanded. 3. The manner in which a duty is made known does not make it moral or positive. 2. The ground of regarding moral duties as superior to positive. 1. Both have the nature of moral commands. 2. If the two conflict, we must obey the moral. Positive institutions are means to moral ends. Ends are more excellent than means. Obedience to positive institutions has no value but as proceeding from moral principle. 3. Both moral and positive duties are revealed, and so are on a level, but the moral law is also interwoven with our very nature, and so its precepts must prevail when the two interfere. 3. There is less necessity for determining their relative authority than some suppose. 1. Though man is disposed to outward and ritual religion, nothing can give us acceptance with God without moral virtue. 2. Scripture always lays stress on moral duties. 3. It is a great weakness, though very common, to make light of positive institutions, because less important than moral. We are bound to obey all God's commands. A precept, merely positive, admitted to be from God, creates moral obligation in the strictest sense. Conclusion. This account of Christianity shows our great obligation to study the Scriptures. Chapter 2. Presumptions against a revelation considered as miraculous. Having shown the need of revelation, we now examine the presumptions against it. The analogy of nature is generally supposed to afford presumptions against miracles. They are deemed to require stronger evidence than other events. First, analogy furnishes no presumption against the general scheme of Christianity. 1. It is no presumption against Christianity that it is not the discovery of reason or of experience. 2. Nor is it a presumption against Christianity that it contains things unlike the apparent course of nature. 1. We cannot suppose everything in the vast universe to be just like what is the course of nature in this little world. 2. Even within the present compass of our knowledge we see many things greatly unlike. 3. If we choose to call what is unlike our known course of things miraculous, still that does not make it improbable. Second, there is no presumption against such a revelation, as we should now call miraculous, being made at the beginning of the world. 1. There was then no course of nature as to this world. 2. Whether man then received a revelation involves a question not of miracles but of fact. 3. Creation was a very different exertion of power from that which rules the world now it is made. 4. Whether the power of forming stopped when man was made or went on and formed a religion for him is merely a question as to the degree or extent to which a power was exerted. 5. There is then no presumption from analogy against supposing man had a revelation when created. 6. All tradition and history teaches that he had, which amounts to a real and material proof. Third, there is no presumption against miracles or a miraculous revelation after the course of nature was settled. 1. Such a presumption requires the adduction of some parallel case. 2. This would require us to know the history of some other world. 3. Even then, if drawn from only one other world, the presumption would be very precarious. To be more particular, 1. There is a strong presumption against any truth till it is proved, which yet is overcome by almost any proof. Hence the question of a presumption against miracles involves only the degree of presumption, not whether the presumption is peculiar to miracles, and whether that degree is such as to render them incredible. 2. If we leave out religion, we are in total darkness as to the cause or circumstances on which the course of nature depends. 5 or 6,000 years may have given occasion and reasons for miraculous interpositions of providence. 3. Taking in religion, there are distinct reasons for miracles, to afford additional instruction, to attest the truth of instruction. 4. Miracles must not be compared with common events, but with uncommon, earthquakes, pestilence, etc. Conclusion. 1. There are no analogies to render miracles incredible. 2. On the contrary, we see good reasons for them. 3. There are no presumptions against them peculiar to them, as distinguished from other unusual phenomena. Chapter 3. Our incapacity of judging what should be expected in a revelation from God. Beside the objectors to the evidences of Christianity, there are many who object to its nature. They say it is not full enough, has in it foolish things, gives rise to superstition, subserves tyranny, is not universally known, not well arranged, figurative language, etc. It is granted that if it contained immoralities or contradictions, they would show it to be false. But other objections against religion, aside from objections against its evidences, are frivolous, as will now be shown. Let the student look to the force of the proofs rather than any consequences which may be drawn from them. First, the Scripture informs us of a scheme of government in addition to the material laws of the world. 1. If both these schemes, the physical and the moral, coincide and form one whole, then our inability to criticize the system of nature renders it credible that we are incompetent to criticize the system of grace. 2. Nature shows many things we should not have expected prior to experience. 3. Hence it is altogether likely it would be so in religion. 4. If a citizen is incompetent to judge of the propriety of the general laws of his government, he is equally incompetent to judge when and how far those laws should be suspended or deviated from. Second, we are no better judges of how revelation should be imparted, whether to every man or to some for others, or what mode or degree of proof should be given, or whether the knowledge should be given gradually or suddenly. 1. We are not able to judge how much new knowledge ought to be given by revelation. 2. Nor how far, nor in what way God should qualify men to transmit any revelation he might make. 3. Nor whether the evidence should be certain, probable, or doubtful. 4. Nor whether all should have the same benefit from it. 5. Nor whether it should be in writing or verbal. If it be said that if not in writing it would not have answered its purpose, I ask what purpose? Who knows what purposes would best suit God's general government? 6. All which shows it to be absurd to object to particular things in revelation as unsuitable. Third, hence the only question concerning the truth of revelation is whether it is a revelation. 1. No obscurities, etc., could overthrow the authority of a revelation. 2. It can only be overthrown by nullifying the proofs. 3. Though the proofs could be shown to be less strong than is affirmed, it still should control our conduct. 4th, modes of arguing which are perfectly just in relation to other books are not so as to the Bible. 1. We are competent judges of common books, but not of Scripture. 2. Our only inquiry should be to find out the sense. 3. In other books, internal improbabilities weaken external proof, but in regard to revelation we scarcely know what are improbabilities. 1. Those who judge the Scripture by preconceived expectations will imagine they find improbabilities. 2. And so they would by thus judging in natural things. It would seem very improbable prior to experience that man should be better able to determine the magnitudes and motions of heavenly bodies than he is to determine the causes and cures of disease, which much more nearly concerns him, or that we should sometimes hit upon a thing in an instant, even when thinking of something else, which we have been vainly trying to discover for years, or that language should be so liable to abuse that every man may be a deceiver, or that brute instinct should ever be superior to reason. 5th, such observations apply to almost all objections to Christianity as distinguished from objections against its evidence. For instance, the disorderly manner in which some in the apostolic age used their miraculous gifts. 1. This does not prove the acts not miraculous. 2. The person having any such gift would have the same power over it which he would have over any other ability and might pervert it. 3. To say why he was not also endued with prudence to restrain its use is but saying why did not God give a higher degree of miraculous endowment, as to which we are not competent judges. 4. God does not confer his natural gifts, memory, eloquence, knowledge, etc., only on those who are prudent and make the best use of them. 5. Nor is worldly instruction by educators commonly given in the happiest manner. 6. There is a resemblance between religion and nature in several other respects. 1. In both, common and necessary things are plain, but to go on to perfection in either requires exact and laborious study. 2. The hindrances to both religious and physical knowledge are the same in kind. A more perfect knowledge may be brought about, 1. By the progress of learning and liberty, 2. By students attending to intimations overlooked by the generality. 3. It is not wonderful that our knowledge of Bible truth should be small, for the natural world has laid open to inspection for thousands of years, and yet only lately are any great discoveries made. 4. Perhaps these scientific discoveries are to be the means of opening and ascertaining Bible truth. Objection. The cases are not parallel, for natural knowledge is of no consequence compared to spiritual. Answer 1. The cases are parallel, for natural knowledge is as important to our natural well-being as spiritual knowledge is to our spiritual well-being. Answer 2. If the cases were not parallel, there are plenty of other analogies which show that God does not dispense his gifts according to our notions of their value. Objection 2. If Christianity be intended for the recovery of men, why not sooner introduced and more widely diffused? Answer. The objection is just as strong against the natural sciences. Nay, if the light of nature and of revelation are both from the same source, we might expect that revelation would have been introduced and diffused just as it is. 1. Remedies for disease are known but to a few, or not known at all, nor to any without care and study. 2. When proposed by discoverers, they have been treated with derision, and the use rejected by thousands whom they might have cured. 3. The best remedies have been used unskilfully, and so made to produce more disease. 4. Their benefit may come very slowly. 5. In some cases they may be wholly ineffectual. 6. They may be so disagreeable that many will not submit to use them, even with the prospect of a cure. 7. Sometimes the remedy may be entirely out of reach if we were ready to take it. All this reasoning may be applied to Christianity. 7th. Having obviated all objections to Christianity from its containing things we should not have expected, we will now consider the objections against its morality. 1. Reason may judge as to whether revelation contains things contrary to justice and wisdom, etc., as those attributes are taught by natural religion, but no such objections are advanced except such as would equally condemn the constitution of nature. 2. There are indeed particular precepts to particular persons which would be immoral, but for the precept. The precept changes the nature of the action. 3. None are contrary to immutable morality. We are never commanded to cultivate the principles of ingratitude, treachery, etc. 4. God may command the taking of life or property because these are his. 5. The only real difficulty is that such commands are liable to be perverted by the wicked to their own horrid purposes and to mislead the weak, but such objections do not lie against revelation as such, but against the very notion of religion as a trial. 6. The sum of the whole is, objections against the scheme of Christianity do not affect its truth, since there are no objections against its morality. Hence objections against it, aside from its evidences, are frivolous. Objections against the evidence will be considered in a subsequent chapter, i.e. chapter 7. Chapter 4. Christianity as a scheme imperfectly understood. In the last chapter it was shown that we might expect beforehand that a revelation would contain strange things and things liable to great objections. This abates the force of such objections, or rather precludes them. But it may be said this does not show such objectionable things to be good or credible. It was a sufficient answer, chapter 7, part 1, to objections against the course of nature that it was a scheme imperfectly comprehended. If Christianity be a scheme, the like objections admit of a like answer. In studying this chapter, let chapter 7, part 1 be kept in view. First, Christianity is a scheme beyond our comprehension. 1. God's general plan is to conduct things gradually so that, finally, everyone shall receive what he deserves. 2. Christianity is a particular arrangement under this general plan, is a part of it and conduces to its completion. 3. It is itself a complicated and mysterious economy. 1. Its arrangements began from the fall of man. 2. Various dispensations, patriarchal, prophetic, etc., were preparatory to it. 3. At a certain juncture in the condition of the world, Jesus Christ came. 4. The mission of the Holy Ghost was part of this economy. 5. Christ now presides over it and will establish the church, judge the world, give up the kingdom, etc., etc. 4. Of course we can comprehend but little of such a scheme. 5. We plainly see from what is revealed that there is very much unrevealed. 6. Thus it is evident that we are as little capable of judging as to the whole system of religion as we are as to the whole system of nature. 2. In both material and spiritual things, means are used to accomplish ends. 1. Hence a thing may seem foolish to us because we do not know its object and end. 2. Its seeming foolish to us is no proof that it is so. 3. Christianity is carried on by general laws, no less than nature. 1. Why do we say there are laws of nature? 1. We indeed know some such, but nothing of the laws of many things, for example, pestilence, storms, earthquakes, diversities of human powers, association of ideas. 2. Hence we may call many things accidental, which we know are not matters of chance, but are subject to general laws. 3. It is a very little way that we can trace things to their general laws. 4. We attribute many things to such laws only by analogy. 2. Just for the same reasons, we say that miracles comport with God's general laws of wisdom. These laws may be unknown to us, but no more so than those by which some die as soon as born, or live to old age, or have superior understandings, etc. 3. We see no more reason to regard the frame and course of nature as a scheme than we have to regard Christianity as such. 1. If the first is a scheme, then Christianity, if true, would be likely to be a scheme. 2. As Christianity is revealed but in part, and is an arrangement to accomplish ends, there would, of course, seem to us in it irregularities, just as we see in nature. 3. Therefore objections against the one are answered in the same manner as objections against the other. Having, in a previous chapter, chapter 3, answered objections to Christianity as a matter of fact, and in this as a general question of wisdom and goodness, the next thing is to discuss objections in particular. As one of these is directed against the scheme, as just now described, it will be considered here. Objection. Christianity is a roundabout and perplexed contrivance, just such as men, for want of understanding or power, are obliged to adopt in their designs. Answer. 1. God uses just such complex arrangements in the natural world. The mystery is quite as great in nature as in grace. 2. We do not know what are means and what are ends. 3. The natural world and its government are not fixed but progressive. 4. Great length of time is required in some changes, for example animals, vegetables, geological periods, etc. 5. One state of life is a preparation and means for attaining another. 6. Man is impatient, but Jehovah deliberate. Chapter 5. Of a mediator and redemption by him. Nothing in Christianity is so much objected to as to the position assigned to Christ, yet nothing is more unjust. The whole world exhibits mediation. First, our existence and all its satisfactions are by the medium of others. 1. If so in the natural world, why not in the spiritual? 2. The objection therefore is not only against Christ's mediation, but all mediation. Second, we cannot know all the ends for which God punishes, nor by whom he should punish. 1. Future punishment may be as natural a sequence of sin as a broken limb is of falling from a precipice. 2. This is not taking punishment out of the hands of God and giving it to nature, it is only distinguishing ordinary events from miraculous. Third, in natural providence, God has made provision that the bad consequences of actions do not always follow. 1. We may say God could have prevented all evil, but we see he permits it, and has provided relief and even sometimes perfect remedies for it. 1. Thus the bad consequences of trifling on a precipice may be prevented by a friend if we do not reject his assistance. 2. We may ourselves do much towards preventing the bad consequences of our misdeeds. 3. Still more if assisted. 2. It might have been perfectly just if it were not so, but that it is so shows compassion as distinguished from goodness. 3. The course of nature affords many instances of such compassion. 4. Thus analogy sanctions an arrangement by which the ruinous consequences of vice or folly may be averted, at least in some cases. 5. If the consequences of rash and inconsiderate acts, which we scarcely call vicious, are often so serious, we may apprehend that the bad consequences will be greater in proportion as the irregularity is greater. 6. A dissolute disregard to all religion, if there be a religion, is incomparably more reprehensible than the mere neglects, imprudencies, etc. of this life. 7. As the effects of worldly imprudence and vice are often misery, ruin, and even death, no one can say what may be the consequences of blasphemy, contempt of God, and final impenitence. 8. Nor can anyone tell how far the consequences of such great wickedness can possibly be prevented consistently with the eternal rule of right. 9. Still there would, from analogy, be some hope of room for pardon. 4th. There is no probability that anything we could do alone would entirely prevent the effects of our irregularities. 1. We do not know all the reasons for punishment, nor why it should be fit to remit punishment. 2. Nor do we know all the consequences of vice, and so should not know how to prevent them. 3. Vice impairs men's abilities for helping themselves. 4. Misconduct makes assistance necessary which otherwise would not have been. Why should not the same things be so as to our future interests? 5. In temporal things, behaving well in time to come does not repair old errors. Why should it, as to future things? 6. Were it so in all cases, it would be contrary to all our notions of government. 7. It could not be determined in what degree or in what cases it would be so, even if we knew it might in some cases. 8. The efficacy of repentance, as urged in opposition to atonement, is contrary to the general sense of mankind, as shown by the prevalence of propitiatory sacrifices. 5th. In this state of apprehension, awakened by the light of nature, revelation comes in and teaches positively the possibility of pardon and safety. 1. Confirms our fears as to the unprevented consequences of sin. 2. Declares the world to be in a state of ruin. 3. That repentance alone will not secure pardon. 4. That there is a mode of pardon by interposition. 5. That God's moral government is compassionate as well as his natural government. 6. That he has provided by the interposition of a mediator to save men. 7. All this seems to put man in a strange state of helpless degradation. But it is not Christianity which puts him so. All philosophy and history show man to be degraded and corrupt. 6th. Scripture, in addition to confirming the dim testimony of the light of nature, reveals a Christ as mediator and propitiatory sacrifice. 1. He is that prophet. 1. Declared the will of God. 2. Published anew the law of nature. 3. Taught with authority. 4. Revealed the right manner of worship. 5. Revealed the exact use of repentance. 6. Revealed future rewards and punishments. 7. Set us a perfect example. 2. He has a kingdom which is not of this world. 1. Founded a church. 2. Governs it. 3. Of it all who obey him are members. 4. Each of these shall live and reign with him forever. 3. He is a propitiatory sacrifice. 1. How his sacrifice becomes efficacious we are not exactly told. 2. Conjectures may be absurd, at least cannot be certain. 3. If any complain for want of further instruction, let him produce his claim to it. 4. Some, because they cannot explain, leave it out of their creed and regard Christ only as a teacher. 5. We had better accept the benefit without disputing about how it was procured. 7th. We are not judges antecedent to revelation, whether a mediator was necessary, nor what should be the whole nature of his office. 1. We know not how future punishment would have been inflicted. 2. Nor all the reasons why it would be necessary. 3. The satisfaction by Christ does not represent God as indifferent whether he punishes the innocent or guilty. 1. We see in this world the innocent forced to suffer for the faults of the guilty. 2. But Christ suffered voluntarily. 4. Though, finally, everyone shall receive according to his own deserts, yet during the progress of God's scheme, vicarious sufferings may be necessary. 1. God commands us to assist others, though in many cases it costs us suffering and toil. 2. One person's sufferings often tend to relieve another. 5. Vicarious atonement for sinners serves to vindicate the authority of God's laws and to deter men from sin. 6. Objections to vicarious suffering are obviously not objections to Christianity, but to the whole course of nature. 7. The objection therefore amounts to nothing more than saying that a divine arrangement is not necessary or fit because the objector does not see it to be so, though he must own he is no judge and could not understand why it should be necessary if it were so. 8th. We have no reason to expect the same information touching God's conduct as we have in relation to our own duty. 1. God instructs us by experience. 2. This experience, though sufficient for our purposes, is an infinitely small part of his providence. 3. The things not understood involve God's appointment and Christ's execution, but what is required of us we are clearly informed. 4. Even the reasons for Christian precepts are made obvious. Chapter 6. Supposed lack of proof of revelation and its want of universality. It has been thought to be a positive argument against revelation that its evidences are not adequate, and that it is not universally known and believed. But the argument amounts to just this, that God would not bestow on us any favour except in such a mode and degree as we thought best, and did exactly the same for everybody else. Such a notion all analogy contradicts. First, men act in their most important concerns on doubtful evidence. 1. It is often absolutely impossible to say which of two modes of acting will give most pleasure or profit. 2. If it were possible, we cannot know what changes temper, satiety, ill health, etc. might produce so as to destroy our pleasure. 3. We cannot foresee what accidents may cut it all off. 4. Strong objections and difficulties may attach to the course of action we adopt, which yet all would admit ought not to deter us. 5. We may, after all, be deceived by appearances or by our passions, etc. 6. Men think it reasonable to engage in pursuit of advantage, even when the probabilities of success are against them. 2. As to the light of Christianity not being universal, 1. Temporal good is enjoyed in very different degrees even among creatures of the same species. 2. It is certain that God governs. 3. We may prudently or imprudently use our good things. 4. The Jewish religion was not universal. 5. If it be intended that Christianity should be a small light shining in a great and widespread darkness, it would be perfectly uniform with other parts of God's providence. 6. If some have Christianity so corrupted and interpolated as to cause thoughtful persons to doubt it, as is the case in some countries, and if, where it is the purest, some learn much less from it than they might, there are manifest parallels in God's natural dispensations. 7. No more is expected of anyone than is equitable under his circumstances. 8. Everyone is bound to get rid of his ignorance as far as he can, and to instruct his neighbour. 9. If revelation were universal in extent and degree, different understandings, educations, tempers, length of lives, and outward advantages would soon make the knowledge of it as different as it is at present. 3. Practical reflections. First, that the evidence of religion is not such as unavoidably to convince all may be part of our probation. 1. It gives scope for a wise or vicious use of our understanding, just as is the case in common affairs. 2. Intellectual inattention to so serious a matter is as immoral as disobedience after conviction of the truth. Secondly, if the evidence is really doubtful, it puts us on probation. 1. If a man were in doubt whether a certain person had done him the greatest favour, or whether his whole temporal interest depended on him, he ought not to regard that person as he would if there were no reason to think so. 2. So if there is only reason to apprehend that Christianity may be true, we are as much bound to examine, etc., as we would be bound to obey if we knew it was true. 3. Considering the infinite importance of religion, there is not much difference as to what ought to be the mode of life of those who are convinced and those who doubt its truth. Their hopes and fears are the same in kind, though not in degrees, and so their obligations are much the same. 4. Doubts presuppose some evidence, belief more, and certainty more still. Each state should influence our conduct and does so in common things. 5. It shows a mental defect not to see evidence unless it is glaring, and a corrupt heart not to be influenced by it unless overpowering. Thirdly, difficulties as to believing religion are no more a ground of complaint than difficulties in practicing it. 1. They constitute a wholesome discipline. 1. In allowing an unfair mind to deceive itself. 2. In requiring belief and the practice of virtue under some uncertainties. 2. In the case of some minds, speculative difficulties as to the evidence of religion is the principal trial. A full conviction of its truth would constrain some to obedience. Fourthly, the difficulties may be in the objector rather than in the religion. 1. Not sufficiently in earnest to be informed. 2. Secretly wishes religion not to be true. 3. Looks at objections rather than replies. 4. Treats the subject ludicrously. Fifthly, the proof of Christianity is level to common men. 1. They are capable of being convinced of the existence of God and of their moral accountability. 2. And they can understand the evidence of miracles and the fulfillment of prophecy. 3. If they are capable of seeing the difficulty, they are capable of understanding the proof. 4. If they pick up objections from hearsay and will not or cannot examine them thoroughly, they must remain ignorant, just as they do as to the sciences. Objection. Our directions should be too plain to admit of doubt, like those of an earthly master. Answer. The earthly master only wants his work done and is careless as to the state of the heart, but as the whole of morality consists in the state of the heart, the cases are not parallel. Finally, the credibility of our being in a state of probation is just as great as the credibility of there being any religion. Our probation may be whether we choose to inform ourselves as to our duty, and then whether we choose to do it. Such is exactly the case as to temporal matters. To discern what is best often requires difficult consideration, and yet leaves doubts, and not reflecting carefully or not acting even when there may be doubt is often fatal. Chapter 7. Positive Evidences of Christianity. Having considered the objections both to the general scheme of Christianity and to particular doctrines in it, it only remains to consider the positive evidence of its truth, i.e., what analogy teaches with regard to that evidence. There are many evidences of Christianity besides those from miracles or prophecy, which are the principal, embracing a great variety of proofs, direct and collateral and reaching through all past time. We shall now consider the proofs from miracles and prophecy. First, miracles. 1. Bible history gives the same evidence for the miracles described as for common events. 1. The miracles are evidently not put in for ornament, as speeches are by historians and poets put into the mouths of heroes. 2. The accounts of them have been quoted as genuine by various writers from that day to this. 3. These accounts are confirmed by subsequent events, and the miracles alone can account for those events. 4. The only fair way of accounting for these statements and their reception in the world is that the things really happened. 5. The statements should be admitted till disproved, even if doubtful. 2. Paul's epistles have evidences of genuineness beyond what can attach to mere history. 1. Additional. His evidence is quite detached. He received the gospel not in common with the other apostles, but separately and direct from Christ, after his ascension. 2. Peculiar. He speaks of Christ's miracles and those of others incidentally, as familiar facts fully believed by those to whom he wrote. 3. Christianity demands credence on the ground of its miracles, and was so received by great numbers, at the time and on the spot, which is the case with no other religion. 1. Its first converts embraced it on this ground. 2. It is not conceivable that they would have done so at such fearful sacrifice unless fully satisfied of the truth of these miracles. 3. Such a profession and sacrifices furnish the same kind of evidence as if they had testified to the truth of the miracles in writing. 4. It is real evidence, for they had full opportunity to inform themselves. 5. It is a sort of evidence distinct from direct history, though of the same nature. 6. Men are suspicious as well as credulous, and slow to believe against their interests as these did. 4. It lies upon unbelievers to show why all this array of proof is to be rejected, but in such an important concern we shall proceed to notice some possible objections. Objection 1. Enthusiasts make similar sacrifices for idle follies. Answer 1. This objection ignores the distinction between opinions and facts. Suffering for an opinion is no proof of its truth, but in attestation of observed facts it is proof. 2. Enthusiasm weakens testimony, it is true, even as to facts, and so does disease in particular instances, but when great numbers, not weak nor negligent, affirm that they saw and heard certain things, it is the fullest evidence. 3. To reject testimony on the ground of enthusiasm requires that the things testified be incredible, which has not been shown as to religion, but the contrary. 4. Religion is not the only thing in regard to which witnesses are liable to enthusiasm. In common matters we get at the truth through witnesses, though influenced by party spirit, custom, humour, romance, etc., etc. Objection 2. Enthusiasm and knavery may have been combined in the apostles and first Christians. Answer. Such a mixture is often seen and is often reproved in Scripture, but not more in religious than in common affairs. Men in all matters deceive themselves and others in every degree, yet human testimony is good ground of belief. Objection 3. Men have been deluded by false miracles. Answer. Not oftener than by other pretenses. Objection 4. Fabulous miracles have historical evidence. Answer. 1. If this were equal to that for Scripture miracles, the evidence for the latter would not be impaired. The objection really amounts to this, that evidence proved not to be good destroys evidence which is good and unconfuted, or to this, that if two men of equal reputation testify in cases not related to each other, and one is proved false, the other must not be believed. 2. Nothing can rebut testimony, but proof that the witness is incompetent or misled. 3. Against all such objections must be set the fact that Christianity was too serious a matter to allow the first converts to be careless as to its evidence, and also that their religion forbid them to deceive others. Second, as to the evidence from prophecy, 1. Obscurity as to part of a prophecy does not invalidate it, but is, as to us, as if that part were not written or were lost. We may not see the whole prophecy fulfilled, and yet see enough fulfilled to perceive in it more than human foresight. 2. A long series of prophecies, all applicable to certain events, is proof that such events were intended. This answers the objection that particular prophecies were not intended to be applicable as Christians apply them. Mythological and satirical writings greatly resemble prophecy. Now we apply a parable or fable or satire merely from seeing it capable of such application. So if a long series of prophecies be applicable to the present state of the world, or to the coming of Christ, it is proof that they were so intended. Besides, the ancient Jews before Christ applied the prophecies to him just as Christians do now. 3. If it could be shown that the prophets did not understand their own predictions, or that their prophecies are capable of being applied to other events than those to which Christians apply them, it would not abate the force of the argument from prophecy even with regard to those instances, for 1. To know the whole meaning of an author, we must know the whole meaning of his book, but knowing the meaning of a book is not knowing the whole mind of the author. 2. If the book is a compilation, the authors may have meanings deeper than the compiler saw. If the prophets spoke by inspiration, they are not the authors, but the writers of prophecy, and may not have known all that the divine Spirit intended, but the fulfillment of the prophecy shows a foresight more than human. Remark. This whole argument is just and real, but it is not expected that those will be satisfied who will not submit to the perplexity and labour of understanding it, or who have not modesty and fairness enough to allow an argument its due weight, or who wilfully discard the whole investigation. We now proceed to the general argument, embracing both direct and circumstantial evidence. A full discussion would require a volume and cannot be expected here, but something should be said, especially as most questions of difficulty in practical affairs are settled by evidence arising from circumstances that confirm each other. The thing asserted is that God has given us a revelation declaring himself to be a moral governor, stating his system of government and disclosing a plan for the recovery of mankind out of sin, and raising them to perfect and final happiness. First, consider this revelation as a history. 1. It furnishes an account of the world as God's world. 1. God's providence, commands, promises, and threatenings. 2. Distinguishes God from idols. 3. Describes the condition of religion and of its professors in a world considered as apostate and wicked. 4. Political events are related as affecting religion and not for their importance as mere political events. 5. The history is continued by prophecy to the end of the world. 2. It embraces a vast variety of other topics, natural and moral. 1. Thus furnishing the largest scope for criticism. 2. so that doubts of its truth confirm that truth, for in this enlightened age the claims of a book of such a nature could be easily and finally shown to be false if they were so. 3. None who believe in natural religion hold that Christianity has been thus confuted. 3. It contains a minute account of God selecting one nation for his peculiar people and of his dealings with them. 1. Interpositions in their behalf. 2. Threats of dispersion, etc., if they rebelled. 3. Promises of a Messiah as their prince, so clearly as to raise a general expectation, etc. 4. Foretelling his rejection by them, and that he should be the Saviour of the Gentiles. 4. Describes minutely the arrival of the Messiah and his life and labours, and the result in the establishment of a new religion. 2. As to the authenticity of this history. Suppose a person ignorant of all history but the Bible, and not knowing even that to be true, were to inquire into its evidence of authenticity, he would find 1. That natural religion owes its establishment to the truths contained in this book. This no more disproves natural religion than our learning a proposition from Euclid shows that the proposition was not true before Euclid. 2. The great antiquity of revelation. 3. That its chronology is not contradicted but confirmed by known facts. 4. That there is nothing in the history itself to awaken suspicion of its fidelity. 1. Everything said to be done in any age or country is conformable to the manners of that age and country. 2. The characters are all perfectly natural. 3. All the domestic and political incidents are credible. Some of these, taken alone, seem strange to some in this day, but not more so than things now occurring. 4. Transcribers may have made errors, but these are not more numerous than in other ancient books, and none of them impair the narrative. 5. That profane authors confirm scripture accounts. 6. That the credibility of the general history confirms the account of the miracles, for they are all interwoven, and make but one statement. 7. That there certainly was and is such a people as the Jews, whose form of government was founded on these very books of Moses, and whose acknowledgment of the God of the Bible kept them a distinct race. 8. That one Jesus of Jewish extraction arose at the time when the Jews expected a Messiah, was rejected by them as was prophesied, and was received by the Gentiles as was prophesied. 9. That the religion of this Jesus spread till it became the religion of the world, notwithstanding every sort of resistance, and has continued till now. 10. That the Jewish government was destroyed and the people dispersed into all lands, and still for many centuries continue to be a distinct race, professing the law of Moses. If this separateness be accounted for in any way, it does not destroy the fact that it was predicted. Conclusion. 1. Recapitulation of the preceding 10 observations. 2. Add the fact that there are obvious appearances in the world aside from the Jews which correspond to prophetic history. 3. These appearances, compared with Bible history and with each other in a joint view, will appear to be of great weight, and would impress one who regarded them for the first time more than they do us who have been familiar with them. 4. The preceding discussion, though not thorough, amounts to proof of something more than human in this matter. 1. The sufficiency of these proofs may be denied, but the existence of them cannot be. 2. The conformity of prophecies to events may be said to be accidental, but the conformity itself cannot be denied. 3. These collateral proofs may be pronounced fanciful, but it cannot be said they are nothing. Probabilities may not amount to demonstration, but they remain probabilities. 5. Those who will set down all seeming completions of prophecy and judge of them by the common rules of evidence will find that together they amount to strong proof, because probable proofs added together not only increase evidence but multiply it. 6. It is very well to observe objections, but it should be remembered that a mistake on one side is far more dangerous than a mistake on the other, and the safest conclusion is the best. 7. Religion, like other things, is to be judged by all the evidence taken together. Unless all its proofs be overthrown, it remains proved. If no proof singly were sufficient, the whole taken together might be. 8. It is much easier to start an objection than to comprehend the united force of a whole argument. 9. Thus it appears that the positive evidence of revelation cannot be destroyed, though it should be lessened. Chapter 8. Objections against the analogical argument. If all made up their minds with proper care and candour, there would be no need of this chapter, but some do not try to understand what they condemn, and our mode of argument is open to objections, especially in the minds of those who judge without thinking. The chief objections will therefore be considered. They are these. It does not solve difficulties in revelation to say that there are as great in natural religion. It will not make men religious to show them that it is as important as worldly prudence, for showing that does not make them prudent. The justice of God in the system of religion is not proved by showing it is as apparent as in his natural providence. No reasoning from analogy can carry full conviction. Mankind will not renounce present pleasures for a religion which is not free from doubt, to each of which a reply will now be given. First, as to requiring a solution of all difficulties, 1. This is but resolving to comprehend the nature of God and the whole plan of his government throughout eternity. 2. It is always right to argue from what is known to what is disputed. We are constantly so doing. The most eminent physician does not understand all diseases, yet we do not despise what he does know. 3. It is very important to find that objections against revelation are just as strong, not only against natural religion, but against the course of nature. Second, as to men's having as little reason for worldly pursuits as they have for being religious. 1. If men can be convinced that they have as much reason to be religious as they have to practice worldly prudence, then there is a reason for being religious. 2. Religion proposes greater than worldly interests and has the same reasons for belief, then it has proportionally a greater claim. 3. If religion, being left doubtful, proves it to be false, then doubts as to the success of any worldly pursuit show it to be wrong. Yet we constantly act, even in the most important affairs, without certainty of being right. Third, as to the justice and goodness of God in religion. 1. Our business is not to vindicate God, but to learn our duty, governed as we are, which is a very different thing. It has been shown that if we knew all things, present, past, and future, in the relations of each thing to all other things, we might see to be just and good what now do not seem to be so, and it is probable we should. 2. We do not say that objections against God's justice and goodness are removed by showing the like objections against natural providence, but that they are not conclusive, because they apply equally to what we know to be facts. 3. The existence of objections does not destroy the evidence of facts. The fact, for instance, that God rewards and punishes, though men may think it unjust. Even necessity, pled for human acts, does no more to abolish justice than it does injustice. 4. Though the reasonableness of Christianity cannot be shown from analogy, the truth of it may. The truth of a fact may be proved without regard to its quality. The reasonableness of obeying Christianity is proved, if we barely prove Christianity itself to be possible. 5. Though analogy may not show Christian precepts to be good, it proves them to be credible. 4th, the analogical argument does not remove doubt. 1. What opinion does any man hold about which there can be no doubt? Even the best way of preserving and enjoying this life is not agreed upon. Whether our measures will accomplish our objects is always uncertain, and still more whether the objects, if accomplished, will give us happiness. Yet men do not on this account refuse to make exertion. 2. This objection overlooks the very nature of religion. The embracing of it presupposes a certain degree of candour and integrity, to try which and exercise and improve it is its intention. Just as warning a man of danger presupposes a disposition to avoid danger. 3. Religion is a probation and has evidence enough as such, and would not be such if it compelled assent. 4. We never mean by sufficient evidence such an amount as necessarily determines a man to act, but only such as will show an action to be prudent. 5th, as to the small influence of the analogical argument. 1. As just observed, religion is a test and an exercise of character, and that some reject it is nothing to our purpose. We are inquiring not what sort of creature man is, but what he should be. This is each man's own concern. 2. Religion, as a probation, accomplishes its end, whether individuals believe or not. 3. Even this objection admits that religion has some weight, and of course it should have some influence, and if so, there is the same reason, though not so strong, for publishing it, that there would be if it were likely to have greater influence. Further, it must be considered that the reasoning in this treatise is on the principles of other men, and arguments of the utmost importance are omitted, because not universally admitted. Thus, as to fatalism and the abstract fitness or unfitness of actions. The general argument is just a question of fact, and is here so treated. Abstract truths are usually advanced as proof, but in this work only facts are adduced. That the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles is an abstract truth, but that they so appear to us is only a matter of fact. That there is such a thing as abstract right and wrong, which determines the will of God in rewarding and punishing, is an assertion of an abstract truth as well as a fact. Suppose God in this world rewarded and punished every man exactly as he obeyed or disobeyed his conscience. This would not be an abstract truth, but a fact. And if all acknowledged this as a fact, all would not see it to be right. If, instead of his doing it now, we say he will do it hereafter, this too is not an abstract truth, but a question of fact. This fact could be fully proved on the abstract principles of moral fitness, but without them there has now been given a conclusive practical proof, which, though it may be cavilled at and shown not to amount to demonstration, cannot be answered. Hence it may be said as to the force of this treatise, 1. To such as are convinced of the truth of revelation, as proved on the principles of liberty and moral fitness, it will furnish a full confirmation. To such as do not admit those principles, it is an original proof. 2. Those who believe will find objections removed, and those who disbelieve will find they have no grounds for their skepticism, and a good deal beside. 3. Thus, though some may think too much is here made of analogy, yet there can be no denying that the argument is real. It confirms all facts to which it can be applied, and of many is the only proof. It is strong on the side of religion, and ought to be regarded by such as prefer facts to abstract reasonings. Conclusion. Recapitulates the general structure and design of the argument, the classes of person for whose benefit it is particularly adopted, and declares those who reject Christianity to be wholly without excuse. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Advertisement prefixed to the first edition and introduction. If the reader should here meet with anything which he had not before attended to, it will not be in the observations upon the constitution and course of nature, these being all obvious, but in the application of them, in which, though there is nothing but what appears to me of some real weight, and therefore of great importance, yet he will observe several things which will appear to him of very little, if he can think things to be of little importance, which are of any real weight at all, upon such a subject of religion. However, the proper force of the following treatise lies in the whole general analogy considered together. It is come, I know not how, to be taken for granted by many persons that Christianity is not so much as a subject of inquiry, but that it is now at length discovered to be fictitious. Accordingly, they treat it as if in the present age this were an agreed point among all people of discernment, and nothing remained but to set it up as a principal subject of mirth and ridicule, as it were by way of reprisals for its having so long interrupted the pleasures of the world. On the contrary, thus much at least will be here found, not taken for granted but proved, that any reasonable man who will thoroughly consider the matter may be as much assured as he is of his own being that it is not so clear a case that there is nothing in it. There is, I think, strong evidence of its truth, but it is certain no one can, upon principles of reason, be satisfied of the contrary. The practical consequence to be drawn from this is not attended to by every one who is concerned in it. May 1736. Introduction. Probable evidence is essentially distinguished from demonstrative by this, that it admits of degrees, and of all variety of them, from the highest moral certainty to the very lowest presumption. We cannot indeed say a thing is probably true upon one very slight presumption for it, because, as there may be probabilities on both sides of a question, there may be some against it, and though there be not, yet a slight presumption does not beget that degree of conviction which is implied in saying a thing is probably true. But that the slightest possible presumption is of the nature of a probability appears from hence, that such low presumption, often repeated, will amount even to moral certainty. Thus a man's having observed the ebb and flow of the tide today affords some presumption, though the lowest imaginable, that it may happen again tomorrow, but the observation of this event for so many days and months and ages together, as it has been observed by mankind, gives us a full assurance that it will. That which chiefly constitutes probability is expressed in the word likely, i.e., like some truth or true event, like it in itself, in its evidence, in some more or fewer of its circumstances. For when we determine a thing to be probably true, suppose that an event has or will come to pass, it is from the mind's remarking in it a likeness to some other event which we have observed has come to pass. This observation forms, in numberless daily instances, a presumption, opinion, or full conviction that such event has or will come to pass, according as the observation is that the like event has sometimes, most commonly or always, so far as our observation reaches, come to pass at like distance of time or place or upon like occasions. Hence arises the belief that a child, if it lives 20 years, will grow up to the stature and strength of a man, that food will contribute to the preservation of its life, and the want of it, for such a number of days, be its certain destruction. So likewise the rule and measure of our hopes and fears concerning the success of our pursuits, our expectations that others will act so and so in such circumstances, and our judgment that such actions proceed from such principles, all these rely upon our having observed the like to what we hope, fear, expect, judge. I say, upon our having observed the like either with respect to others or ourselves. Thus the prince, who had always lived in a warm climate, naturally concluded in the way of analogy that there was no such thing as water's becoming hard, because he had always observed it to be fluid and yielding. We, on the contrary, from analogy conclude that there is no presumption at all against this, that it is supposable there may be frost in England any given day in January next, probable that there will on some day of the month, and that there is a moral certainty, i.e. ground for an expectation without any doubt of it, in some part or other of the winter. Probable evidence in its very nature affords but an imperfect kind of information, and is to be considered as relative only to beings of limited capacities. For nothing which is the possible object of knowledge, whether past, present, or future, can be probable to an infinite intelligence, since it cannot but be discerned absolutely as it is in itself, certainly true or certainly false. But to us probability is the very guide of life. From these things it follows that in questions of difficulty, or such as are thought so, where more satisfactory evidence cannot be had or is not seen, if the result of examination be that there appears upon the whole any, even the lowest presumption on one side, and none on the other, or a greater presumption on one side, though in the lowest degree greater, this determines the question even in matters of speculation. In matters of practice, it will lay us under an absolute and formal obligation, in point of prudence and of interest, to act upon that presumption or low probability, though it be so low as to leave the mind in very great doubt which is the truth. For surely a man is as really bound in prudence to do what upon the whole, according to the best of his judgment, appears to be for his happiness, as what he certainly knows to be so. Further, in questions of great consequence, a reasonable man will think it concerns him to remark lower probabilities and presumptions than these, such as amount to no more than showing one side of the question to be as supposable and credible as the other. Nay, such even as but amount to much less than this. For numberless instances might be mentioned respecting the common pursuits of life, where a man would be thought in a literal sense distracted, who would not act, and with great application too, not only upon an even chance, but upon much less, and where the probability or chance was greatly against his succeeding. It is not my design to inquire further into the nature, the foundation, and measure of probability, or whence it proceeds that likeness should beget that presumption, opinion, and full conviction which the human mind is formed to receive from it, and which it does necessarily produce in every one, or to guard against the errors to which reasoning from analogy is liable. This belongs to the subject of logic, and is a part of that subject which has not yet been thoroughly considered. Indeed, I shall not take upon me to say how far the extent, compass, and force of analogical reasoning can be reduced to general heads and rules, and the whole be formed into a system. But though so little in this way has been attempted by those who have treated of our intellectual powers and the exercise of them, this does not hinder but that we may be, as we unquestionably are, assured that analogy is of weight, in various degrees, towards determining our judgment and our practice. Nor does it in any wise cease to be of weight in those cases, because persons, either given to dispute, or who require things to be stated with greater exactness than our faculties appear to admit of in practical matters, may find other cases in which it is not easy to say whether it be or be not of any weight, or instances of seeming analogies which are really of none. It is enough to the present purpose to observe that this general way of arguing is evidently natural, just, and conclusive. For there is no man can make a question, but the sun will rise tomorrow, and be seen, where it is seen at all, in the figure of a circle, and not in that of a square. Hence, namely from analogical reasoning, Origen has with singular sagacity observed that, quote, he who believes the Scripture to have proceeded from him who is the author of nature may well expect to find the same sort of difficulties in it as are found in the constitution of nature, end quote. And in a like way of reflection it may be added that he who denies the Scripture to have been from God upon account of these difficulties may, for the very same reason, deny the world to have been formed by him. On the other hand, if there be an analogy or likeness between that system of things and dispensation of providence which revelation informs us of, and that system of things and dispensation of providence which experience, together with reason, informs us of, i.e. the known course of nature, this is a presumption that they have both the same author and cause, at least so far as to answer objections against the former's being from God, drawn from anything which is analogical or similar to what is in the latter, which is acknowledged to be from him. For an author of nature is here supposed. Forming our notions of the constitution and government of the world upon reasoning, without foundation for the principles which we assume, whether from the attributes of God or anything else, is building a world upon hypothesis like Descartes. Forming our notions upon reasoning from principles which we are certain, but applied to cases to which we have no ground to apply them, like those who explain the structure of the human body and the nature of diseases and medicines from mere mathematics, is an error much akin to the former, since what is assumed in order to make the reasoning applicable is hypothesis. But it must be allowed just to join abstract reasonings with the observation of facts, and argue from such facts as are known to others that are like them, from that part of the divine government over intelligent creatures which comes under our view to that larger and more credible government over them which is beyond it, and from what is present, to collect what is likely credible or not incredible, will be hereafter. This method then of concluding and determining being practical, and what, if we will act at all, we cannot but act upon in the common pursuits of life, being evidently conclusive in various degrees proportionable to the degree and exactness of the whole analogy or likeness, and having so great authority for its introduction into the subject of religion, even revealed religion, my design is to apply it to that subject in general, both natural and revealed, taking for proved that there is an intelligent author of nature and natural governor of the world. For as there is no presumption against this prior to the proof of it, so it has been often proved with accumulated evidence, from this argument of analogy and final causes, from abstract reasonings, from the most ancient tradition and testimony, and from the general consent of mankind. Nor does it appear, so far as I can find, to be denied by the generality of those who profess themselves dissatisfied with the evidence of religion. As there are some who, instead of thus attending to what is in fact the constitution of nature, form their notions of God's government upon hypothesis, so there are others who indulge themselves in vain and idle speculations, how the world might possibly have been framed otherwise than it is, and upon supposition that things might, in imagining that they should, have been disposed and carried on after a better model than what appears in the present disposition and conduct of them. Suppose now a person of such a turn of mind to go on with his reveries till he had at length fixed upon some particular plan of nature as appearing to him the best. One shall scarce be thought guilty of detraction against human understanding, if one should say, even beforehand, that the plan which this speculative person would fix upon, though he were the wisest of the sons of men, probably would not be the very best, even according to his own notions of best, whether he thought that to be so, which afforded occasions and motives for the exercise of the greatest virtue, or which was productive of the greatest happiness, or that these two were necessarily connected and run up into one and the same plan. It may not be amiss once for all to see what would be the amount of these emendations and imaginary improvements upon the system of nature, or how far they would mislead us. It seems there could be no stopping till we came to some such conclusions as these, that all creatures should at first be made as perfect and as happy as they were capable of ever being, that nothing surely of hazard or danger should be put upon them to do. Some indolent persons would perhaps think nothing at all, or certainly that effectual care should be taken that they should, whether necessarily or not, yet eventually and in fact always do what was right and most conducive to happiness, which would be thought easy for infinite power to effect, either by not giving them any principles which would endanger their going wrong, or by laying the right motive of action in every instance before their minds in so strong a manner as would never fail of inducing them to act conformably to it, and that the whole method of government by punishments should be rejected as absurd, as an awkward roundabout method of carrying things on, nay, as contrary to a principal purpose for which it would be supposed creatures were made, namely happiness. Now, without considering what is to be said in particular to the several parts of this train of folly and extravagance, what has been above intimated is a full, direct, general answer to it, namely, that we may see beforehand that we have not faculties for this kind of speculation. For though it be admitted that from the first principles of our nature we unavoidably judge or determine some ends to be absolutely in themselves preferable to others, and that the ends now mentioned, or if they run up into one, that this one is absolutely the best, and consequently that we must conclude the ultimate end designed, in the constitution of nature and conduct of providence, is the most virtue and happiness possible, yet we are far from being able to judge what particular disposition of things would be most friendly and assistant to virtue, or what means might be absolutely necessary to produce the most happiness in a system of such extent as our own world may be, taking in all that is past and to come, though we should suppose it detached from the whole things. Indeed, we are so far from being able to judge of this, that we are not judges what may be the necessary means of raising and conducting one person to the highest perfection and happiness of his nature. Nay, even in the little affairs of the present life, we find men of different educations and ranks are not competent judges of the conduct of each other. Our whole nature leads us to ascribe all moral perfection to God, and to deny all imperfection of him, and this will forever be a practical proof of his moral character to such as will consider what a practical proof is, because it is the voice of God speaking in us. Hence we conclude that virtue must be the happiness, and vice the misery of every creature, and that regularity and order and right cannot but prevail finally in a universe under his government. But we are in no sort judges what are the necessary means of accomplishing this end. Let us then, instead of that idle and not very innocent employment of forming imaginary models of a world and schemes of governing it, turn our thoughts to what we experience to be the conduct of nature with respect to intelligent creatures, which may be resolved into general laws or rules of administration in the same way as many of the laws of nature respecting inanimate matter may be collected from experiments. Let us compare the known constitution and course of things with what is said to be the moral system of nature, the acknowledged dispensations of providence, or that government which we find ourselves under, with what religion teaches us to believe and expect, and see whether they are not analogous and of a piece. Upon such a comparison it will, I think, be found that they are very much so, that both may be traced up into the same general laws and resolved into the same principles of divine conduct. The analogy here proposed to be considered is of pretty large extent, and consists of several parts, in some more, in others less exact. In some few instances perhaps it may amount to a real practical proof, in others not so. Yet in these it is a confirmation of what is proved otherwise. It will undeniably show what too many need to have shown them, that the system of religion, both natural and revealed, considered only as a system, and prior to the proof of it, is not a subject of ridicule unless that of nature be so too. And it will afford an answer to almost all objections against the system, both of natural and revealed religion, though not perhaps an answer in so great a degree, yet in a very considerable degree an answer to the objections against the evidence of it. For objections against a proof, and objections against what is said to be proved, the reader will observe are different things. The divine government of the world, implied in the notion of religion in general and of Christianity, contains in it that mankind is appointed to live in a future state, that there everyone shall be rewarded or punished respectively for all that behaviour here which we comprehend under the words virtuous or vicious, morally good or evil, that our present life is a probation, a state of trial, and of discipline for that future one, notwithstanding the objections which men may fancy they have from notions of necessity against there being any such moral plan as this at all. And whatever objections may appear to lie against the wisdom and goodness of it, as it stands so imperfectly made known to us at present, that this world being in a state of apostasy and wickedness, and consequently of ruin, and the sense both of their condition and duty being greatly corrupted amongst men, this gave occasion for an additional dispensation of providence, of the utmost importance proved by miracles, but containing in it many things appearing to us strange and not to have been expected. A dispensation of providence, which is a scheme or system of things carried on by the mediation of a divine person, the Messiah, in order to the recovery of the world, yet not revealed to all men, nor proved with the strongest possible evidence to all those to whom it is revealed, but only to such a part of mankind and with such particular evidence as the wisdom of God thought fit. The design, then, of the following treatise will be to show that the several parts principally objected against in this moral and Christian dispensation, including its scheme, its publication, and the proof which God has afforded us of its truth, that the particular parts principally objected against in this whole dispensation are analogous to what is experienced in the constitution and course of nature or providence, that the chief objections themselves which are alleged against the former are no other than what may be alleged with like justness against the latter, where they are found in fact to be inconclusive, and that this argument from analogy is in general unanswerable, and undoubtedly of weight on the side of religion, notwithstanding the objections which may seem to lie against it, and the real ground which there may be for difference of opinion as to the particular degree of weight which is to be laid upon it. This is a general account of what may be looked for in the following treatise. I shall begin it with that which is the foundation of all our hopes and of all our fears, all our hopes and fears which are of any consideration. I mean a future life. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A future life. Strange difficulties have been raised by some concerning personal identity or the sameness of living agents implied in the notion of our existing now and hereafter, or in any two successive moments, which, whoever thinks it worthwhile may see considered in the first dissertation at the end of this treatise. But without regard to any of them here, let us consider what the analogy of nature and the several changes which we have undergone, and those which we know we may undergo without being destroyed, suggest as to the effect which death may or may not have upon us, and whether it be not from thence probable that we may survive this change and exist in a future state of life and perception. First, from our being born into the present world in the helpless, imperfect state of infancy, and having arrived from thence to mature age, we find it to be a general law of nature in our own species that the same creatures, the same individuals, should exist in degrees of life and perception, with capacities of action, of enjoyment and suffering, in one period of their being, greatly different from those appointed them in another period of it. In other creatures the same law holds, for the difference of their capacities and states of life at their birth, to go no higher, and in maturity, the change of worms into flies, and the vast enlargement of their locomotive powers by such change, and birds and insects, bursting the shell of their habitation, and by this means entering into a new world, furnished with new accommodations for them, and finding a new sphere of action assigned them. These are instances of this general law of nature. Thus all the various and wonderful transformations of animals are to be taken into consideration here. The states of life in which we ourselves existed formerly, in the womb and in our infancy, are almost as different from our present, in mature age, as it is possible to conceive any two states or degrees of life can be. Therefore, that we are to exist hereafter in a state as different, suppose, from our present, as this is from our former, is but according to the analogy of nature, according to a natural order or appointment of the very same kind, with what we have already experienced. Second, we know we are endued with capacities of action, of happiness and misery, for we are conscious of acting, of enjoying pleasure and suffering pain. Now, that we have these powers and capacities before death is a presumption that we shall retain them through and after death, indeed a probability of it abundantly sufficient to act upon, unless there be some positive reason to think that death is the destruction of those living powers, because there is in every case a probability that all things will continue as we experience they are, in all respects, except those in which we have some reason to think they will be altered. This is that kind of presumption or probability from analogy, expressed in the very word continuance, which seems our only natural reason for believing the course of the world will continue tomorrow, as it has done so far as our experience or knowledge of history can carry us back. Nay, it seems our only reason for believing that any one substance now existing will continue to exist a moment longer, the self-existent substance only excepted. Thus, if men were assured that the unknown event, death, was not the destruction of our faculties of perception and of action, there would be no apprehension that any other power or event, unconnected with this of death, could destroy these faculties just at the instant of each creature's death, and therefore no doubt but that they would remain after it, which shows the high probability that our living powers will continue after death, unless there be some ground to think that death is their destruction. For if it would be in a manner certain that we should survive death, provided it were certain that death would not be our destruction, it must be highly probable we shall survive it, if there be no ground to think death will be our destruction. Though I think it must be acknowledged that prior to the natural and moral proofs of a future life commonly insisted upon, there would arise a general confused suspicion that in the great shock and alteration which we shall undergo by death, we, i.e. our living powers, might be wholly destroyed, yet even prior to those proofs there is really no particular distinct ground or reason for this apprehension at all, so far as I can find. If there be, it must arise either from the reason of the thing or from the analogy of nature. But we cannot argue from the reason of the thing that death is the destruction of living agents, because we know not at all what death is in itself, but only some of its effects, such as the dissolution of flesh, skin, and bones. These effects do in no wise appear to imply the destruction of a living agent. Besides, as we are greatly in the dark upon what the exercise of our living powers depends, so we are wholly ignorant what the powers themselves depend upon. The powers themselves as distinguished not only from their actual exercise, but also from the present capacity of exercising them, and as opposed to their destruction. For sleep, or certainly a swoon, shows us not only that these powers exist when they are not exercised, as the passive power of motion does in inanimate matter, but shows also that they exist when there is no present capacity for exercising them, or that the capacities of exercising them, for the present, as well as the actual exercise of them, may be suspended, and yet the powers themselves remain undestroyed. Since then we know not at all upon what the existence of our living powers depends, this shows further there can no probability be collected from the reason of the thing that death will be their destruction, because their existence may depend upon somewhat in no degree affected by death, upon somewhat quite out of the reach of this king of terrors, so that there is nothing more certain than that the reason of the thing shows us no connection between death and the destruction of living agents. Nor can we find anything throughout the whole analogy of nature to afford us even the slightest presumption that animals ever lose their living powers, much less, if it were possible, that they lose them by death, for we have no faculties wherewith to trace any beyond or through it, so as to see what becomes of them. This event removes them from our view. It destroys the sensible proof which we had before their death of their being possessed of living powers, but it does not appear to afford the least reason to believe that they are, then, or by that event, deprived of them. Our knowing that they were possessed of these powers up to the very period to which we have faculties capable of tracing them, is itself a probability of their retaining them beyond it. This is confirmed, and a sensible credibility is given to it, by observing the very great and astonishing changes which we have experienced. So great that our existence in another state of life, of perception and of action, will be but according to a method of providential conduct, the like to which has been already exercised, even with regard to ourselves, according to a course of nature, the like to which we have already gone through. However, as one cannot but be greatly sensible how difficult it is to silence imagination enough to make the voice of reason even distinctly heard in this case, as we are accustomed from our youth up to indulge that forward delusive faculty, ever obtruding beyond its sphere, of some assistance indeed to apprehension but the author of all error, as we plainly lose ourselves in gross and crude conceptions of things, taking for granted that we are acquainted with what indeed we are wholly ignorant of, it may be proper to consider the imaginary presumptions that death will be our destruction, arising from these kinds of early and lasting prejudices, and to show how little they really amount to, even though we cannot wholly divest ourselves of them. And first, all presumption of death's being the destruction of living beings must go upon supposition that they are compounded, and so discernible. But since consciousness is a single and indivisible power, it should seem that the subject in which it resides must be so too. For were the motion of any particle of matter absolutely one and indivisible, so as that it should imply a contradiction to suppose part of this motion to exist and part not to exist, i.e. part of this matter to move and part to be at rest, then its power of motion would be indivisible, and so also would the subject in which the power inheres, namely the particle of matter. For if this could be divided into two, one part might be moved and the other at rest, which is contrary to the supposition. In like manner it has been argued, and for anything appearing to the contrary, justly, that since the perception or consciousness which we have of our own existence is indivisible, so as that it is a contradiction to suppose one part of it should be here and the other there, the perceptive power, or the power of consciousness, is indivisible too, and consequently the subject in which it resides, i.e. the conscious being. Now, upon supposition that the living agent each man calls himself is thus a single being, which there is at least no more difficulty in conceiving than in conceiving it to be a compound, and of which there is the proof now mentioned, it follows that our organized bodies are no more ourselves or part of ourselves than any other matter around us. And it is as easy to conceive how matter, which is no part of ourselves, may be appropriated to us in the manner which our present bodies are, as how we can receive impressions from and have the power over any matter. It is as easy to conceive that we may exist out of bodies as in them, and that we might have animated bodies of any other organs and senses wholly different from these now given us, and that we may hereafter animate these same or new bodies variously modified and organized, as to conceive how we can animate such bodies as our present. And lastly, the dissolution of all these several organized bodies, supposing ourselves to have successively animated them, would have no more conceivable tendency to destroy the living beings ourselves, or deprive us of living faculties, the faculties of perception and of action, than the dissolution of any foreign matter which we are capable of receiving impressions from and making use of for the common occasions of life. Second, the simplicity and absolute oneness of a living agent cannot, from the nature of the thing, be properly proved by experimental observations. But as these fall in with the supposition of its unity, so they plainly lead us to conclude, certainly, that our gross organized bodies, with which we perceive objects of sense and with which we act, are no part of ourselves, and therefore show us that we have no reason to believe their destruction to be ours, even without determining whether our living substance be material or immaterial. For we see by experience that men may lose their limbs, their organs of sense, and even the greatest part of their bodies, and yet remain the same living agents. Persons can trace up the existence of themselves to a time when the bulk of their bodies was extremely small in comparison of what it is in mature age, and we cannot but think that they might then have lost a considerable part of that body, and yet have remained the same living agents, as they may now lose great part of their present body and remain so. And it is certain that the bodies of all animals are in a constant flux from that never-ceasing attrition which there is in every part of them. Now, things of this kind unavoidably teach us to distinguish between these living agents ourselves and large quantities of matter in which we are very nearly interested, since these may be alienated and actually are in a daily course of succession and changing their owners, whilst we are assured that each living agent remains one and the same permanent being. And this general observation leads us on to the following ones. First, that we have no way of determining by experience what is the certain bulk of the living being each man calls himself, and yet, till it be determined that it is larger in bulk than the solid elementary particles of matter, which there is no ground to think any natural power can dissolve, there is no sort of reason to think death to be the dissolution of it, of the living being, even though it should not be absolutely indeceptible. Secondly, from our being so nearly related to and interested in certain systems of matter, suppose our flesh and bones, and afterwards ceasing to be at all related to them, the living agents ourselves remaining all this while undestroyed notwithstanding such alienation, and consequently these systems of matter not being ourselves, it follows further that we have no ground to conclude any other, suppose internal systems of matter, to be the living agents ourselves, because we can have no ground to conclude this but from our relation to and interest in such other systems of matter, and therefore we can have no reason to conclude what befalls those systems of matter at death to be the destruction of the living agents. We have already several times over lost a great part or perhaps the whole of our body according to certain common established laws of nature, yet we remain the same living agents. When we shall lose as great a part or the whole by another common established law of nature, death, why may we not also remain the same? That the alienation has been gradual in one case and in the other will be more at once, does not prove anything to the contrary. We have passed undestroyed through those many and great revolutions of matter so peculiarly appropriated to us ourselves. Why should we imagine death will be so fatal to us? Nor can it be objected that what is thus alienated or lost is no part of our original solid body, but only adventitious matter. Because we may lose entire limbs which must have contained many solid parts and vessels of the original body, or, if this be not admitted, we have no proof that any of these solid parts are dissolved or alienated by death. Though we are very nearly related to that extraneous or adventitious matter, whilst it continues united to and distending the several parts of our solid body, yet after all the relation a person bears to those parts of his body to which he is most nearly related amounts but to this, that the living agent and those parts of the body mutually affect each other. The same thing in kind, though not in degree, may be said of all foreign matter, which gives us ideas and over which we have any power. From these observations, the whole ground of the imagination is removed, that the dissolution of any matter is the destruction of a living agent, from the interest he once had in such matter. Thirdly, if we consider our body somewhat more distinctly as made up of organs and instruments of perception and of motion, it will bring us to the same conclusion. Thus the common optical experiments show, and even the observation how sight is assisted by glasses shows, that we see with our eyes in the same sense as we see with glasses. Nor is there any reason to believe that we see with them in any other sense, which would lead us to think the eye itself a percipient. The like is to be said of hearing, and our feeling distant solid matter by means of something in our hand seems an instance of the like kind, as to the subject we are considering. All these are instances of foreign matter, or such as is no part of our body, being instrumental in preparing objects for and conveying them to the perceiving power, in a manner similar to the manner in which our organs of sense prepare and convey them. Both are in a like way instruments of our receiving such ideas from external objects as the author of nature appointed those external objects to be the occasions of exciting in us. Glasses are evident instances of this, namely of matter which is no part of our body preparing objects for and conveying them towards the perceiving power, in like manner as our bodily organs do. And if we see with our eyes only in the same manner as we do with glasses, the like may be justly concluded from analogy of all our other senses. It is not intended by anything here said to affirm that the whole apparatus of vision or of perception by any other sense can be traced through all its steps, quite up to the living power of seeing or perceiving, but that so far as it can be traced by experimental observations, so far it appears that our organs of sense prepare and convey objects in order to their being perceived in like manner as foreign matter does, without affording any shadow of appearance that they themselves perceive, and that we have no reason to think our organs of sense percipience is confirmed by instances of persons losing some of them, the living beings themselves, their former occupiers, remaining unimpaired. It is confirmed also by the experience of dreams, by which we find we are at present possessed of a latent, and what would be otherwise an unimagined unknown power of perceiving sensible objects, in as strong and lively a manner without our external organs of sense as with them. So also with regard to our power of moving, or directing motion by will and choice, upon the destruction of a limb, this active power evidently remains unlessened, so that the living being who has suffered this loss would be capable of moving as before, if it had another limb to move with. It can walk by the help of an artificial leg. It can make use of a pole or a lever to reach towards itself and to move things beyond the length and the power of its arm. And this it does in the same manner as it reaches and moves with its natural arm things nearer and of less weight. Nor is there so much as any appearance of our limbs being endued with a power of moving or directing themselves, though they are adapted, like the several parts of a machine, to be the instruments of motion to each other, and some parts of the same limb to be instruments of motion to the other parts. Thus a man determines that he will look at an object through a microscope, or being lame, that he will walk to such a place with a staff a week hence. His eyes and his feet, no more determined in these cases than the microscope and the staff. Nor is there any ground to think they any more put the determination in practice, or that his eyes are the seers, or his feet the movers, in any other sense than as the microscope and the staff are. Upon the whole, then, our organs of sense and our limbs are certainly instruments which the living persons ourselves make use of to perceive and move with. There is not any probability that they are any more, nor consequently that we have any other kind of relation to them than what we have to any other foreign matter formed into instruments of perception and motion, suppose into a microscope or a staff. I say any other kind of relation, for I am not speaking of the degree of it, nor consequently is there any probability that the alienation or dissolution of these instruments is the destruction of the perceiving and moving agent. And thus our finding that the dissolution of matter, in which living beings were most nearly interested, is not their dissolution, and that the destruction of several of the organs and instruments of perception and of motion belonging to them is not their destruction, shows demonstratively that there is no ground to think that the dissolution of any other matter or destruction of any other organs and instruments will be the dissolution or destruction of living agents from the like kind of relation. And we have no reason to think we stand in any other kind of relation to anything which we find dissolved by death. But it is said these observations are equally applicable to brutes, and it is thought an insuperable difficulty that they should be immortal, and by consequence capable of everlasting happiness. Now this manner of expression is both invidious and weak, but the thing intended by it is really no difficulty at all, either in the way of natural or moral consideration. For one, suppose the invidious thing designed in such a manner of expression were really implied, as it is not in the least, in the natural immortality of brutes, namely that they must arrive at great attainments and become rational and moral agents. Even this would be no difficulty, since we know not what latent powers and capacities they may be endued with. There was once, prior to experience, as great presumption against human creatures as against the brute creatures, arriving at that degree of understanding which we have in mature age, for we can trace up our own existence to the same original with theirs. We find it to be a general law of nature that creatures endued with capacities of virtue and religion should be placed in a condition of being in which they are altogether without the use of them, for a considerable length of their duration, as in infancy and childhood, and great part of the human species go out of the present world before they come to the exercise of these capacities in any degree. 2. The natural immorality of brutes does not in the least imply that they are endued with any latent capacities of a rational or moral nature. The economy of the universe might require that there should be living creatures without any capacities of this kind, and all difficulties as to the manner how they are to be disposed of are so apparently and wholly founded in our ignorance that it is wonderful they should be insisted upon by any but such as are weak enough to think they are acquainted with the whole system of things. There is then absolutely nothing at all in this objection which is so rhetorically urged against the greatest part of the natural proofs or presumptions of the immortality of human minds. I say the greatest part, for it is less applicable to the following observation, which is more peculiar to mankind. 3rd. As it is evident, our present powers and capacities of reason, memory, and affection do not depend upon our gross body in the manner in which perception by our organs of sense does, so they do not appear to depend upon it at all, in any such manner as to give ground to think that the dissolution of this body will be the destruction of these, our present powers of reflection, as it will of our powers of sensation, or to give ground to conclude even that it will be so much as a suspension of the former. Human creatures exist at present in 2 states of life and perception greatly different from each other, each of which has its own peculiar laws and its own peculiar enjoyments and sufferings. When any of our senses are affected or appetites gratified with the objects of them, we may be said to exist or live in a state of sensation. When none of our senses are affected or appetites gratified, and yet we perceive and reason and act, we may be said to exist or live in a state of reflection. Now, it is by no means certain that anything which is dissolved by death is in any way necessary to the living being, in this its state of reflection, after ideas are gained. For though, from our present constitution and condition of being, our external organs of sense are necessary for conveying in ideas to our reflecting powers, as carriages and levers and scaffolds are in architecture, yet when these ideas are brought in we are capable of reflecting in the most intense degree, and of enjoying the greatest pleasure and feeling the greatest pain, by means of that reflection, without any assistance from our senses, and without any at all, which we know of, from that body which will be dissolved by death. It does not appear, then, that the relation of this gross body to the reflecting being is, in any degree, necessary to thinking, to intellectual enjoyments or sufferings, nor consequently that the dissolution or alienation of the former by death will be the destruction of those present powers which render us capable of this state of reflection. Further, there are instances of mortal diseases which do not at all affect our present intellectual powers, and this affords a presumption that those diseases will not destroy these present powers. Indeed, from the observations made above, it appears that there is no presumption, from their mutually affecting each other, that the dissolution of the body is the destruction of the living agent. By the same reasoning, it must appear too that there is no presumption, from their mutually affecting each other, that the dissolution of the body is the destruction of our present reflecting powers. Indeed, instances of their not affecting each other afford a presumption of the contrary. Instances of mortal diseases not impairing our present reflecting powers evidently turn our thoughts even from imagining such diseases to be the destruction of them. Several things, indeed, greatly affect all our living powers, and at length suspend the exercise of them, as for instance drowsiness, increasing till it ends in sound sleep, and hence we might have imagined it would destroy them, till we found by experience the weakness of this way of judging. But in the diseases now mentioned, there is not so much as this shadow of probability to lead us to any such conclusion as to the reflecting powers which we have at present. For in those diseases, persons the moment before death appear to be in the highest vigour of life. They discover apprehension, memory, reason, all entire, the utmost force of affection, a sense of character, of shame and honour, and the highest mental enjoyments and sufferings, even to the last gasp. These surely prove even greater vigour of life than bodily strength does. Now what pretence is there for thinking that a progressive disease, when arrived to such a degree, I mean that degree which is mortal, will destroy those powers which were not impaired, which were not affected by it during its whole progress quite up to that degree? And if death by diseases of this kind is not the destruction of our present reflecting powers, it will scarce be thought that death by any other means is. It is obvious that this general observation may be carried further. There appears to be so little connection between our bodily powers of sensation and our present powers of reflection that there is no reason to conclude that death, which destroys the former, does so much as suspend the exercise of the latter, or interrupt our continuing to exist in the like state of reflection which we do now. For suspension of reason, memory, and the affections which they excite is no part of the idea of death, nor implied in our notion of it. Our daily experiencing these powers to be exercised without any assistance that we know of from those bodies which will be dissolved by death, and our finding often that the exercise of them is so lively to the last, afford a sensible apprehension that death may not perhaps be so much as a discontinuance of the exercise of these powers, nor of the enjoyments and sufferings which it implies. So that our posthumous life, whatever there may be in it additional to our present, may yet not be beginning entirely anew, but going on. Death may, in some sort and in some respects, answer to our birth, which is not a suspension of the faculties which we had before it, or a total change of the state of life in which we existed when in the womb, but a continuation of both, with such and such great alterations. Nay, for aught we know of ourselves, of our present life and of death, death may immediately, in the natural course of things, put us into a higher and more enlarged state of life as our birth does, a state in which our capacities and sphere of perception and of action may be much greater than at present. For, as our relation to our external organs of sense renders us capable of existing in our present state of sensation, so it may be the only natural hindrance to our existing immediately and of course in a higher state of reflection. The truth is, reason does not at all show us in what state death naturally leaves us, but were we sure that it would suspend all our perceptive and active powers, yet the suspension of a power and the destruction of it are effects so totally different in kind as we experience from sleep and a swoon, that we cannot in any wise argue from one to the other, or conclude even to the lowest degree of probability that the same kind of force which is sufficient to suspend our faculties, though it be increased ever so much, will be sufficient to destroy them. These observations together may be sufficient to show how little presumption there is that death is the destruction of human creatures. However, there is the shadow of an analogy which may lead us to imagine it, viz. The supposed likeness which is observed between the decay of vegetables and of living creatures. This likeness is indeed sufficient to afford the poets very apt allusions to the flowers of the field, in their pictures of the frailty of our present life. But in reason the analogy is so far from holding that there appears no ground for the comparison as to the present question, because one of the two subjects compared is wholly void of that which is the principal and chief thing in the other, the power of perception and of action, which is the only thing we are inquiring about the continuance of. So that the destruction of a vegetable is an event not similar or analogous to the destruction of a living agent. If, as was above intimated, leaving off the delusive custom of substituting imagination in the room of experience, we would confine ourselves to what we do know and understand, if we would argue only from that, and from that form our expectations, it would appear at first sight that, as no probability of living beings ever ceasing to be so can be concluded from the reason of the thing, so none can be collected from the analogy of nature, because we cannot trace any living beings beyond death. But as we are conscious that we are endued with capacities of perception and of action, and are living persons, what we are to go upon is that we shall continue so till we foresee some accident or event, which will endanger those capacities or be likely to destroy us, which death does in no wise appear to be. Thus, when we go out of this world, we may pass into new scenes and a new state of life and action just as naturally as we came into the present, and this new state may naturally be a social one. And the advantages of it, advantages of every kind, may naturally be bestowed, according to some fixed general laws of wisdom, upon every one in proportion to the degrees of his virtue. And though the advantages of that future natural state should not be bestowed, as these of the present in some measure are, by the will of the society, but immediately by his more immediate action, upon whom the whole frame of nature depends, yet this distribution may be just as natural as their being distributed here by the instrumentality of men. Indeed, though one should allow any confused, undetermined sense which people please to put upon the word natural, it would be a shortness of thought scarce credible to imagine that no system or course of things can be so, but only what we see at present, especially whilst the probability of a future life, or the natural immortality of the soul, is admitted upon the evidence of reason, because this is really both admitting and denying at once, a state of being different from the present to be natural. But the only distinct meaning of that word is stated, fixed, or settled, since what is natural as much requires and presupposes an intelligent agent to render it so, i.e. to affect it continually, or at stated times, as what is supernatural or miraculous does to affect it for once. Hence it must follow that a person's notion of what is natural will be enlarged in proportion to their greater knowledge of the works of God and the dispensations of his providence. Nor is there any absurdity in supposing that there may be beings in the universe whose capacities and knowledge and views may be so extensive as that the whole Christian dispensation may to them appear natural, i.e. analogous or conformable to God's dealings with other parts of his creation, as natural as the visible known course of things appears to us. For there seems scarce any other possible sense to be put upon the word, but that only in which it is here used, similar, stated, or uniform. This credibility of a future life which has been here insisted upon, how little soever it may satisfy our curiosity, seems to answer all the purposes of religion, in like manner as a demonstrative proof would. Indeed, a proof, even a demonstrative one, of a future life would not be a proof of religion. For that we are to live hereafter is just as reconcilable with the scheme of atheism, and as well to be accounted for by it, as that we are now alive is, and therefore nothing can be more absurd than to argue from that scheme that there can be no future state. But as religion implies a future state, any presumption against such a state is a presumption against religion. The foregoing observations remove all presumptions of that sort, and prove, to a very considerable degree of probability, one fundamental doctrine of religion, which if believed would greatly open and dispose the mind seriously to attend to the general evidence of the whole. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Government of God by Rewards and Punishments. That which makes the question concerning a future life to be of so great importance to us is our capacity of happiness and misery, and that which makes the consideration of it to be of so great importance to us is the supposition of our happiness and misery hereafter depending upon our actions here. Indeed, without this, curiosity could not but sometimes bring a subject, in which we may be so highly interested, to our thoughts, especially upon the mortality of others, or the near prospect of our own. But reasonable men would not take any further thought about hereafter than what should happen thus occasionally to rise in their minds, if it were certain that our future interest no way depended upon our present behaviour, whereas, on the contrary, if there be ground either from analogy or anything else to think it does, then there is reason also for the most active thought and solicitude to secure that interest, to behave so as that we may escape that misery and obtain that happiness in another life, which we not only suppose ourselves capable of, but which we apprehend also is put in our own power. And whether there be ground for this last apprehension certainly would deserve to be most seriously considered, were there no other proof of a future life and interest than that presumptive one which the foregoing observations amount to. In the present state, all which we enjoy, and a great part of what we suffer, is put in our own power. Pleasure and pain are the consequences of our actions, and we are endued by the author of our nature with capacities of foreseeing these consequences. We find by experience that he does not so much as preserve our lives exclusive of our own care and attention, to provide ourselves with and to make use of that sustenance by which he has appointed our lives shall be preserved, and without which he has appointed they shall not be preserved. In general, we foresee that the external things which are the objects of our various passions can neither be obtained nor enjoyed without exerting ourselves in such and such manners. But by thus exerting ourselves we obtain and enjoy these objects in which our natural good consists, or by this means God gives us the possession and enjoyment of them. I know not that we have any one kind or degree of enjoyment, but by the means of our own actions. By prudence and care we may for the most part pass our days in tolerable ease and quiet. On the contrary, we may by rashness, ungoverned passion, wilfulness, and even negligence make ourselves as miserable as ever we please. And many do please to make themselves extremely miserable, i.e., to do what they know beforehand will render them so. They follow those ways, the fruit of which they know by instruction, example, and experience will be disgrace and poverty, and sickness and untimely death. This everyone observes to be the general course of things, though it is to be allowed we cannot find by experience that all our sufferings are owing to our own follies. Why the author of nature does not give his creatures promiscuously such and such perceptions without regard to their behaviour, why he does not make them happy without the instrumentality of their own actions, and prevent their bringing any sufferings upon themselves, is another matter. Perhaps there may be some impossibilities of the nature of things which we are unacquainted with, or less happiness, it may be, would upon the whole be produced by such a method of conduct than is by the present. Or perhaps divine goodness, with which, if I mistake not, we make very free in our speculations, may not be a bare single disposition to produce happiness, but a disposition to make the good, the faithful, the honest happy. Perhaps an infinitely perfect mind may be pleased with seeing his creatures behave suitably to the nature which he has given them, to the relations which he has placed them in to each other, and to that which they stand in to himself. That relation to himself which during their existence is even necessary, and which is the most important one of all. Perhaps, I say, an infinitely perfect mind may be pleased with this moral piety of moral agents, in and for itself, as well as upon account of its being essentially conducive to the happiness of his creation. Or the whole end for which God made, and thus governs the world, may be utterly beyond the reach of our faculties. There may be somewhat in it as impossible for us to have any conception of, as for a blind man to have a conception of colours. However this be, it is certain matter of universal experience that the general method of divine administration is forewarning us or giving us capacities to foresee, with more or less clearness, that if we act so and so we shall have such enjoyments, if so and so such sufferings, and giving us those enjoyments and making us feel those sufferings in consequence of our actions. But all this is to be ascribed to the general course of nature. True, this is the very thing which I am observing. It is to be ascribed to the general course of nature, i.e., not surely to the words or ideas course of nature, but to him who appointed it, and put things into it, or to a course of operation from its uniformity or constancy called natural, and which necessarily implies an operating agent. For when men find themselves necessitated to confess an author of nature, or that God is the natural governor of the world, they must not deny this again because his government is uniform. They must not deny that he does things at all because he does them constantly, because the effects of his acting are permanent, whether his acting be so or not, though there is no reason to think it is not. In short, every man, in everything he does, naturally acts upon the forethought and apprehension of avoiding evil or obtaining good, and if the natural course of things be the appointment of God, and our natural faculties of knowledge and experience are given us by him, then the good and bad consequences which follow our actions are his appointment, and our foresight of those consequences is a warning given us by him how we are to act. Is the pleasure, then, naturally accompanying every particular gratification of passion, intended to put us upon gratifying ourselves in every such particular instance, and as a reward to us for so doing? No, certainly. Nor is it to be said that our eyes were naturally intended to give us the sight of each particular object to which they do or can extend, objects which are destructive of them, or which, for any other reason, it may become us to turn our eyes from them. Yet there is no doubt but that our eyes were intended for us to see with. So neither is there any doubt but that the foreseen pleasures and pains belonging to the passions were intended in general to induce mankind to act in such and such manners. From this general observation, obvious to everyone, that God has given us to understand, he has appointed satisfaction and delight to be the consequence of our acting in one manner, and pain and uneasiness of our acting in another, and of our not acting at all, and that we find these consequences, which we were beforehand informed of, uniformly to follow. We may learn that we are, at present, actually under his government in the strictest and most proper sense, in such a sense as that he rewards and punishes us for our actions. An author of nature being supposed, it is not so much a deduction of reason as a matter of experience that we are thus under his government in the same sense as we are under the government of civil magistrates, because the annexing of pleasure to some actions and pain to others, in our power to do or forbear, and giving notice of this appointment beforehand to those whom it concerns, is the proper formal notion of government. Whether the pleasure or pain which thus follows upon our behaviour be owing to the author of nature's acting upon us every moment which we feel it, or to his having at once contrived and executed his own plan in the government of the world, makes no alteration as to the matter before us. For if civil magistrates could make the sanctions of their laws take place without interposing at all after they had passed them, without a trial and the formalities of an execution, if they were able to make their laws execute themselves, or every offender to execute them upon himself, we should be just in the same sense under their government then as we are now, but in a much higher degree and more perfect manner. Vain is the ridicule with which one foresees some persons will divert themselves upon finding lesser pains considered as instances of divine punishment. There is no possibility of answering or evading the general thing here intended without denying all final causes, for final causes being admitted, the pleasures and pains now mentioned must be admitted too as instances of them. And if they are, if God annexes delight to some actions and uneasiness to others, with an apparent design to induce us to act so and so, then he not only dispenses happiness and misery, but also rewards and punishes actions. If, for example, the pain which we feel upon doing what tends to the destruction of our bodies, suppose upon too near approaches to fire, or upon wounding ourselves, be appointed by the author of nature to prevent our doing what thus tends to our destruction, this is altogether as much an instance of his punishing our actions, and consequently of our being under his government, as declaring by a voice from heaven that if we acted so he would inflict such pain upon us, and inflicting it whether it be greater or less. Thus we find that the true notion or conception of the author of nature is that of a master or governor prior to the consideration of his moral attributes. The fact of our case, which we find by experience, is that he actually exercises dominion or government over us at present, by rewarding and punishing us for our actions, in as strict and proper a sense of these words, and even in the same sense, as children, servants, subjects, are rewarded and punished by those who govern them. Thus the whole analogy of nature, The whole present course of things most fully shows that there is nothing incredible in the general doctrine of religion that God will reward and punish men for their actions hereafter. Nothing incredible, I mean, arising out of the notion of rewarding and punishing, for the whole course of nature is a present instance of his exercising that government over us, which implies in it rewarding and punishing. As divine punishment is what men chiefly object against and are most unwilling to allow, it may be proper to mention some circumstances in the natural course of punishments at present, which are analogous to what religion teaches us concerning a future state of punishment, indeed so analogous that, as they add a further credibility to it, so they cannot but raise a most serious apprehension of it in those who will attend to them. It has been now observed that such and such miseries naturally follow such and such actions of imprudence and wilfulness, as well as actions more commonly and more distinctly considered as vicious, and that these consequences, when they may be foreseen, are properly natural punishments annexed to such actions. The general thing here insisted upon is not that we see a great deal of misery in the world, but a great deal which men bring upon themselves by their own behaviour, which they might have foreseen and avoided. Now the circumstances of these natural punishments, particularly deserving our attention, are such as these. Oftentimes they follow, or are inflicted in the consequence of, actions which procure many present advantages, and are accompanied with much present pleasure. For instance, sickness and untimely death are the consequence of intemperance, though accompanied with the highest mirth and jollity. These punishments are often much greater than the advantages or pleasures obtained by the actions, of which they are the punishments or consequences. Though we may imagine a constitution of nature in which these natural punishments, which are in fact to follow, would follow immediately upon such actions being done or very soon after, we find on the contrary in our world that they are often delayed a great while, sometimes even till long after the actions occasioning them are forgot, so that the constitution of nature is such that delay of punishment is no sort nor degree of presumption of final impunity. After such delay, these natural punishments or miseries often come, not by degrees, but suddenly with violence, and at once. However, the chief misery often does, as certainty of such distant misery following such actions is never afforded persons, so perhaps during the actions they have seldom a distinct, full expectation of its following, and many times the case is only thus, that they see in general, or may see, the credibility that intemperance, suppose, will bring after it diseases, civil crimes, civil punishments, yet when the real probability often is that they shall escape. But things notwithstanding take their destined course, and the misery inevitably follows at its appointed time in very many of these cases. Thus also, though youth may be alleged as an excuse for rashness and folly, as being naturally thoughtless and not clearly foreseeing all the consequences of being untractable and profligate, this does not hinder, but that these consequences follow, and are grievously felt throughout the whole course of mature life. Habits contracted even in that age are often utter ruin, and men's success in the world, not only in the common sense of worldly success, but their real happiness and misery, depends in a great degree and in various parts upon the manner in which they pass their youth, which consequences they for the most part neglect to consider, and perhaps seldom can properly be said to believe beforehand. In numberless cases, the natural course of things affords us opportunities for procuring advantages to ourselves at certain times, which we cannot procure when we will, nor ever recall the opportunities if we have neglected them. Indeed, the general course of nature is an example of this. If, during the opportunity of youth, persons are indocile and self-willed, they inevitably suffer in their future life for want of those acquirements which they neglected the natural season of attaining. If the husbandman lets seed time pass without sowing, the whole year is lost to him beyond recovery. Though after men have been guilty of folly and extravagance up to a certain degree, it is often in their power to retrieve their affairs, to recover their health and character, at least in good measure. Yet real reformation is in many cases of no avail at all towards preventing the miseries, poverty, sickness, infamy, naturally annexed to folly and extravagance exceeding that degree. There is a certain bound to imprudence and misbehaviour, which being transgressed, there remains no place for repentance in the natural course of things. It is further very much to be remarked that neglects from inconsiderateness, want of attention, not looking about us to see what we have to do, are often attended with consequences altogether as dreadful as any active misbehaviour, from the most extravagant passion. And lastly, civil government being natural, the punishments of it are so too, and some of these punishments are capital, as the effects of a dissolute course of pleasure are often mortal. So that many natural punishments are final to him who incurs them, if considered only in his temporal capacity, and seem inflicted by natural appointment, either to remove the offender out of the way of being further mischievous, or, as an example, though frequently a disregarded one, to those who are left behind. These things are not what we call accidental, or to be met with only now and then, but they are things of every day's experience. They proceed from general laws, very general ones, by which God governs the world in the natural course of his providence. And they are so analogous to what religion teaches us concerning the future punishment of the wicked, so much of a piece with it, that both would naturally be expressed in the very same words and manner of description. In the book of Proverbs, for instance, wisdom is introduced as frequenting the most public places of resort, and as rejected when she offers herself as the natural appointed guide of human life. How long, speaking to those who are passing through it, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love folly, and the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge? Turn ye at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit upon you. I will make known my words unto you, but upon being neglected, because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded, but ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity, I will mock when your fear cometh, when your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you. Then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. This passage, everyone sees, is poetical, and some parts of it are highly figurative, but the meaning is obvious, and the thing intended is expressed more literally in the following words: For that they hated knowledge, and did not choose the fear of the Lord, therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the security of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. The whole passage is so equally applicable to what we experience in the present world, concerning the consequences of men's actions, and to what religion teaches us is to be expected in another, that it may be questioned which of the two was principally intended. Indeed, when one has been recollecting the proper proofs of a future state of rewards and punishments, nothing, methinks, can give one so sensible an apprehension of the latter, or representation of it to the mind, as observing that after the many disregarded checks, admonitions, and warnings which people meet with in the ways of vice and folly and extravagance, warnings from their very nature, from the examples of others, from the lesser inconveniences which they bring upon themselves, from the instructions of wise and virtuous men, after these have been long despised, scorned, ridiculed, after the chief bad consequences, temporal consequences of their follies, have been delayed for a great while, at length they break in irresistibly like an armed force. Repentance is too late to relieve, and can serve only to aggravate their distress. The case has become desperate, and poverty and sickness, remorse and anguish, infamy and death, the effects of their own doings, overwhelm them beyond the possibility of remedy or escape. This is an account of what is, in fact, the general constitution of nature. It is not in any sort meant that, according to what appears at present of the natural course of things, men are always uniformly punished in proportion to their misbehaviour, but that there are very many instances of misbehaviour punished in the several ways now mentioned, and very dreadful instances too, sufficient to show what the laws of the universe may admit, and, if thoroughly considered, sufficient fully to answer all objections against the credibility of a future state of punishments, from any imaginations, that the frailty of our nature and external temptations almost annihilate the guilt of human vices, as well as objections of another sort, from necessity, from suppositions that the will of an infinite being cannot be contradicted, or that he must be incapable of offence and provocation. Reflections of this kind are not without their terrors to serious persons, even the most free from enthusiasm and of the greatest strength of mind, but it is fit that things be stated and considered as they really are. There is in the present age a certain fearlessness with regard to what may be hereafter under the government of God, which nothing but a universally acknowledged demonstration on the side of atheism can justify, and which makes it quite necessary that men be reminded, and if possible made to feel, that there is no sort of ground for being thus presumptuous, even upon the most sceptical principles. For may it not be said of any person upon his being born into the world, he may behave so as to be of no service to it, but by being made an example of the woeful effects of vice and folly, that he may, as anyone may, if he will, incur an infamous execution from the hands of civil justice, or in some other course of extravagance shorten his days, or bring upon himself infamy and diseases worse than death, so that it had been better for him, even with regard to the present world, that he had never been born. And is there any pretence of reason for people to think themselves secure, and talk as if they had certain proof, that let them act as licentiously as they will, there can be nothing analogous to this with regard to a future and more general interest under the providence and government of the same God. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moral Government of God. As the manifold appearances of design and of final causes in the constitution of the world prove it to be the work of an intelligent mind, so the particular final causes of pleasure and pain distributed among his creatures prove that they are under his government, what may be called his natural government of creatures endued with sense and reason. This implies somewhat more than seems usually attended to when we speak of God's natural government of the world. It implies government of the very same kind with that which a master exercises over his servants, or a civil magistrate over his subjects. These latter instances of final causes as really prove an intelligent governor of the world, in the sense now mentioned and before distinctly treated of, as any other instances of final causes prove an intelligent maker of it. But this alone does not appear at first sight to determine anything certainly concerning the moral character of the author of nature, considered in this relation of governor, does not ascertain his government to be moral or prove that he is the righteous judge of the world. Moral government consists not in barely rewarding and punishing men for their actions, which the most tyrannical may do, but in rewarding the righteous and punishing the wicked, in rendering to men according to their actions, considered as good or evil, and the perfection of moral government consists in doing this with regard to all intelligent creatures in an exact proportion to their personal merits or demerits. Some men seem to think the only character of the author of nature to be that of simple absolute benevolence. This, considered as a principle of action and infinite in degree, is a disposition to produce the greatest possible happiness without regard to persons' behavior, otherwise than as such regard would produce higher degrees of it. And supposing this to be the only character of God, veracity and justice in him would be nothing but benevolence conducted by wisdom. Surely this ought not to be asserted unless it can be proved, for we should speak with cautious reverence upon such a subject. Whether it can be proved or no is not the thing here to be inquired into, but whether in the constitution and conduct of the world a righteous government be not discernibly planned out, which necessarily implies a righteous governor. There may possibly be in the creation beings to whom the author of nature manifests himself under this most amiable of all characters, this of infinite absolute benevolence, for it is the most amiable, supposing it not, as perhaps it is not, incompatible with justice. But he manifests himself to us under the character of a righteous governor. He may, consistently with this, be simply and absolutely benevolent, in the sense now explained, but he is, for he has given us a proof in the constitution and conduct of the world that he is, a governor over servants, as he rewards and punishes us for our actions. And in the constitution and conduct of it, he may also have given, besides the reason of the thing and the natural presages of conscience, clear and distinct intimations that his government is righteous or moral, clear to such as think the nature of it deserving their attention, and yet not to every careless person who casts a transient reflection upon the subject. It is particularly to be observed that the divine government which we experience ourselves under in the present state, taken alone, is allowed not to be the perfection of moral government. Yet this by no means hinders, but that there may be somewhat, be it more or less, truly moral in it. A righteous government may plainly appear to be carried on to some degree, enough to give us the apprehension that it shall be completed, or carried on to that degree of perfection which religion teaches us it shall, but which cannot appear till much more of the divine administration be seen than can be seen in the present life. The design of this chapter is to inquire how far this is the case, how far over and above the moral nature which God has given us, and in our natural notion of him as righteous governor of those his creatures to whom he has given this nature. I say how far besides this the principles and beginnings of a moral government over the world may be discerned, notwithstanding and amidst all the confusion and disorder of it. One might mention here, what has been often urged with great force, that in general less uneasiness and more satisfaction are the natural consequences of a virtuous than of a vicious course of life in the present state, as an instance of a moral government established in nature, an instance of it collected from experience and present matter of fact. But it must be owned a thing of difficulty to weigh and balance pleasures and uneasinesses, each against themselves, and also against each other, so as to make an estimate with any exactness of the overplus of happiness on the side of virtue. And it is not impossible that amidst the infinite disorders of the world there may be exceptions to the happiness of virtue, even with regard to persons whose course of life from their youth up has been blameless, and more with regard to those who have gone on for some time in the ways of vice, and have afterwards reformed. For suppose an instance of the latter case, a person with his passions inflamed, his natural faculty of self-government impaired by habits of indulgence, and with all his vices about him like so many harpies, craving their accustomed gratification. Who can say how long it might be before such a person would find more satisfaction in the reasonableness and present good consequences of virtue than self-difficulties and self-denial in the restraints of it? Experience also shows that men can to a great degree get over their sense of shame, so as that by professing themselves to be without principle and avowing even direct villainy, they can support themselves against the infamy of it. But as the ill actions of anyone will probably be more talked of, and oftener thrown in his way upon his reformation, so the infamy of them will be much more felt after the natural sense of virtue and of honour is recovered. Uneasiness of this kind ought indeed to be put to the account of former vices, yet it will be said they are in part the consequences of reformation. Still, I am far from allowing it doubtful whether virtue, upon the whole, be happier than vice in the present world. If it were, yet the beginnings of a righteous administration may, beyond all question, be found in nature, if we will attentively inquire after them. First, in whatever manner the notion of God's moral government of the world might be treated, if it did not appear, whether he were in a proper sense our governor at all, yet when it is certain matter of experience that he does manifest himself to us under the character of a governor in the sense explained, it must deserve to be considered whether there be not reason to apprehend that he may be a righteous or moral governor. Since it appears to be fact that God does govern mankind by the method of rewards and punishments according to some settled rules of distribution, it is surely a question to be asked what presumption is there against his finally rewarding and punishing them according to this particular rule, namely, as they act reasonably or unreasonably, virtuously or viciously. Rendering men happy or miserable by this rule certainly falls in, much more falls in, with our natural apprehensions and sense of things, than doing so by any other rule whatever, since rewarding and punishing actions by any other rule would appear much harder to be accounted for by minds formed as he has formed ours. Be the evidence of religion, then, more or less clear, the expectation which it raises in us that the righteous shall, upon the whole, be happy, and the wicked miserable, cannot possibly be considered as absurd or chimerical, because it is no more than an expectation that a method of government already begun shall be carried on, the method of rewarding and punishing actions, and shall be carried on by a particular rule which unavoidably appears to us at first sight more natural than any other, the rule which we call distributive justice. Nor, second, ought it to be entirely passed over that tranquillity, satisfaction, and external advantages, being the natural consequences of prudent management of ourselves and our affairs, and rashness, profligate negligence, and wilful folly, bringing after them many inconveniences and sufferings, these afford instances of a right constitution of nature, as the correction of children for their own sakes, and, by way of example, when they run into danger or hurt themselves, is a part of right education. Thus that God governs the world by general fixed laws, that he has endued us with capacities of reflecting upon this constitution of things and foreseeing the good and bad consequences of behaviour, plainly implies some sort of moral government, since from such a constitution of things it cannot but follow that prudence and imprudence, which are of the nature of virtue and vice, must be, as they are, respectively rewarded and punished. Third, from the natural course of things, vicious actions are, to a great degree, actually punished as mischievous to society, and besides punishment actually inflicted upon this account, there is also the fear and apprehension of it in those persons whose crimes have rendered them obnoxious to it, in case of a discovery. This state of fear being often itself a very considerable punishment. The natural fear and apprehension of it too, which restrains from such crimes, is a declaration of nature against them. It is necessary to the very being of society that vices, destructive of it, should be punished as being so, the vices of falsehood, injustice, cruelty, which punishment therefore is as natural as society, and so is an instance of a kind of moral government naturally established and actually taking place. And since the certain natural course of things is the conduct of providence or the government of God, though carried on by the instrumentality of men, the observation here made amounts to this, that mankind find themselves placed by him in such circumstances as that they are unavoidably accountable for their behaviour, and are often punished, and sometimes rewarded under his government, in the view of their being mischievous or eminently beneficial to society. If it be objected that good actions, and such as are beneficial to society, are often punished, as in the case of persecution and in other cases, and that ill and mischievous actions are often rewarded, it may be answered distinctly, first, that this is in no sort necessary, and consequently not natural in the sense in which it is necessary, and therefore natural that ill or mischievous actions should be punished. And, in the next place, that good actions are never punished, considered as beneficial to society, nor ill actions rewarded under the view of their being hurtful to it. So that it stands good without anything on the side of vice to be set over against it, that the author of nature has as truly directed that vicious actions, considered as mischievous to society, should be punished, and put mankind under a necessity of thus punishing them, as he has directed and necessitated us to preserve our lives by food. Fourth, in the natural course of things, virtue as such is actually rewarded and vice as such punished, which seems to afford an instance or example not only of government but of moral government begun and established, moral in the strictest sense, though not in that perfection of degree which religion teaches us to expect. In order to see this more clearly, we must distinguish between actions themselves and that quality ascribed to them which we call virtuous or vicious. The gratification itself of every natural passion must be attended with delight, and acquisitions of fortune, however made, are acquisitions to the means or materials of enjoyment. An action, then, by which any natural passion is gratified, or fortune acquired, procures delight or advantage, abstracted from all consideration of the morality of such action. Consequently, the pleasure or advantage in this case is gained by the action itself, not by the morality, the virtuousness or viciousness of it, though it be perhaps virtuous or vicious. To say that such an action or course of behaviour procured such pleasure or advantage, or brought on such inconvenience and pain, is quite a different thing from saying that such good or bad effort was owing to the virtue or vice of such action or behaviour. In one case, an action, abstracted from all moral consideration, produced its effect. In the other case, for it will appear that there are such cases, the morality of the action under a moral consideration, i.e. the virtuousness or viciousness of it, produced the effect. Now, I say virtue as such naturally procures considerable advantages to the virtuous, and vice as such naturally occasions great inconvenience and even misery to the vicious in very many instances. The immediate effects of virtue and vice upon the mind and temper are to be mentioned as instances of it. Vice, as such, is naturally attended with some sort of uneasiness, and not uncommonly with great disturbance and apprehension. That inward feeling which respecting lesser matters and in familiar speech we call being vexed with oneself, and in matters of importance and in more serious language, remorse, is an uneasiness naturally arising from an action of man's own, reflected upon by himself as wrong, unreasonable, faulty, i.e. vicious in greater or less degrees, and this manifestly is a different feeling from that uneasiness which arises from a sense of mere loss or harm. What is more common than to hear a man lamenting an accident or event, and adding, but however he has the satisfaction that he cannot blame himself for it, or, on the contrary, that he has the uneasiness of being sensible it was his own doing. Thus also the disturbance and fear, which often follow upon a man's having done an injury, arise from a sense of his being blameworthy. Otherwise there would in many cases be no ground of disturbance, nor any reason to fear resentment or shame. On the other hand, inward security and peace, and a mind open to the several gratifications of life, are the natural attendants of innocence and virtue, to which must be added the complacency, satisfaction, and even joy of heart which accompany the real exercise of gratitude, friendship, benevolence. And here, I think, ought to be mentioned the fears of future punishment and peaceful hopes of a better life in those who fully believe or have any serious apprehension of religion, because these hopes and fears are present uneasiness and satisfaction to the mind, and cannot be got rid of by a great part of the world, even by men who have thought most thoroughly upon the subject of religion. And no one can say how considerable this uneasiness or satisfaction may be, or what upon the whole it may amount to. In the next place comes in the consideration that all honest and good men are disposed to befriend honest good men as such, and to discountenance the vicious as such, and to do so in some degree, indeed in a considerable degree, from which favour and discouragement cannot but arise considerable advantage and inconvenience. Though the generality of the world have little regard to the morality of their own actions, and may be supposed to have less to that of others, when they themselves are not concerned, yet let anyone be known to be a man of virtue, somehow or other he will be favoured and good offices will be done to him, with regard to his character, without remote views occasionally, and in some low degree, I think, by the generality of the world, as it happens to come in their way. Public honours too, and advantages are the natural consequences, and sometimes at least the consequences in fact, of virtuous actions, of eminent justice, fidelity, charity, love to our country, considered in the view of being virtuous. And sometimes even death itself, often infamy and external inconveniences, are the public consequences of vice as vice. For instance, the sense which mankind have of tyranny, injustice, oppression, additional to the mere feeling or fear of misery, has doubtless been instrumental in bringing about revolutions which make a figure even in the history of the world. For it is plain that men resent injuries as implying faultiness and retaliate, not merely under the notion of having received harm, but of having received wrong, and they have this resentment in behalf of others as well as of themselves. So likewise even the generality are, in some degree, grateful and disposed to return good offices, not merely because such a one has been the occasion of good to them, but under the view that such good offices imply kind intention and good desert in the doer. To all this may be added 2 or 3 particular things which many persons will think frivolous, but to me nothing appears so which at all comes in towards determining a question of such importance as whether there be or be not a moral institution of government in the strictest sense moral, visibly established and begun in nature. The particular things are these, that in domestic government, which is doubtless natural, children and others also are very generally punished for falsehood, injustice, and ill behaviour, as such, and rewarded for the contrary, which are instances of veracity and justice and right behaviour, as such, naturally enforced by rewards and punishments, more or less considerable, that though civil government be supposed to take cognizance of actions in no other view than as prejudicial to society, without respect to the immorality of them, yet as such actions are immoral, so the sense which men have of the immorality of them very greatly contributes in different ways to bring offenders to justice, and that entire absence of all crime and guilt in the moral sense when plainly appearing will almost of course procure, and circumstances of aggravated guilt prevent, a remission of the penalties annexed to civil crimes in many cases, though by no means in all. Upon the whole then, besides the good and bad effects of virtue and vice upon men's own minds, the course of the world does in some measure turn upon the approbation and disapprobation of them as such in others. The sense of well and ill doing, the presages of conscience, the love of good characters and dislike of bad ones, honour, shame, resentment, gratitude, all these, considered in themselves and in their effects, do afford manifest real instances of virtue as such naturally favoured, and of vice as such discountenanced, more or less, in the daily course of human life, in every age, in every relation, in every general circumstance of it. That God has given us a moral nature may most justly be urged as a proof of our being under his moral government, but that he has placed us in a condition which gives this nature, as one may speak, scope to operate, and in which it does unavoidably operate, i.e. influence mankind to act, so as thus to favour and reward virtue, and discountenance and punish vice. This is not the same, but a further additional proof of his moral government, for it is an instance of it. The first is a proof that he will finally favour and support virtue effectually. The second is an example of his favouring and supporting it at present in some degrees. If a more distinct inquiry be made whence it arises that virtue as such is often rewarded and vice as such is punished, and this rule never inverted, it will be found to proceed in part immediately from the moral nature itself which God has given us, and also in part from his having given us, together with this nature, so great a power over each other's happiness and misery. For first, it is certain that peace and delight in some degree and upon some occasions is the necessary and present effect of virtuous practice, an effect arising immediately from that constitution of our nature. We are so made that well-doing as such gives us satisfaction, at least in some instances, ill-doing as such in none. And secondly, from our moral nature, joined with God's having put our happiness and misery in many respects in each other's power, it cannot but be that vice as such, some kinds and instances of it at least, will be infamous, and men will be disposed to punish it as in itself detestable, and the villain will by no means be able always to avoid feeling that infamy, any more than he will be able to escape this further punishment which mankind will be disposed to inflict upon him under the notion of his deserving it. But there can be nothing on the side of vice to answer this, because there is nothing in the human mind contradictory, as the logicians speak, to virtue, for virtue consists in a regard to what is right and reasonable as being so, in a regard to veracity, justice, charity in themselves, and there is surely no such thing as a like natural regard to falsehood, injustice, cruelty. If it be thought that there are instances of an approbation of vice as such in itself and for its own sake, though it does not appear to me that there is any such thing at all, it is evidently monstrous, as much so as the most acknowledged perversion of any passion whatever. Such instances of perversion, then, being left out as merely imaginary or at least unnatural, it must follow from the frame of our nature and from our condition in the respects now described, that vice cannot at all be, and virtue cannot but be, favoured as such by others upon some occasions, and happy in itself in some degree. For what is here insisted upon is not the degree in which virtue and vice are thus distinguished, but only the thing itself, that they are so in some degree, though the whole good and bad effect of virtue and vice as such is not inconsiderable in degree. But that they must be thus distinguished in some degree is, in a manner, necessary. It is a matter of fact of daily experience even in the greatest confusion of human affairs. It is not pretended, but that in the natural course of things happiness and misery appear to be distributed by other rules than only the personal merit and demerit of characters. They may sometimes be distributed by way of mere discipline. There may be the wisest and best reasons why the world should be governed by general laws, from whence such promiscuous distribution perhaps must follow, and also why our happiness and misery should be put in each other's power, in the degree which they are. And these things, as in general they contribute to the rewarding virtue and punishing vice as such, so they often contribute also, not to the inversion of this, which is impossible, but to the rendering persons prosperous, though wicked, afflicted, though righteous, and, which is worse, to the rewarding some actions, though vicious, and punishing other actions, though virtuous. But all this cannot drown the voice of nature in the conduct of Providence, plainly declaring itself for virtue, by way of distinction from vice and preference to it. For our being so constituted as that virtue and vice are thus naturally favoured and discountenanced, rewarded and punished, respectively as such, is an intuitive proof of the intent of nature that it should be so. Otherwise the constitution of our mind, from which it thus immediately and directly proceeds, would be absurd. But it cannot be said, because virtuous actions are sometimes punished and vicious actions rewarded, that nature intended it. For though this great disorder is brought about, as all actions are, by means of some natural passion, yet this may be, as it undoubtedly is, brought about by the perversion of such passion, implanted in us for other, and those very good purposes. And indeed these other and good purposes even of every passion may be clearly seen. We have then a declaration in some degree of present effect, from him who is supreme in nature, which side he is of, or what part he takes, a declaration for virtue and against vice. So far therefore as a man is true to virtue, to veracity and justice, to equity and charity, and the right of the case, in whatever he is concerned, so far he is on the side of the divine administration, and cooperates with it, and from hence to such a man arises naturally a secret satisfaction, and sense of security, and implicit hope of somewhat further. Fifth, this hope is confirmed by the necessary tendencies of virtue, which, though not of present effect, yet are at present discernible in nature, and so afford an instance of somewhat moral in the essential constitution of it. There is, in the nature of things, a tendency in virtue and vice to produce the good and bad effects now mentioned in a greater degree than they do in fact produce them. For instance, good and bad men would be much more rewarded and punished as such, were it not that justice is often artificially eluded, that characters are not known, and many who would thus favour virtue and discourage vice are hindered from doing so by accidental causes. These tendencies of virtue and vice are obvious with regard to individuals, but it may require more particularly to be considered that power in a society, by being under the direction of virtue, naturally increases and has a necessary tendency to prevail over opposite power, not under the direction of it. In like manner as power, by being under the direction of reason, increases and has a tendency to prevail over brute force. There are several brute creatures of equal and several of superior strength to that of men, and possibly the sum of the whole strength of brutes may be greater than that of mankind. But reason gives us the advantage and superiority over them, and thus man is the acknowledged governing animal upon earth. Nor is this superiority considered by any as accidental, but as what reason has a tendency, in the nature of the thing, to obtain. And yet perhaps difficulties may be raised about the meaning as well as the truth of the assertion that virtue has the like tendency. To obviate these difficulties, let us see more distinctly how the case stands with regard to reason, which is so readily acknowledged to have this advantageous tendency. Suppose then 2 or 3 men of the best and most improved understanding, in a desolate open plain, attacked by 10 times the number of beasts of prey. Would their reason secure them the victory in this unequal combat? Power then, though joined with reason and under its direction, cannot be expected to prevail over opposite power, though merely brutal, unless the one bears some proportion to the other. Again, put the imaginary case that rational and irrational creatures were of like external shape and manner. It is certain, before there were opportunities for the first to distinguish each other, to separate from their adversaries, and to form a union among themselves, they might be upon a level, or in several respects upon great disadvantage, though united they might be vastly superior, since union is of such efficacy that 10 men united might be able to accomplish what 10,000 of the same natural strength and understanding wholly ununited could not. In this case, brute force might more than maintain its ground against reason for want of union among the rational creatures. Or suppose a number of men to land upon an island inhabited only by wild beasts, who, by the regulations of civil government, the inventions of art, and the experience of some years, could they be preserved so long, would be really sufficient to subdue the wild beasts, and to preserve themselves in security from them. Yet a conjuncture of accidents might give such advantage to the irrational animals as they might at once overpower and even extirpate the rational ones. Length of time then, proper scope, and opportunities for reason to exert itself may be absolutely necessary to its prevailing over brute force. Further, there are many instances of brutes succeeding in attempts which they could not have undertaken had not their irrational nature rendered them incapable of foreseeing the danger of such attempt, or the fury of passion hindered their attending to it, and there are instances of reason and real prudence preventing men's undertaking what, it has appeared afterwards, they might have succeeded in by a lucky rashness. In certain conjectures, ignorance and folly, weakness and discord may have their advantages. so that rational animals have not necessarily the superiority over irrational ones, but how improbable soever it may be, it is evidently possible that in some globes the latter may be superior, and were the former wholly at variance and disunited by false self-interest and envy, by treachery and injustice and consequent rage and malice against each other, whilst the latter were firmly united amongst themselves by instinct, this might greatly contribute to the introducing such an inverted order of things, for everyone would consider it as inverted, since reason has, in the nature of it, a tendency to prevail over brute force, notwithstanding the possibility it may not prevail, and the necessity which there is of many concurring circumstances to render it prevalent. Now, I say, virtue in a society has a like tendency to produce superiority and additional power, whether this power be considered as the means of security from opposite power, or of obtaining other advantages. It has this tendency by rendering public good, an object and end to every member of the society, by putting everyone upon consideration and diligence, recollection and self-government, both in order to see what is the most effectual method, and also in order to perform their proper part for obtaining and preserving it, by uniting a society within itself, and so increasing its strength, and, which is particularly to be mentioned, uniting it by means of veracity and justice. For as these last are principal bonds of union, so benevolence or public spirit, undirected, unrestrained by them, is nobody knows what. And suppose the invisible world and the invisible dispensations of Providence to be in any sort analogous to what appears, or that both together make up one uniform scheme, the two parts of which, the part which we see and that which is beyond our observation, are analogous to each other, then there must be a like natural tendency in the derived power throughout the universe, under the direction of virtue, to prevail in general over that which is not under its direction, as there is in reason, derived reason in the universe, to prevail over brute force. But then, in order to the prevalence of virtue, or that it may actually produce what it has a tendency to produce, the like concurrences are necessary, as are to the prevalence of reason. There must be some proportion between the natural power or force which is, and that which is not, under the direction of virtue. There must be sufficient length of time, for the complete success of virtue, as of reason, cannot, from the nature of the thing, be otherwise than gradual. There must be, as one may speak, a fair field of trial, a stage large and extensive enough, proper occasions and opportunities for the virtuous to join together, to exert themselves against lawless force, and to reap the fruit of their united labours. Now, indeed, it is to be hoped that the disproportion between the good and bad, even here on earth, is not so great, but that the former have natural power sufficient to their prevailing in a considerable degree, if circumstances would permit this power to be united. For much less, very much less, power under the direction of virtue would prevail over much greater not under the direction of it. However, good men over the face of the earth cannot unite, because, among other reasons, they cannot be sufficiently ascertained of each other's characters. And the known course of human things, the scene we are now passing through, particularly the shortness of life, denies to virtue its full scope in several other respects. The natural tendency which we have been considering, though real, is hindered from being carried into effect in the present state, but these hindrances may be removed in a future one. Virtue, to borrow the Christian allusion, is militant here, and various untoward accidents contribute to its being often overborne. But it may combat with greater advantage hereafter, and prevail completely, and enjoy its consequent rewards in some future states. Neglected as it is, perhaps unknown, perhaps despised and oppressed here, there may be scenes in eternity lasting enough, and in every other way adapted, to afford it a sufficient sphere of action, and a sufficient sphere for the natural consequences of it to follow in fact. If the soul be naturally immortal, and this state be a progress towards a future one, as childhood is towards mature age, good men may naturally unite, not only among themselves, but also with their orders of virtuous creatures in that future state. For virtue, from the very nature of it, is a principle and bond of union, in some degree, among all who are endued with it, and known to each other, so as that by it a good man cannot but recommend himself to the favour and protection of all virtuous beings throughout the whole universe, who can be acquainted with his character, and can anyway interpose in his behalf, in any part of his duration. One might add, that suppose all this advantageous tendency of virtue to become effect among one or more orders of creatures, in any distant scenes and periods, and to be seen by any orders of vicious creatures throughout the universal kingdom of God, This happy effect of virtue would have a tendency, by way of example, and possibly in other ways, to amend those of them who are capable of amendment and of being recovered to a just sense of virtue. If our notions of the plan of Providence were enlarged in any sort proportionable to what late discoveries have enlarged our views with respect to the material world, representations of this kind would not appear absurd or extravagant. They are not to be taken as intended for a literal delineation of what is in fact the particular scheme of the universe, which cannot be known without revelation, for suppositions are not to be looked on as true, because not incredible, but they are mentioned to show that our finding virtue to be hindered from procuring to itself such superiority and advantages is no objection against its having, in the essential nature of the thing, a tendency to procure them. And the suppositions now mentioned do plainly show this, for they show that these hindrances are so far from being necessary that we ourselves can easily conceive how they may be removed in future states and full scope be granted to virtue, and all these advantageous tendencies of it are to be considered as declarations of God in its favour. This, however, is taking a pretty large compass, though it is certain that, as the material world appears to be, in a manner, boundless and immense, there must be some scheme of Providence vast in proportion to it. But let us return to the earth, our habitation, and we shall see this happy tendency of virtue by imagining an instance not so vast and remote, by supposing a kingdom or society of men upon it, perfectly virtuous, for a succession of many ages, to which, if you please, may be given a situation advantageous for universal monarchy. In such a state there would be no such thing as faction, but men of the greatest capacity would, of course, all along have the chief directions of affairs willingly yielded to them, and they would share it among themselves without envy. Each of these would have the part assigned him, to which his genius was peculiarly adapted, and others, who had not any distinguished genius, would be safe and think themselves very happy by being under the protection and guidance of those who had. Public determinations would really be the result of the united wisdom of the community, and they would faithfully be executed by the united strength of it. Some would contribute in a higher way, but all in some way, to the public prosperity, and in it each would enjoy the fruits of his own virtue. And as injustice, whether by fraud or force, would be unknown among themselves, so they would be sufficiently secured from it in their neighbours. For cunning and false self-interest, confederacies in injustice, ever slight and accompanied with faction and intestine treachery, these, on one hand, would be found mere childish folly and weakness when set in opposition against wisdom, public spirit, union inviolable, and fidelity on the other, allowing both a sufficient length of years to try their force. And the general influence which such a kingdom would have over the face of the earth, by way of example particularly, and the reverence which would be paid it, it would plainly be superior to all others, and the world must gradually come under its empire, not by means of lawless violence, but partly by what must be allowed to be just conquest, and partly by other kingdoms submitting themselves voluntarily to it throughout a course of ages, and claiming its protection, one after another, in successive exigencies. The head of it would be a universal monarch, in another sense than any mortal has yet been, and the Eastern style would be literally applicable to him, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. And though indeed our knowledge of human nature and the whole history of mankind show the impossibility without some miraculous interposition, that a number of men here on earth should unite in one society or government in the fear of God and universal practice of virtue, and that such a government should continue so united for a succession of ages, yet admitting or supposing this, the effect would be as now drawn out. Thus, for instance, the wonderful power and prosperity promised to the Jewish nation in the Scripture would be, in a great measure, the consequence of what is predicted of them, that the people should be all righteous and inherit the land forever. Were we to understand the latter phrase of a long continuance only, sufficient to give things time to work, the predictions of this kind, for there are many of them, cannot come to pass in the present known course of nature, but suppose them come to pass, and then the dominion and preeminence promised must naturally follow to a very considerable degree. Consider now the general system of religion, that the government of the world is uniform and one and moral, that virtue and right shall finally have the advantage and prevail over fraud and lawless force, over the deceits as well as the violence of the wicked, under the conduct of one supreme governor, and, from the observations above made, it will appear that God has, by our reason, given us to see a peculiar connection in the several parts of this scheme, and the tendency towards the completion of it, arising out of the very nature of virtue. which tendency is to be considered as something moral in the essential constitution of things. If anyone should think all this to be of little importance, I desire him to consider what he would think if vice had essentially and in its nature these advantageous tendencies, or if virtue had essentially the contrary ones. It may be objected that notwithstanding all these natural effects and natural tendencies of virtue, yet things may be now going on throughout the universe, and may go on hereafter in the same mixed way as here at present upon earth, virtue sometimes prosperous, sometimes depressed, vice sometimes punished, sometimes successful. The answer to which is that it is not the purpose of this chapter, nor of this treatise, properly to prove God's perfect moral government over the world, or the truth of religion, but to observe what there is in the constitution and course of nature to confirm the proper proof of it, supposed to be known, and that the weight of the foregoing observations to this purpose may be thus distinctly proved. Pleasure and pain are, to a certain degree, say to a very high degree, distributed amongst us without any apparent regard to the merit or demerit of characters. And were there nothing else concerning this matter discernible in the constitution and course of nature, there would be no ground from the constitution and course of nature to hope or to fear that men would be rewarded or punished hereafter according to their deserts, which, however, it is to be remarked, implies that even then there would be no ground from appearances to think that vice upon the whole would have the advantage rather than that virtue would. Thus the proof of a future state of retribution would rest upon the usual known arguments for it, which are, I think, plainly unanswerable, and would be so, though there were no additional confirmation of them from the things above insisted on. But these things are a very strong confirmation of them, for, first, they show that the author of nature is not indifferent to virtue and vice. They amount to a declaration from him, determinate and not to be evaded, in favour of one and against the other. Such a declaration as there is nothing to be set over against or answer on the part of vice. So that were a man, laying aside the proper proof of religion, to determine from the course of nature only whether it were most probable that the righteous or the wicked would have the advantage in a future life, there can be no doubt but that he would determine the probability to be that the former would. The course of nature, then, in the view of it now given, furnishes us with a real practical proof of the obligations of religion. Secondly, when conformably to what religion teaches us, God shall reward and punish virtue and vice as such, so as that every one shall, upon the whole, have his deserts, this distributive justice will not be a thing different in kind, but only in degree, from what we experience in his present government. It will be that in effect towards which we now see a tendency. It will be no more than the completion of that moral government, the principles and beginning of which have been shown, beyond all dispute, discernible in the present constitution and course of nature. Thirdly, as under the natural government of God, our experience of those kinds and degrees of happiness and misery, which we do experience at present, gives just ground to hope for and to fear higher degrees and other kinds of both in a future state, supposing a future state admitted, so under his moral government our experience that virtue and vice are, in the manners above mentioned, actually rewarded and punished at present, in a certain degree, gives just ground to hope and to fear that they may be rewarded and punished in a higher degree hereafter. It is acknowledged, indeed, that this alone is not sufficient ground to think that they actually will be rewarded and punished in a higher degree, rather than in a lower, but then, lastly, there is sufficient ground to think so from the good and bad tendencies of virtue and vice, for these tendencies are essential and founded in the nature of things, whereas the hindrances to their becoming effect are, in numberless cases, not necessary but artificial only. Now it may be much more strongly argued that these tendencies, as well as the actual rewards and punishments of virtue and vice, which arise directly out of the nature of things, will remain hereafter, than that the accidental hindrances of them will. And if these hindrances do not remain, those rewards and punishments cannot but be carried on much farther towards the perfection of moral government, i.e. the tendencies of virtue and vice will become effect, but when or where or in what particular way cannot be known at all, but by revelation. Upon the whole, there is a kind of moral government implied in God's natural government. Virtue and vice are naturally rewarded and punished as beneficial and mischievous to society, and rewarded and punished directly as virtue and vice. The notion of a moral scheme of government is not fictitious but natural, for it is suggested to our thoughts by the constitution and course of nature, and the execution of this scheme is actually begun in the instances here mentioned. And these things are to be considered as a declaration of the author of nature for virtue and against vice, They give a credibility to the supposition of their being rewarded and punished hereafter, and also ground to hope and to fear that they may be rewarded and punished in higher degrees than they are here. All this is confirmed, and the argument for religion from the constitution and course of nature is carried on farther by observing that there are natural tendencies and, in innumerable cases, only artificial hindrances to this moral scheme's being carried on much farther towards perfection than it is at present. The notion, then, of a moral scheme of government, much more perfect than what is seen, is not a fictitious but a natural notion, for it is suggested to our thoughts by the essential tendencies of virtue and vice. These tendencies are to be considered as intimations, as implicit promises and threatenings from the author of nature, of much greater rewards and punishments to follow virtue and vice than do at present. Indeed, every natural tendency which is to continue, but which is hindered from becoming effect by only accidental causes, affords a presumption that such a tendency will, some time or other, become effect, a presumption proportionable in degree to the length of the duration through which such tendency will continue. From these things together arises a real presumption that the moral scheme of government established in nature shall be carried on much farther towards perfection hereafter, and I think a presumption that it will be absolutely completed. From these things, joined with the moral nature which God has given us, considered as given us by Him, arises a practical proof that it will be completed, a proof from fact, and therefore a distinct one from that which is deduced from the eternal and unalterable relations, the fitness and unfitness of actions. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Probation, as implying trial, difficulties, and danger. The general doctrine of religion that our present life is a state of probation for a future one comprehends under it several particular things distinct from each other. The first and most common meaning of it seems to be that our future interest is now depending upon ourselves, that we have scope and opportunities here for that good and bad behavior which God will reward and punish hereafter, together with temptations to one as well as inducements of reason to the other. And this, in a great measure, is the same as saying that we are under the moral government of God, and to give an account of our actions to Him. For the notion of a future account and general righteous judgment implies some sort of temptations to what is wrong, otherwise there would be no moral possibility of doing wrong, nor ground for judgment or discrimination. But there is this difference, that the word probation is more distinctly and particularly expressive of allurements to wrong, or difficulties in adhering uniformly to what is right, and of the danger of miscarrying by such temptations, than the words moral government. A state of probation, then, as thus particularly implying in it trial, difficulties, and danger, may require to be considered distinctly by itself. As the moral government of God, which religion teaches us, implies that we are in a state of trial with regard to a future world, so also His natural government over us implies that we are in a state of trial, in the like sense, with regard to the present world. Natural government by rewards and punishments as much implies natural trial as moral government does moral trial. The natural government of God, here meant, consists in His annexing pleasure to some actions and pain to others, which are in our power to do or forbear, and giving us notice of such appointment beforehand. This necessarily implies that He has made our happiness and misery, or our interest, to depend in part upon ourselves, so far as men have temptations to any course of action which will probably occasion them greater temporal inconvenience and uneasiness than satisfaction, so far their temporal interest is in danger from themselves, or they are in a state of trial with respect to it. Now people often blame others, and even themselves, for their misconduct in their temporal concerns, and we find many are greatly wanting to themselves and miss that natural happiness which they might have obtained in the present life. Perhaps everyone does in some degree, but many run themselves into greater inconvenience and into extreme distress and misery, not through incapacity of knowing better and doing better for themselves, which would be nothing to the present purpose, but through their own fault. These things necessarily imply temptation and danger of miscarrying in a greater or less degree with respect to our worldly interest or happiness. Every one, too, without having religion in his thoughts, speaks of the hazards which young people run upon their setting out into the world, hazards from other causes than merely their ignorance and unavoidable accidents. And some courses of vice, at least, being contrary to men's worldly interest or good, temptations to these must at the same time be temptations to forego our present and our future interest. Thus, in our natural or temporal capacity, we are in a state of trial, i.e. of difficulty and danger, analogous or like to our moral and religious trial. This will more distinctly appear to anyone who thinks it worthwhile more distinctly to consider what it is which constitutes our trial in both capacities, and to observe how mankind behave under it. That which constitutes this trial in both these capacities must be something either in our external circumstances or in our nature, for on the one hand, persons may be betrayed into wrong behaviour upon surprise, or overcome upon any other very singular and extraordinary external occasions, who would otherwise have preserved their character of prudence and of virtue, in which cases everyone, in speaking of the wrong behaviour of these persons, would impute it to such particular external circumstances. On the other hand, men who have contracted habits of vice and folly of any kind, or have some particular passions in excess, will seek opportunities, and, as it were, go out of their way to gratify themselves in these respects, at the expense of their wisdom and their virtue, led to it, as everyone would say, not by external temptations, but by such habits and passions. And the account of this last case is, that particular passions are no more coincident with prudence, or that reasonable self-love, the end of which is our worldly interest, than they are with the principle of virtue and religion, but often draw contrary ways to one as well as to the other, and so such particular passions are as much temptations to act imprudently with regard to our worldly interest as to act viciously. When we say men are misled by external circumstances of temptation, it cannot but be understood that there is somewhat within themselves to render those circumstances temptations, or to render them susceptible of impressions from them. So when we say they are misled by passions, it is always supposed that there are occasions, circumstances, and objects exciting these passions, and affording them means for gratifying them. Therefore temptations from within and from without coincide and mutually imply each other. The several external objects of the appetites, passions, and affections being present to the senses, or offering themselves to the mind, and so exciting emotions suitable to their nature, not only in cases where they can be gratified consistently with innocence and prudence, but also in cases where they cannot, and yet can be gratified imprudently and viciously. This as really puts them in danger of voluntarily foregoing their present interest or good as their future, and as really renders self-denial necessary to secure one as the other, i.e. we are in a like state of trial with respect to both, by the very same passions excited by the very same means. Thus mankind, having a temporal interest depending upon themselves, and a prudent course of behaviour being necessary to secure it, passions inordinately excited, whether by means of example or by any other external circumstance towards such objects, at such times or in such degrees, as that they cannot be gratified consistently with worldly prudence, are temptations, dangerous and too often successful temptations to forego a greater temporal good for a less, i.e. to forego what is, upon the whole, our temporal interest for the sake of a present gratification. This is a description of our state of trial in our temporal capacity. Substitute now the word future for temporal and virtue for prudence, and it will be just as proper a description of our state of trial in our religious capacity, so analogous are they to each other. If, from consideration of this our like state of trial in both capacities, we go on to observe farther how mankind behave under it, we shall find there are some who have so little sense of it that they scarce look beyond the passing day. They are so taken up with present gratifications as to have in a manner no feeling of consequences, no regard to their future ease or fortune in this life any more than to their happiness in another. Some appear to be blinded and deceived by inordinate passion in their worldly concerns as much as in religion. Others are not deceived, but as it were forcibly carried away by the like passions, against their better judgment, and feeble resolutions too of acting better. And there are men, and truly not a few, who shamelessly avow not their interest but their mere will and pleasure to be their law of life, and who, in open defiance of everything reasonable, will go on in a course of vicious extravagance, foreseeing with no remorse and little fear that it will be their temporal ruin, and some of them under the apprehension of the consequences of wickedness in another state. To speak in the most moderate way, human creatures are not only continually liable to go wrong voluntarily, but we see likewise that they often actually do so with respect to their temporal interests, as well as with respect to religion. Thus our difficulties and dangers, or our trials in our temporal and our religious capacity, as they proceed from the same causes, have the same effect upon men's behaviour, are evidently analogous and of the same kind. It may be added that the difficulties and dangers of miscarrying in our religious state of trial are greatly increased, and one is ready to think are in a manner wholly made by the ill behaviour of others, by a wrong education, wrong in a moral sense, sometimes positively vicious, by general bad example, by the dishonest artifices which are got into business of all kinds, and in very many parts of the world by religions being corrupted into superstitions which indulge men in their vices. In like manner, the difficulties of conducting ourselves prudently in respect to our present interest, and our danger of being led aside from pursuing it, are greatly increased by a foolish education, and after we come to mature age, by the extravagance and carelessness of others with whom we have intercourse, and by mistaken notions very generally prevalent, and taken up from common opinion concerning temporal happiness, and wherein it consists. Persons, by their own negligence and folly in temporal affairs, no less than by a course of vice, bring themselves into new difficulties, and by habits of indulgence become less qualified to go through them, and one irregularity after another embarrasses things to such a degree that they know not whereabout they are, and often make the path of conduct so intricate and perplexed that it is difficult to trace it out, difficult even to determine what is the prudent or the moral part. Thus, for instance, wrong behaviour in one stage of life, youth, wrong, I mean, considering ourselves only in our temporal capacity, without taking in religion, this in several ways increases the difficulties of right behaviour in mature age, i.e. puts us into a more disadvantageous state of trial in our temporal capacity. We are an inferior part of the creation of God. There are natural appearances of our being in a state of degradation. We certainly are in a condition which does not seem by any means the most advantageous we could imagine or desire, either in our natural or moral capacity, for securing either our present or future interest. However, this condition, low and careful and uncertain as it is, does not afford any just ground of complaint. For as men may manage their temporal affairs with prudence, and so pass their days here on earth in tolerable ease and satisfaction by a moderate degree of care, so likewise with regard to religion there is no more required than what they are well able to do, and what they must be greatly wanting to themselves if they neglect. And for persons to have that put upon them which they are well able to go through, and no more, we naturally consider as an equitable thing, supposing it done by proper authority. Nor have we any more reason to complain of it with regard to the author of nature than of his not having given us advantages belonging to other orders of creatures. Remarks. The thing here insisted upon is that the state of trial which religion teaches us we are in is rendered credible by its being throughout uniform and of a piece with the general conduct of Providence towards us in all other respects within the compass of our knowledge. Indeed, if mankind considered in their natural capacity, as inhabitants of this world only, found themselves from their birth to their death in a settled state of security and happiness, without any solicitude or thought of their own, or if they were in no danger of being brought into inconveniences and distress by carelessness or the folly of passion, through bad example, the treachery of others, or the deceitful appearances of things, were this our natural condition, then it might seem strange and be some presumption against the truth of religion that it represents our future and more general interest as not secure of course, but as depending upon our behaviour and requiring recollection and self-government to obtain it. It then might be alleged, what you say is our condition in one respect is not in any wise of a sort with what we find by experience is our condition in another. Our whole present interest is secured to our hands without any solicitude of ours, and why should not our future interest, if we have any such, be so too? But since, on the contrary, thought and consideration, the voluntary denying ourselves many things which we desire, and a course of behaviour far from being always agreeable to us, are absolutely necessary to our acting even a common decent and common prudent part, so as to pass with any satisfaction through the present world, and be received upon any tolerable good terms in it. Since this is the case, all presumption against self-denial and attention being necessary to secure our higher interest is removed. Had we not experience, it might, perhaps speciously, be urged that it is improbable anything of hazard and danger should be put upon us by an infinite being, when everything which has hazard and danger in our manner of conception, and will end in error, confusion, and misery, is already certain in his foreknowledge. Indeed, why anything of hazard and danger should be put upon such frail creatures as we are may well be thought a difficulty in speculation, and cannot but be so, till we know the whole, or at least much more of the case. But still the constitution of nature is as it is. Our happiness and misery are trusted to our conduct, and made to depend upon it. Somewhat, and in many circumstances a great deal too, is put upon us either to do or to suffer as we choose. All the various miseries of life which people bring upon themselves by negligence and folly, and might have avoided by proper care, are instances of this, which miseries are beforehand just as contingent and undetermined as conduct, and left to be determined by it. These observations are an answer to the objections against the credibility of a state of trial, as implying temptations, and real danger of miscarrying with regard to our general interest under the moral government of God. And they show that if we are at all to be considered in such a capacity, and as having such an interest, the general analogy of Providence must lead us to apprehend ourselves in danger of miscarrying in different degrees as to this interest, by our neglecting to act the proper part belonging to us in that capacity. For we have a present interest under the government of God, which we experience here upon earth. This interest, as it is not forced upon us, so neither is it offered to our acceptance, but to our acquisition, and in such manner as that we are in danger of missing it by means of temptations to neglect or act contrary to it, and without attention and self-denial we must and do miss it. It is then perfectly credible that this may be our case with respect to that chief and final good which religion proposes to us. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Probation as intended for moral discipline and improvement. From the consideration of our being in a probation state, of so much difficulty and hazard, naturally arises the question how we came to be placed in it. But such a general inquiry as this would be found involved in insuperable difficulties. For though some of these difficulties would be lessened by observing that all wickedness is voluntary, as is implied in its very notion, and that many of the miseries of life have apparent good effects, yet when we consider other circumstances belonging to both, and what must be the consequence of the former in a life to come, it cannot but be acknowledged plain folly and presumption to pretend to give an account of the whole reasons of this matter, the whole reasons of our being allotted a condition out of which so much wickedness and misery, so circumstanced, would in fact arise. Whether it be not beyond our faculties, not only to find out, but even to understand, or, though we should be supposed capable of understanding it, yet whether it would be of service or prejudice to us to be informed of it, is impossible to say. But, as our present condition can in no wise be shown to be inconsistent with the perfect moral government of God, so religion teaches us we were placed in it, that we might qualify ourselves by the practice of virtue for another state which is to follow it. This, though but a partial answer, a very partial one indeed, to the inquiry now mentioned, is yet a more satisfactory answer to another, which is of real and of the utmost importance to us to have answered, viz., what is our business here? The known end, then, why we are placed in a state of so much affliction, hazard, and difficulty, is our improvement in virtue and piety, as the requisite qualification for a state of security and happiness. The beginning of life, considered as an education for mature age in the present world, appears plainly at first sight analogous to this our trial for a future one, the former being in our temporal capacity what the latter is in our religious capacity. Some observations common to both, and a more distinct consideration of each, will more distinctly show the extent and force of the analogy between them, and the credibility which arises from hence, as well as from the nature of the thing, that the present life was intended to be a state of discipline for a future one. First, every species of creatures is, we see, designed for a particular way of life, to which the nature, the capacities, temper, and qualifications of each species are as necessary as their external circumstances. Both come into the notion of such a state or particular way of life, and are constituent parts of it. Change a man's capacities or character, to the degree in which it is conceivable they may be changed, and he would be altogether incapable of a human course of life and human happiness, as incapable as if his nature, continuing unchanged, he were placed in a world where he had no sphere of action, nor any objects to answer his appetites, passions, and affections of any sort. One thing is set over against another, as an ancient writer expresses it. Our nature corresponds to our external condition. Without this correspondence there would be no possibility of any such thing as human life and happiness, which life and happiness are therefore a result from our nature and condition jointly, meaning by human life not living in the literal sense, but the whole complex notion commonly understood by those words. So that without determining what will be the employment and happiness, the particular life of good men hereafter, there must be some determinate capacities, some necessary character and qualifications, without which persons cannot but be utterly incapable of it, in like manner as there must be some without which men would be incapable of their present state of life. Second, the constitution of human creatures, and indeed of all creatures which come under our notice, is such as that they are capable of naturally becoming qualified for states of life for which they were once wholly unqualified. In imagination we may indeed conceive of creatures incapable of having any of their faculties naturally enlarged, or as being unable naturally to acquire any new qualifications. But the faculties of every species known to us are made for enlargement, for acquirements of experience and habits. We find ourselves in particular endued with capacities not only of perceiving ideas and of knowledge or perceiving truth, but also of storing up ideas and knowledge by memory. We are capable not only of acting and of having different momentary impressions made upon us, but of getting a new facility in any kind of action, and of settled alterations in our temper or character. The power of the two last is the power of habits, but neither the perception of ideas nor knowledge of any sort are habits, though absolutely necessary to the forming of them. However, apprehension, reason, memory, which are the capacity of acquiring knowledge, are greatly improved by exercise. Whether the word habit is applicable to all these improvements, and in particular how far the powers of memory and of habits may be powers of the same nature, I shall not inquire. But that perceptions come into our minds readily and of course by means of their having been there before, seems a thing of the same sort, as readiness in any particular kind of action proceeding from being accustomed to it. Aptness to recollect practical observations of service in our conduct is plainly habit in many cases. There are habits of perception and habits of action. An instance of the former is our constant and even involuntary readiness in correcting the impressions of our sight concerning magnitudes and distances, so as to substitute judgment in the room of sensation imperceptibly to ourselves. It seems as if all other associations of ideas, not naturally connected, might be called passive habits, as properly as our readiness in understanding languages upon sight or hearing of words. Our readiness in speaking and writing them are instances of active habits. For distinctness, we may consider habits as belonging to the body or to the mind. The latter will be explained by the former. Under the former are comprehended all bodily activities or motions, whether graceful or unbecoming, which are owing to use. Under the latter, general habits of life and conduct, such as those of obedience and submission to authority, or to any particular person, those of veracity, justice, and charity, those of attention, industry, self-government, envy, revenge. Habits of this latter kind seem produced by repeated acts as well as the former, and as habits belonging to the body are produced by external acts, so habits of the mind are produced by the exertion of inward practical principles, i.e. by carrying them into act or acting upon them. The principles of obedience, of veracity, justice, and charity. Nor can those habits be formed by any external course of action, otherwise than as it proceeds from these principles, because it is only these inward principles exerted which are strictly acts of obedience, of veracity, of justice, and of charity. So likewise habits of attention, industry, self-government are in the same manner acquired by exercise, and habits of envy and revenge by indulgence, whether in outward act or in thought and intention, i.e. inward act, for such an intention is an act. Resolutions to do well are also properly acts, and endeavouring to enforce upon our own minds a practical sense of virtue, or to beget in others that practical sense of it which a man really has himself, is a virtuous act. All these, therefore, may and will contribute towards forming good habits, but going over the theory of virtue in one's thoughts, talking well and drawing fine pictures of it, this is so far from necessarily or certainly conducing to form a habit of it in him who thus employs himself, that it may harden the mind in a contrary course, and render it gradually more insensible, i.e. form a habit of insensibility to all moral considerations. For from our very faculty of habits, passive impressions, by being repeated, grow weaker. Thoughts, by often passing through the mind, are felt less sensibly. Being accustomed to danger begets intrepidity, i.e. lessens fear. To distress lessens the passion of pity. To instances of others' mortality lessens the sensible apprehension of our own. From these two observations together, that practical habits are formed and strengthened by repeated acts, and that passive impressions grow weaker by being repeated upon us, it must follow that active habits may be gradually forming and strengthening by a course of acting upon such and such motives and excitements, while these motives and excitements themselves are, by proportionable degrees, growing less sensible, i.e. are continually less and less sensibly felt, even as the active habits strengthen. And experience confirms this, for active principles, at the very time that they are less lively in perception than they were, are found to be somehow wrought more thoroughly into the temper and character, and become more effectual in influencing our practice. The three things just mentioned may afford instances of it. Perception of danger is a natural excitement of passive fear and active caution, and by being inured to danger, habits of the latter are gradually wrought at the same time that the former gradually lessens. Perception of distress in others is a natural excitement, passively to pity and actively to relieve it. But let a man set himself to attend to, inquire out, and relieve distressed persons, and he cannot but grow less and less sensibly affected with the various miseries of life with which he must become acquainted. When yet at the same time benevolence, considered not as a passion, but as a practical principle of action, will strengthen, and while he passively compassionates the distressed less, he will acquire a greater aptitude actively to assist and befriend them. So also at the same time that the daily instances of men's dying around us give us daily a less sensible passive feeling or apprehension of our own mortality, such instances greatly contribute to the strengthening a practical regard to it in serious men, i.e. to forming a habit of acting with a constant view to it. This seems further to show that passive impressions made upon our minds by admonition, experience, or example, though they may have a remote efficacy and a very great one towards forming active habits, yet can have this efficacy no otherwise than by inducing us to such a course of action, and that it is not being affected so-and-so, but acting which forms those habits. Only it must be always remembered that real endeavours to enforce good impressions upon ourselves are species of virtuous action. Nor do we know how far it is possible in the nature of things that effects should be wrought in us at once, equivalent to habits, i.e. what is wrought by use and exercise. The thing insisted on is, not what may be possible, but what is in fact the appointment of nature, which is that active habits are to be formed by exercise. Their progress may be so gradual as to be imperceptible in its steps. It may be hard to explain the faculty by which we are capable of habits throughout its several parts, and to trace it up to its original so as to distinguish it from all others in our mind. It seems as if contrary effects were to be ascribed to it. But the thing in general, that our nature is formed to yield to use and exercise, in some such manner as this, is matter of certain experience. Thus, by accustoming ourselves to any course of action, we get an aptness to go on, a facility, readiness, and often pleasure in it. The inclinations which rendered us averse to it grow weaker, the difficulties in it, not only the imaginary but the real ones, lessen. The reasons for it offer themselves, of course, to our thoughts upon all occasions, and the least glimpse of them is sufficient to make us go on in a course of action to which we have been accustomed. Practical principles appear to grow stronger, absolutely in themselves by exercise, as well as relatively with regard to contrary principles which, by being accustomed to submit do so habitually and of course. Thus a new character in several respects may be formed, and many habitudes of life not given by nature, but which nature directs us to acquire. Third, indeed we may be assured that we should never have had these capacities of improving by experience, acquired knowledge and habits, had they not been necessary and intended to be made use of, and accordingly we find them so necessary and so much intended that without them we should be utterly incapable of that which was the end for which we were made, considered in our temporal capacity only, the employments and satisfactions of our mature state of life. Nature does in no wise qualify us wholly, much less at once, for this mature state of life. Even maturity of understanding and bodily strength not only are arrived at gradually, but are also very much owing to the continued exercise of our powers of body and mind from infancy. If we suppose a person brought into the world with both these in maturity, as far as this is conceivable, he would plainly at first be as unqualified for the human life of mature age as an idiot. He would be in a manner distracted, with astonishment and apprehension, and curiosity and suspense. Nor can one guess how long it would be before he would be familiarized to himself and the objects about him, even enough to set himself to anything. It may be questioned, too, whether the natural information of his sight and hearing would be of any manner of use to him in acting before experience. And it seems that men would be strangely headstrong and self-willed, and disposed to exert themselves with an impetuosity which would render society insupportable and the living in it impracticable, were it not for some acquired moderation and self-government, some aptitude and readiness in restraining themselves and concealing their sense of things. Want of everything of this kind which is learnt would render a man as incapable of society as want of language would, or as his natural ignorance of any of the particular employments of life would render him incapable of providing himself with the common conveniences, or supplying the necessary wants of it. In these respects, and probably in many more of which we have no particular notion, mankind is left by nature an unformed, unfinished creature, utterly deficient and unqualified before the acquirement of knowledge, experience, and habits, for that mature state of life which was the end of his creation, considering him as related only to this world. But as nature has endued us with a power of supplying those deficiencies by acquired knowledge, experience, and habits, so likewise we are placed in a condition in infancy, childhood, and youth fitted for it, fitted for our acquiring those qualifications of all sorts which we stand in need of in mature age. Hence children from their very birth are daily growing acquainted with the objects about them, with the scene in which they are placed, and to have a future part, and learning something or other necessary to the performance of it. The subordinations to which they are accustomed in domestic life teach them the self-government in common behaviour abroad, and prepare them for subjection and obedience to civil authority. What passes before their eyes and daily happens to them gives them experience, caution against treachery and deceit, together with numberless little rules of action and conduct which we could not live without, and which are learnt so insensibly and so perfectly as to be mistaken perhaps for instinct, though they are the effect of long experience and exercise, as much so as language or knowledge in particular business, or the qualifications and behaviour belonging to the several ranks and professions. Thus the beginning of our days is adapted to be, and is, a state of education in the theory and practice of mature life. We are much assisted in it by example, instruction, and the care of others, but a great deal is left to ourselves to do. And of this, as part is done easily and of course, so part requires diligence and care, the voluntary foregoing many things which we desire, and setting ourselves to what we should have no inclination to, but for the necessity or expedience of it. For that labour and industry which the station of so many absolutely requires, would be greatly unqualified for in maturity, as those in other stations would be for any other sorts of application, if both were not accustomed to them in their youth. And according as persons behave themselves in the general education which all go through, and in the particular ones adapted to particular employments, their character is formed and made to appear. They recommend themselves more or less, and are capable of, and placed in, different stations in society. The former part of life, then, is to be considered as an important opportunity which nature puts into our hands, and which, when lost, is not to be recovered. And our being placed in a state of discipline throughout this life for another world is a providential disposition of things, exactly of the same kind as our being placed in a state of discipline during childhood for mature age. Our condition in both respects is uniform and of a piece, and comprehended under one and the same general law of nature. If we were not able at all to discern how or in what way the present life could be our preparation for another, this would be no objection against the credibility of its being so. We do not discern how food and sleep contribute to the growth of the body, nor could have any thought that they would before we had experience. Nor do children at all think, on the other hand, that the sports and exercises to which they are so much addicted contribute to their health and growth, nor, on the other, of the necessity which there is for their being restrained in them. Nor are they capable of understanding the use of many parts of discipline, which nevertheless they must be made to go through in order to qualify them for the business of mature age. Were we not able then to discover in what respects the present life could form us for a future one, yet nothing would be more supposable than that it might, in some respects or other, from the general analogy of Providence. And this, for aught I see, might reasonably be said, even though we should not take in the consideration of God's moral government over the world. But fourth, take in this consideration, and consequently that the character of virtue and piety is necessary qualification for the future state, and then we may distinctly see how and in what respects the present life may be a preparation for it, since we want and are capable of improvement in that character by moral and religious habits, and the present life is fit to be a state of discipline for such improvement. In like manner as we have already observed how and in what respects infancy, childhood, and youth are a necessary preparation and a natural state of discipline for mature age. Nothing which we at present see would lead us to the thought of a solitary inactive state hereafter. If we judge at all from the analogy of nature, we must suppose, according to the Scripture account of it, that it will be a community. There will be no shadow of anything unreasonable in conceiving, though there be no analogy for it, that this community will be, as the Scripture represents it, under the more immediate, or, if such an expression may be used, the more sensible government of God. Nor is our ignorance what will be the employments of this happy community, nor our consequent ignorance what particular scope or occasion there will be for the exercise of veracity, justice, and charity among those members of it with regard to each other, any proof that there will be no sphere of exercise for those virtues. Much less, if that were possible, is our ignorance any proof that there will be no occasion for that frame of mind or character which is formed by the daily practice of those particular virtues here, and which is a result from it. This at least must be owned in general, that as the government established in the universe is moral, the character of virtue and piety must, in some way or other, be the condition of our happiness or the qualification for it. From what is above observed concerning our natural power of habits, it is easy to see that we are capable of moral improvement by discipline, and how greatly we want it need not be proved to anyone who is acquainted with the great wickedness of mankind, or even with those imperfections which the best are conscious of. But it is not perhaps distinctly attended to by everyone that the occasion which human creatures have for discipline to improve in them this character of virtue and piety is to be traced up higher than to excess in the passions by indulgence and habits of vice. Mankind, and perhaps all finite creatures, from the very constitution of their nature, before habits of virtue, are deficient, and in danger of deviating from what is right, and therefore stand in need of virtuous habits for a security against this danger. For, together with the general principle of moral understanding, we have in our inward frame various affections towards particular external objects. These affections are naturally and of right subject to the government of the moral principle, as to the occasions upon which they may be gratified, as to the times, degrees, and manner in which the objects of them may be pursued. But the principle of virtue can neither excite them nor prevent their being excited. On the contrary, they are naturally felt when the objects of them are present to the mind, not only before all consideration whether they can be obtained by lawful means, but after it is found they cannot. The natural objects of affection continue so. The necessaries, conveniences, and pleasures of life remain naturally desirable, though they cannot be obtained innocently, nay, though they cannot possibly be obtained at all. And when the objects of any affection whatever cannot be obtained without unlawful means, but may be obtained by them, such affection, though its being excited, and its continuing some time in the mind, be as innocent as it is natural and necessary, yet cannot but be conceived to have a tendency to incline persons to venture upon such unlawful means, and therefore must be conceived as putting them in some danger of it. Now, what is the general security against this danger, against their actually deviating from right? As the danger is, so also must the security be from within, from the practical principle of virtue. The strengthening or improving this principle, considered as practical or as a principle of action, will lessen the danger or increase the security against it, and this moral principle is capable of improvement by proper discipline and exercise, by recollecting the practical impressions which example and experience have made upon us, and instead of following humour and mere inclination, by continually attending to the equity and right of the case in whatever we are engaged, be it in greater or less matters, and accustoming ourselves always to act upon it, as being itself the just and natural motive of action, and as this moral course of behaviour must necessarily, under the divine government, be our final interest. Thus the principle of virtue, improved into a habit, of which improvement we are thus capable, will plainly be, in proportion to the strength of it, a security against the danger which finite creatures are in from the very nature of propension, or particular affections. This way of putting the matter supposes particular affections to remain in a future state, which is scarce possible to avoid supposing. And if they do, we clearly see that acquired habits of virtue and self-government may be necessary for the regulation of them. However, though we were not distinctly to take in this supposition, but to speak only in general, the thing really comes to the same. For habits of virtue thus acquired by discipline, and improvement in virtue must be advancement in happiness if the government of the universe be moral. From these things we may observe, and it will further show this our natural and original need of being improved by discipline, how it comes to pass that creatures made upright fall, and how those who preserve their uprightness raise themselves by so doing to a more secure state of virtue. To say that the former is accounted for by the nature of liberty is to say no more than that an event's actually happening is accounted for by a mere possibility of its happening. But it seems distinctly conceivable from the very nature of particular affections or propensions. For suppose creatures intended for such a particular state of life, for which such propensions were necessary, suppose them endued with such propensions, together with moral understanding, as well including a practical sense of virtue as a speculative perception of it, and that all these several principles, both natural and moral, forming an inward constitution of mind, were, in the most exact proportion possible, i.e., in a proportion the most exactly adapted to their intended state of life, such creatures would be made upright or finitely perfect. Now, particular propensions, from their very nature, must be felt, the objects of them being present, though they cannot be gratified by all, or not with the allowance of the moral principle. If they can be gratified without its allowance, or by contradicting it, then they must be conceived to have some tendency, in how low a degree soever, yet some tendency, to induce persons to such forbidden gratification. This tendency in some one particular propension may be increased by the greater frequency of occasions naturally exciting it, than of occasions exciting others. The least voluntary indulgence in forbidden circumstances, though but in thought, will increase this wrong tendency, and may increase it further, till particular conjectures, perhaps conspiring, it becomes effect, and danger of deviating from right ends in actual deviation from it, a danger necessarily arising from the very nature of propension, and which therefore could not have been prevented, though it might have been escaped or got innocently through. The case would be as if we were to suppose a straight path marked out for a person, in which a certain degree of attention would keep him steady, but if he would not attend, in this degree, any one of the 1,000 objects catching his eye might lead him out of it. Now it is impossible to say how much even the first full overt act of irregularity might disorder the inward constitution, unsettle the adjustments, alter the proportions which formed it, and in which the uprightness of its make consisted, but repetition of irregularities would produce habits. Thus the constitution would be spoiled, and creatures, made upright, become corrupt and depraved in their settled character, proportionably to their repeated irregularities in occasional acts. On the contrary, these creatures might have improved and raised themselves to a higher and more secure state of virtue by the contrary behaviour, by steadily following the moral principle, supposed to be one part of their nature, and thus withstanding that unavoidable danger of defection which necessarily arose from propension, the other part of it. For by thus preserving their integrity for some time, their danger would lessen, since propensions, by being inured to submit, would do it more easily and of course, and their security against this lessening danger would increase, since the moral principle would gain additional strength by exercise, both which things are implied in the notion of virtuous habits. Thus, vicious indulgence is not only criminal in itself, but also depraves the inward constitution and character, and virtuous self-government is not only right in itself, but also improves the inward constitution or character, and may improve it to such a degree that, though we should suppose it impossible for particular affections to be absolutely coincident with the moral principle, and consequently should allow that such creatures as have been above supposed would forever remain defectible, yet their danger of actually deviating from right may be almost infinitely lessened, and they fully fortified against what remains of it, if that may be called danger, against which there is an adequate, effectual security. Still, this their higher perfection may continue to consist in habits of virtue formed in a state of discipline, and this their more complete security remain to proceed from them. Thus it is plainly conceivable that creatures without blemish, as they came out of the hands of God, may be in danger of going wrong, and so may stand in need of the security of virtuous habits, additional to the moral principle wrought into their natures by Him. That which is the ground of their danger or their want of security may be considered as a deficiency in themselves, to which virtuous habits are the natural supply, and as they are naturally capable of being raised and improved by discipline, it may be a thing fit and requisite that they should be placed in circumstances with an eye to it, in circumstances peculiarly fitted to be to them a state of discipline for their improvement in virtue. But how much more strongly must this hold with respect to those who have corrupted their natures, are fallen from their original rectitude, and whose passions are become excessive by repeated violations of their inward constitution. Upright creatures may want to be improved, depraved creatures want to be renewed. Education and discipline, which may be in all degrees and sorts of gentleness and of severity, are expedient for those, but must be absolutely necessary for these. For these, discipline of the severer sort too, and in the higher degrees of it, must be necessary in order to wear out vicious habits, to recover their primitive strength of self-government, which indulgence must have weakened, to repair as well as raise into a habit the moral principle, in order to their arriving at a secure state of virtuous happiness. Whoever will consider the thing may clearly see that the present world is peculiarly fit to be a state of discipline for this purpose, to such as will set themselves to mend and improve. For the various temptations with which we are surrounded, our experience of the deceits of wickedness, having been in many instances led wrong ourselves, the great viciousness of the world, the infinite disorders consequent upon it, our being made acquainted with pain and sorrow, either from our own feeling of it or from the sight of it in others. These things, though some of them may indeed produce wrong effects upon our minds, yet when duly reflected upon, have, all of them, a direct tendency to bring us to a settled moderation and reasonableness of temper. The contrary, both to thoughtless levity and also to the unrestrained self-will and violent bent to follow present inclination, which may be observed in undisciplined minds. Such experience as the present state affords of the frailty of our nature, of the boundless extravagance of ungoverned passion, of the power which an infinite being has over us, by the various capacities of misery which he has given us, in short, that kind and degree of experience which the present state affords us, that the constitution of nature is such as to admit the possibility, the danger, and the actual event, or creatures losing their innocence and happiness and becoming vicious and wretched, has a tendency to give us a practical sense of things very different from a mere speculative knowledge that we are liable to vice and capable of misery. And who knows whether the security of creatures in the highest and most settled state of perfection may not in part arise from their having had such a sense of things as this, formed and habitually fixed within them in some state of probation, and passing through the present world with that moral attention which is necessary to the acting a right part in it, may leave everlasting impressions of this sort upon our minds. To be a little more distinct, allurements to what is wrong, difficulties in the discharge of our duties, our not being able to act a uniform right part without some thought and care, and the opportunities which we have or imagine we have of avoiding what we dislike or obtaining what we desire by unlawful means, when we either cannot do it at all, or at least not so easily by lawful ones. These things, i.e. the snares and temptations of vice, are what render the present world peculiarly fit to be a state of discipline to those who will preserve their integrity, because they render, being upon our guard, resolution, and the denial of our passions, necessary in order to that end. The exercise of such particular recollection, intention of mind, and self-government in the practice of virtue has, from the make of our nature, a peculiar tendency to form habits of virtue, as implying not only a real but also a more continued and a more intense exercise of the virtuous principle, or a more constant and a stronger effort of virtue exerted into act. Thus suppose a person to know himself to be in particular danger for some time of doing anything wrong, which yet he fully resolves not to do. Continued recollection and keeping upon his guard in order to make good his resolution is a continued exerting of that act of virtue in a high degree, which need have been, and perhaps would have been, only instantaneous and weak, had the temptation been so. It is indeed ridiculous to assert that self-denial is essential to virtue and piety, but it would have been nearer the truth, though not strictly the truth itself, to have said that it is essential to discipline and improvement. For though actions materially virtuous, which have no sort of difficulty, but are perfectly agreeable to our particular inclinations, may possibly be done only from these particular inclinations, and so may not be any exercise of the principle of virtue, i.e., not to be virtuous actions at all, yet, on the contrary, they may be an exercise of that principle, and when they are, they have a tendency to form and fix the habit of virtue. But when the exercise of the virtuous principle is more continued, oftener repeated, and more intense, as it must be in circumstances of danger, temptation, and difficulty, of any kind and in any degree, this tendency is increased proportionably, and a more confirmed habit is the consequence. This undoubtedly holds to a certain length, but how far it may hold I know not. Neither our intellectual powers nor our bodily strength can be improved beyond a certain degree, and both may be overwrought. Possibly there may be something analogous to this with respect to the moral character, which is scarce worth considering. I mention it only lest it should come into some persons' thoughts, not as an exception to the foregoing observations, which perhaps it is, but as a confutation of them, which it is not. And there may be several other exceptions. Observations of this kind cannot be supposed to hold minutely and in every case. It is enough that they hold in general, and these plainly hold so far as that from them may be seen distinctly, which is all that is intended by them, that the present world is peculiarly fit to be a state of discipline for our improvement in virtue and piety, in the same sense as some sciences, by requiring and engaging the attention, not to be sure of such persons as will not, but of such as will set themselves to them, are fit to form the mind to habits of attention. Indeed, the present state is so far from proving, in event, a discipline of virtue to the generality of men, that on the contrary they seem to make it a discipline of vice, and the viciousness of the world is, in different ways, the great temptation which renders it a state of virtuous discipline, in the degree it is to good men. The whole end and the whole occasion of mankind's being placed in such a state as the present is not pretended to be accounted for. That which appears amidst the general corruption is that there are some persons who, having within them the principle of amendment and recovery, attend to and follow the notices of virtue and religion, be they more clear or more obscure, which are afforded them, and that the present world is not only an exercise of virtue in these persons, but an exercise of it in ways and degrees, particularly apt to improve it in some respects even beyond what would be, by the exercise of it, required in a perfectly virtuous society, or in a society of equally imperfect virtue with themselves. But that the present world does not actually become a state of moral discipline to many, even to the generality, i.e., that they do not improve or grow better in it, cannot be urged as a proof that it was not intended for moral discipline by any who at all observe the analogy of nature. For, of the numerous seeds of vegetables and bodies of animals which are adapted and put in the way to improve to such a point or state of natural maturity and perfection, we do not see perhaps that 1 in a million actually does. Far the greatest part of them decay before they are improved to it, and appear to be absolutely destroyed. Yet no one who does not deny all final causes will deny that those seeds and bodies which do attain to the point of maturity and perfection answer the end for which they were really designed by nature, and therefore that nature designed them for such perfection. I cannot forbear adding, though it is not to the present purpose, that the appearance of such an amazing waste in nature with respect to these seeds and bodies by foreign causes is to us as unaccountable as what is much more terrible, the present and future ruin of so many moral agents by themselves, i.e., by vice. Against this whole notion of moral discipline, it may be objected in another way that so far as a course of behaviour, materially virtuous, proceeds from hope and fear, so far it is only a discipline and strengthening of self-love. But doing what God commands because he commands it is obedience, though it proceed from hope or fear. A course of such obedience will form habits of it, and a constant regard to veracity, justice, and charity may form distinct habits of these particular virtues, and will certainly form habits of self-government and of denying our inclinations whenever veracity, justice, or charity requires it. Nor is there any foundation for this great nicety with which some affect to distinguish in this case, in order to depreciate all religion proceeding from hope or fear. For veracity, justice, and charity regard to God's authority, and to our own chief interest are not only all three coincident, but each of them is in itself a just and natural motive or principle of action. He who begins a good life from any one of them and perseveres in it, as he is already in some degree, so he cannot fail of becoming more and more of that character which is correspondent to the constitution of nature as moral, and to the relation which God stands in to us as moral governor of it, nor consequently can he fail of obtaining that happiness which this constitution and relation necessarily suppose connected with that character. These several observations concerning the active principle of virtue and obedience to God's commands are applicable to passive submission or resignation to his will, which is another essential part of a right character, connected with the former, and very much in our power to form ourselves to. It may be imagined that nothing but afflictions can give occasion for or require this virtue, that it can have no respect to, nor be any way necessary to qualify for, a state of perfect happiness. But it is not experience which can make us think thus. Prosperity itself, while anything supposed desirable is not ours, begets extravagant and unbounded thoughts. Imagination is altogether as much a source of discontent as anything in our external condition. It is indeed true that there can be no scope for patience when sorrow shall be no more, but there may be need of a temper of mind which shall have been formed by patience. For, though self-love, considered merely as an active principle leading us to pursue our chief interest, cannot but be uniformly coincident with the principle of obedience to God's commands, our interest being rightly understood, because this obedience and the pursuit of our own chief interest must be in every case one and the same thing, yet it may be questioned whether self-love, considered merely as the desire of our own interest or happiness, can from its nature be thus absolutely and uniformly coincident with the will of God, any more than particular affections can. Coincident in such sort as not to be liable to be excited upon occasions and in degrees, impossible to be gratified consistently with the constitution of things or the divine appointments. So the habits of resignation may, upon this account, be requisite for all creatures. Habits, I say, which signify what is formed by use. However, in general, it is obvious that both self-love and particular affection in human creatures, considered only as passive feelings, distort and rend the mind, and therefore stand in need of obedience. Now, denial of those particular affections in a course of active virtue and obedience to God's will has a tendency to moderate them, and seems also to have a tendency to habituate the mind to be easy and satisfied with that degree of happiness which is allotted us, i.e., to moderate self-love. But the proper discipline for resignation is affliction. A right behaviour, under that trial, recollecting ourselves so as to consider it in the view in which religion teaches us to consider it, as from the hand of God, receiving it as what he appoints or thinks proper to permit, in his world and under his government, this will habituate the mind to a dutiful submission. Such submission, together with the active principle of obedience, make up the temper and character in us which answers to his sovereignty, and which absolutely belongs to the condition of our being as dependent creatures. Nor can it be said that this is only breaking the mind to a submission to mere power, for mere power may be accidental and precarious and usurped, but it is forming within ourselves the temper of resignation to his rightful authority, who is by nature supreme over all. Upon the whole, such a character and such qualifications are necessary for a mature state of life in the present world, as nature alone does in no wise bestow, but has put it upon us in great part to acquire, in our progress from one stage of life to another, from childhood to mature age, put it upon us to acquire them, by giving us capacities of doing it, and by placing us, in the beginning of life, in a condition fit for it. and this is a general analogy to our condition in the present world, as in a state of moral discipline for another. It is in vain to object against the credibility of the present life's being intended for this purpose, that all the trouble and the danger unavoidably accompanying such discipline might have been saved us by our being made at once the creatures and the characters which we were to be, for we experience that what we were to be was to be the effect of what we would do, and that the general conduct of nature is not to save us trouble or danger, but to make us capable of going through them, and to put it upon us to do so. Acquirements of our own, experience and habits are the natural supply to our deficiencies and security against our dangers, since it is as plainly natural to set ourselves to acquire the qualifications as the external things which we stand in need of. In particular, it is as plainly a general law of nature that we should, with regard to our temporal interest, form and cultivate practical principles within us, by attention, use, and discipline, as anything whatever is a natural law, chiefly in the beginning of life, but also throughout the whole course of it. The alternative is left to our choice, either to improve ourselves and better our condition, or, in default of such improvement, to remain deficient and wretched. It is therefore perfectly credible from the analogy of nature that the same may be our case with respect to the happiness of a future state and the qualifications necessary for it. There is a third thing which may seem implied in the present world's being a state of probation, that it is a theatre of action for the manifestation of persons' characters with respect to a future one, not, to be sure, to an all-knowing being, but to his creation or part of it. This may perhaps be only a consequence of our being in a state of probation in the other senses. However, it is not impossible that men's showing and making manifest what is in their heart, what their real character is, may have respect to a future life in ways and manners with which we are not acquainted. Particularly, it may be a means, for the author of nature does not appear to do anything without means, of their being disposed of suitably to their characters, and of its being known to the creation by way of example, that they are thus disposed of. But not to enter upon any conjectural account of this, one may just mention that the manifestation of persons' characters contributes very much, in various ways, to the carrying on a great part of that general course of nature respecting mankind, which comes under our observation at present. I shall only add that probation, in both these senses as well as in that treated of in the foregoing chapter, is implied in moral government, since by persons' behaviour under it, their characters cannot but be manifested, and if they behave well, improved. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The opinion of necessity considered as influencing practice. Throughout the foregoing treatise it appears that the condition of mankind, considered as inhabitants of this world only, and under the government of God which we experience, is greatly analogous to our condition as designed for another world, or as under that farther government which religion teaches us. If therefore any assert, as a fatalist must, that the opinion of universal necessity is reconcilable with the former, there immediately arises a question in the way of analogy, whether we must not also own it to be reconcilable with the latter, i.e., with the system of religion itself and the proof of it. The reader then will observe that the question now before us is not absolute, i.e., whether the opinion of fate be reconcilable with religion, but hypothetical, whether, upon supposition of its being reconcilable with the constitution of nature, it be not reconcilable with religion also, or what pretence a fatalist, not other persons, but a fatalist, has to conclude from his opinion, that there can be no such thing as religion, and as the puzzle and obscurity which must unavoidably arise from arguing upon so absurd a supposition as that of universal necessity will, I fear, easily be seen, it will, I hope, as easily be excused. Since it has been all along taken for granted as a thing proved that there is an intelligent author of nature, or natural governor of the world, and since an objection may be made against the proof of this from the opinion of universal necessity, as it may be supposed that such necessity will itself account for the origin and preservation of all things, it is requisite that this objection be distinctly answered, or that it be shown that a fatality supposed consistent with what we certainly experience does not destroy the proof of an intelligent author and governor of nature. before we proceed to consider whether it destroys the proof of a moral governor of it, or of our being in a state of religion. When it is said by a fatalist that the whole constitution of nature, the actions of men, everything and every mode and circumstance of everything, is necessary, and could not possibly have been otherwise, it is to be observed that this necessity does not exclude deliberation, choice, preference, and acting from certain principles and to certain ends, because all this is matter of undoubted experience, acknowledged by all, and what every man may every moment be conscious of. Hence it follows that necessity, alone and of itself, is in no sort an account of the constitution of nature, and how things came to be and to continue as they are, but only an account of this circumstance relating to their origin and continuance, that they could not have been otherwise than they are and have been. The assertion that everything is by necessity of nature is not an answer to the question whether the world came into being as it is by an intelligent agent forming it thus or not, but to quite another question, whether it came into being as it is, in that way and manner which we call necessarily, or in a way and manner which we call freely. For suppose, farther, that one who was a fatalist, and one who kept to his natural sense of things, and believed himself a free agent, were disputing together, and vindicating their respective opinions, and they should happen to instance a house, they would agree that it was built by an architect. Their difference concerning necessity and freedom would occasion no difference of judgment concerning this, but only concerning another matter, whether the architect built it necessarily or freely. Suppose they should proceed to inquire concerning the constitution of nature. In a lax way of speaking, one of them might say it was by necessity, and the other by freedom. But if they had any meaning to their words, as the latter must mean a free agent, so the former must at length be reduced to mean an agent, whether he would say one or more, acting by necessity, for abstract notions can do nothing. We indeed ascribe to God a necessary existence uncaused by any agent, for we find within ourselves the idea of infinity, i.e., immensity and eternity, impossible even in imagination to be removed out of being. We seem to discern intuitively that there must and cannot but be something external to ourselves answering this idea, or the archetype of it. Hence, for this abstract as much as any other implies a concrete, we conclude that there is, and cannot but be, an infinite and immense eternal being, existing prior to all design, contributing to his existence, and exclusive of it. From the scantiness of language, a manner of speaking has been introduced, that necessity is the foundation, the reason, the account of the existence of God. But it is not alleged, nor can it be at all intended, that everything exists as it does by this kind of necessity, a necessity antecedent in nature to design. It cannot, I say, be meant that everything exists as it does by this kind of necessity upon several accounts, and particularly because it is admitted that design, in the actions of men, contributes to many alterations in nature. If any deny this, I shall not pretend to reason with them. From these things it follows, first, that when a fatalist asserts that everything is by necessity, he must mean by an agent acting necessarily. He must, I say, mean this, for I am very sensible he would not choose to mean it. Secondly, that the necessity by which such an agent is supposed to act does not exclude intelligence and design, so that were the system of fatality admitted, it would just as much account for the formation of the world as for the structure of a house, and no more. Necessity as much requires and supposes a necessary agent as freedom requires and supposes a free agent to be the former of the world, and the appearances of design and of final causes in the constitution of nature as really prove this acting agent to be an intelligent designer, or to act from choice, upon the scheme of necessity, supposed possible, as upon that of freedom. It appearing thus that the notion of necessity does not destroy the proof that there is an intelligent author of nature and natural governor of the world, the present question which the analogy before mentioned suggests, and which I think it will answer, is this: whether the opinion of necessity, supposed consistent with possibility, with the constitution of the world and the natural government which we experience exercised over it, destroys all reasonable ground of belief that we are in a state of religion, or whether that opinion be reconcilable with religion, with the system, and the proof of it. Suppose then a fatalist to educate any one from his youth up in his own principles, that the child should reason upon them and conclude that since he cannot possibly behave otherwise than he does, he is not subject of blame or commendation, nor can deserve to be rewarded or punished. imagine him to eradicate the very perceptions of blame and commendation out of his mind by means of this system, to form his temper and character and behaviour to it, and from it to judge of the treatment he was to expect, say, from reasonable men, upon his coming abroad into the world, as the fatalist judges from this system what he is to expect from the author of nature and with regard to a future state. I cannot forbear stopping here to ask whether any one of common sense would think fit that a child should be put upon these speculations and be left to apply them to practice. And a man has little pretence to reason who is not sensible that we are all children in speculations of this kind. However, the child would doubtless be highly delighted to find himself freed from the restraints of fear and shame with which his playfellows were fettered and embarrassed, and highly conceited in his superior knowledge so far beyond his years. But conceit and vanity would be the least bad part of the influence which these principles must have when thus reasoned and acted upon during the course of his education. He must either be allowed to go on and be the plague of all about him, and himself too, even to his own destruction, or else correction must be continually made use of, to supply the want of those natural perceptions of blame and commendation which we have supposed to be removed, and to give him a practical impression of what he had reasoned himself out of the belief of, that he was in fact an accountable child, and to be punished for doing what he was forbid. It is therefore in reality impossible, but that the correction which he must meet with in the course of his education must convince him that if the scheme he was instructed in were not false, yet that he reasoned inconclusively upon it, and somehow or other misapplied it to practice and common life, as what the fatalist experiences of the conduct of Providence at present ought in all reason to convince him that this scheme is misapplied when applied to the subject of religion. But supposing the child's temper could remain still formed to the system, and his expectation of the treatment he was to have in the world be regulated by it, so as to expect that no reasonable man would blame or punish him for anything which he should do, because he could not help doing it. Upon this supposition, it is manifest he would, upon his coming abroad into the world, be unsupportable to society, and the treatment which he would receive from it would render it so to him, and he could not fail of doing something very soon, for which he would be delivered over into the hands of civil justice. And thus in the end he would be convinced of the obligations he was under to his wise instructor. Suppose this scheme of fatality in any other way applied to practice, such practical application of it will be found equally absurd, equally fallacious in a practical sense. For instance, that if a man be destined to live such a time, he shall live to it, though he take no care of his own preservation. Or if he be destined to die before that time, no care can prevent it. Therefore, all care about preserving one's life is to be neglected, which is the fallacy instanced in by the ancients. On the contrary, none of these practical absurdities can be drawn from reasoning upon the supposition that we are free, but all such reasoning with regard to the common affairs of life is justified by experience. Therefore, though it were admitted that this opinion of necessity were speculatively true, yet with regard to practice it is as if it were false, so far as our experience reaches, that is, to the whole of our present life. For the constitution of the present world, and the condition in which we are actually placed, is as if we were free. And it may perhaps justly be concluded that since the whole process of action, through every step of it, suspense, deliberation, inclining one way, determining, and at last doing as we determine, is as if we were free, therefore we are so. The thing here insisted upon is that under the present natural government of the world we find we are treated and dealt with as if we were free, prior to all consideration whether we are so or not. Were this opinion therefore of necessity admitted to be ever so true, yet such is in fact our condition and the natural course of things, that whenever we apply it to life and practice, this application of it always misleads us, and cannot but mislead us, in a most dreadful manner, with regard to our present interest. How then can people think themselves so very secure that the same application of the same opinion may not mislead them also in some analogous manner with respect to a future, a more general and more important interest? For religion being a practical subject, and the analogy of nature showing us that we have not faculties to apply this opinion, were it a true one, to practical subjects, whenever we do apply it to the subject of religion, and hence conclude that we are free from its obligations, it is plain this conclusion cannot be depended upon. There will still remain just reason to think, whatever appearances are, that we deceive ourselves, in somewhat of a like manner as when people fancy they can draw contradictory conclusions from the idea of infinity. From these things together, the attentive reader will see it follows that if upon supposition of freedom the evidence of religion be conclusive, it remains so upon supposition of necessity, because the notion of necessity is not applicable to practical subjects, i.e., with respect to them, is as if it were not true. Nor does this contain any reflection upon reason, but only upon what is unreasonable. For to pretend to act upon reason in opposition to practical principles which the author of our nature gave us to act upon, and to pretend to apply our reason to subjects, with regard to which our own short views and even our experience will show us it cannot be depended upon, and such at best the subject of necessity must be, this is vanity, conceit, and unreasonableness. But this is not all. We find within ourselves a will and are conscious of a character. Now, if this in us be reconcilable with fate, it is reconcilable with it in the author of nature. Besides, natural government and final causes imply a character and a will of the governor and designer, a will concerning the creatures whom he governs, the author of nature then being certainly of some character or other, notwithstanding necessity. It is evident this necessity is as reconcilable with the particular character of benevolence, veracity, and justice in him, which attributes are the foundation of religion, as with any other character, since we find this necessity no more hinders men from being benevolent than cruel, true than faithless, just than unjust, or, if the faithless pleases, what we call unjust. It is said indeed that what, upon supposition of freedom, would be just punishment, upon supposition of necessity becomes manifestly unjust, because it is punishment inflicted for doing what persons could not avoid doing. As if the necessity, which is supposed to destroy the injustice of murder, for instance, would not also destroy the injustice of punishing it. However, as little to the purpose as this objection is in itself, it is very much to the purpose to observe from it how the notions of justice and injustice remain, even while we endeavour to suppose them removed, how they force themselves upon the mind, even while we are making suppositions destructive of them. For there is not, perhaps, a man in the world, but would be ready to make this objection at first thought. But, though it is most evident that universal necessity, if it be reconcilable with anything, is reconcilable with that character in the author of nature which is the foundation of religion, yet does it not plainly destroy the proof that he is of that character, and consequently the proof of religion? By no means, for we find that happiness and misery are not our fate, in any such sense as not to be the consequences of our behaviour, but that they are the consequences of it. We find God exercises the same kind of government over us, which a father exercises over his children, and a civil magistrate over his subjects. Now, whatever becomes of abstract questions concerning liberty and necessity, it evidently appears to us that veracity and justice must be the natural rule and measure of exercising this authority or government to a being who can have no competitions or interfering of interests with his creatures and his subjects. But as the doctrine of liberty, though we experience its truth, may be perplexed with difficulties which run up into the most abstruse of all speculations, and as the opinion of necessity seems to be the very basis upon which infidelity grounds itself, it may be of some use to offer a more particular proof of the obligations of religion, which may distinctly be shown not to be destroyed by this opinion. The proof from final causes of an intelligent author of nature is not affected by the opinion of necessity, supposing necessity a thing possible in itself and reconcilable with the constitution of things. It is a matter of fact, independent on this or any other speculation, that he governs the world by method of rewards and punishments, and also that he hath given us a moral faculty by which we distinguish between actions, and approve some as virtuous and of good desert, and disapprove others as vicious and of ill desert. This moral discernment implies, in the notion of it, a rule of action, and a rule of a very peculiar kind, for it carries in it authority and a right of direction, authority in such a sense as we cannot depart from it without being self-condemned, and that the dictates of this moral faculty, which are by nature a rule to us, are moreover the laws of God, laws in a sense including sanctions, may be thus proved. Consciousness of a rule or guide of action in creatures who are capable of considering it as given them by their Maker not only raises immediately a sense of duty, but also a sense of security in following it, and of danger in deviating from it. A direction of the author of nature, given to creatures capable of looking upon it as such, is plainly a command from him, and a command from him necessarily includes in it at least an implicit promise in case of obedience or threatening in case of disobedience. But then the sense or perception of good and ill desert which is contained in the moral discernment renders the sanction explicit, and makes it appear, as one may say, expressed. For since his method of government is to reward and punish actions, his having annexed to some actions an inseparable sense of good desert, and to others of ill, this surely amounts to declaring upon whom his punishments shall be inflicted, and his rewards be bestowed. He must have given us this discernment and sense of things as a presentiment of what is to be hereafter, that is, by way of information beforehand, what we are finally to expect in this world. There is then most evident ground to think that the government of God upon the whole will be found to correspond to the nature which he has given us, and that in the upshot and issue of things, happiness and misery shall in fact and event be made to follow virtue and vice respectively, as he has already in so peculiar a manner associated the ideas of them in our minds. And hence might easily be deduced the obligations of religious worship, were it only to be considered as a means of preserving upon our minds a sense of this moral government of God, and securing our obedience to it, which yet is an extremely imperfect view of that most important duty. No objection from necessity can lie against this general proof of religion, none against the proposition reasoned upon that we have such a moral faculty and discernment, because this is a mere matter of fact, a thing of experience, that humankind is thus constituted. None against the conclusion, because it is immediate and wholly from this fact. For the conclusion that God will finally reward the righteous and punish the wicked is not here drawn from its appearing to us fit that he should, but from its appearing that he has told us he will. And this he hath certainly told us in the promise and threatening, which it hath been observed the notion of a command implies, and the sense of good and ill desert which he has given us more distinctly expresses. This reasoning from fact is confirmed and in some degree even verified by other facts, by the natural tendencies of virtue and vice, and by this that God, in the natural course of his providence, punishes vicious actions as mischievous to society, and also vicious actions as such in the strictest sense, so that the general proof of religion is unanswerably real even upon the wild supposition that we are arguing upon. It must be observed further that natural religion has, besides this, an external evidence which the doctrine of necessity, if it could be true, would not affect. For suppose a person, by the observations and reasoning above, or by any other, convinced of the truth of religion, that there is a God who made the world, who is the moral governor and judge of mankind, and will, upon the whole, deal with everyone according to his works. I say, suppose a person convinced of this by reason, but to know nothing at all of antiquity or the present state of mankind, it would be natural for such a one to be inquisitive what was the history of this system of doctrine, at what time and in what manner it first came into the world, and whether it were believed by any considerable part of it. Were he, upon inquiry, to find that a particular person, in a late age, first of all proposed it, as a deduction of reason, and that mankind were before wholly ignorant of it, then, though its evidence from reason would remain, there would be no additional probability of its truth from the account of its discovery. But instead of this being the fact, he would find, on the contrary, what could not but afford him a very strong confirmation of its truth. First, that somewhat of this system, with more or fewer additions and alterations, hath been professed in all ages and countries, of which we have any certain information relating to this matter. Secondly, that it is certain historical fact, so far as we trace things up, that this whole system of belief that there is one God, the creator and moral governor of the world, and that mankind is in a state of religion, was received in the first ages. And thirdly, that there is no hint or intimation in history that this system was first reasoned out, so there is express historical or traditional evidence, as ancient as history, that it was taught first by revelation. Now these things must be allowed to be of great weight. The first of them, general consent, shows this system to be conformable to the common sense of mankind. The second, namely that religion was believed in the first ages of the world, especially as it does not appear that there were then any superstitious or false additions to it, cannot but be a further confirmation of its truth. For it is a proof of this alternative, either that it came into the world by revelation, or that it is natural, obvious, and forces itself upon the mind. The former of these is the conclusion of learned men, and whoever will consider how unapt for speculation rude and uncultivated minds are, will, perhaps from hence alone, be strongly inclined to believe it the truth. And as it is shown in the second part of this treatise that there is nothing of such peculiar presumption against a revelation in the beginning of the world as there is supposed to be against subsequent ones, a skeptic could not, I think, give any account which would appear more probable even to himself of the early pretences to revelation than by supposing some real original one from whence they were copied. And the third thing above mentioned, that there is express historical or traditional evidence, as ancient as history, of the system of religion being taught mankind by revelation, this must be admitted as some degree of real proof that it was so taught. For why should not the most ancient tradition be admitted as some additional proof of a fact against which there is no presumption? This proof is mentioned here because it has its weight to show that religion came into the world by revelation prior to all consideration of the proper authority of any book supposed to contain it, and even prior to all consideration whether the revelation itself be uncorruptly handed down or mixed and darkened with fables. Thus, the historical account which we have of the origin of religion, taking in all circumstances, is a real confirmation of its truth, no way affected by the opinion of necessity. And the external evidence, even of natural religion, is by no means inconsiderable. It is carefully to be observed and ought to be recollected after all proofs of virtue and religion, which are only general, that as speculative reason may be neglected, prejudiced, and deceived, so also may our moral understanding be impaired and perverted, and the dictates of it not impartially attended to. This indeed proves nothing against the reality of our speculative or practical faculties of perception, against their being intended by nature to inform us in the theory of things and instruct us how we are to behave, and what we are to expect in consequence of our behaviour. Yet our liableness, in the degree we are liable, to prejudice and perversion, is a most serious admonition to us to be upon our guard with respect to what is of such consequence as our determinations concerning virtue and religion, and particularly not to take custom and fashion and slight notions of honour or imaginations of present ease, use, and convenience to mankind for the only moral rule. The foregoing observations, drawn from the nature of the thing and the history of religion, amount, when taken together, to a real practical proof of it, not to be confuted. Such a proof as, considering the infinite importance of the thing, I apprehend would be admitted fully sufficient in reason to influence the actions of men who act upon thought and reflection, if it were admitted that there is no proof of the contrary. But it may be said, there are many probabilities which cannot indeed be confuted, i.e. shown to be no probabilities, and yet may be overbalanced by greater probabilities on the other side, much more by demonstration. And there is no occasion to object against particular arguments alleged for an opinion when the opinion itself may be clearly shown to be false, without meddling with such arguments at all, but leaving them just as they are. Now the method of government by rewards and punishments, and especially rewarding and punishing good and ill desert as such respectively, must go upon supposition that we are free and not necessary agents. And it is incredible that the author of nature should govern us upon a supposition as true which he knows to be false, and therefore absurd to think he will reward or punish us for our actions hereafter, especially that he will do it under the notion that they are of good or ill desert. Here then the matter is brought to a point, and the answer is full and not to be evaded, viz. That the whole constitution and course of things, the whole analogy of providence, shows beyond possibility of doubt that the conclusion from this reasoning is false, wherever the fallacy lies. The doctrine of freedom, indeed, clearly shows where, in supposing ourselves necessary when in truth we are free agents. But upon the supposition of necessity, the fallacy lies in taking for granted that it is incredible necessary agents should be rewarded and punished. That, somehow or other, the conclusion now mentioned is false is most certain, for it is fact that God does govern even brute creatures by the method of rewards and punishments in the natural course of things. Men are rewarded and punished for their actions, punished for actions mischievous to society as being so, punished for vicious actions as such, by the natural instrumentality of each other under the present conduct of providence. Nay, even the affection of gratitude and the passion of resentment, and the rewards and punishments following from them, which in general are to be considered as natural, i.e. from the author of nature, these rewards and punishments being naturally annexed to actions, considered as implying good intention and good desert, ill intention and ill desert, these natural rewards and punishments, I say, are as much a contradiction to the conclusion above, and show its falsehood, as a more exact and complete rewarding and punishing of good and ill desert as such, so that if it be incredible that necessary agents should be thus rewarded and punished, then men are not necessary but free, since it is matter of fact that they are thus rewarded and punished. If, on the contrary, which is the supposition we have been arguing upon, it be insisted that men are necessary agents, then there is nothing incredible in the further supposition of necessary agents being thus rewarded and punished, since we ourselves are thus dealt with. From the whole, therefore, it must follow that a necessity, supposed possible and reconcilable with the constitution of things, does in no sort prove that the author of nature will not, nor destroy the proof that he will, finally and upon the whole, in his eternal government, render his creatures happy or miserable, by some means or other, as they behave well or ill. Or, to express this conclusion in words conformable to the title of the chapter, the analogy of nature shows us that the opinion of necessity, considered as practical, is false, and if necessity, upon the supposition above mentioned, doth not destroy the proof of natural religion, it evidently makes no alteration in the proof of revealed. From these things likewise we may learn in what sense to understand that general assertion that the opinion of necessity is essentially destructive of all religion. First, in a practical sense, that by this notion atheistical men pretend to satisfy and encourage themselves in vice, and justify to others their disregard to all religion. And secondly, in the strictest sense, that it is a contradiction to the whole constitution of nature, and to what we may every moment experience in ourselves, and so overturns everything. But by no means is this assertion to be understood as if necessity, supposing it could possibly be reconciled with the constitution of things, and with what we experience, were not also reconcilable with religion, for upon this supposition it demonstrably is so. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The government of God, considered as a scheme or constitution imperfectly comprehended. Though it be acknowledged, as it cannot but be, that the analogy of nature gives a strong credibility to the general doctrine of religion and to the several particular things contained in it, considered as so many matters of fact, and likewise that it shows this credibility not to be destroyed by any notions of necessity, still, objections may be insisted upon against the wisdom, equity, and goodness of the divine government implied in the notion of religion, and against the method by which this government is conducted, to which objections analogy can be no direct answer. For the credibility or the certain truth of a matter of fact does not immediately prove anything concerning the wisdom or goodness of it, and analogy can do no more, immediately or directly, than show such and such things to be true or credible, considered only as matters of fact. But if, upon supposition of a moral constitution of nature and a moral government over it, analogy suggests and makes it credible that this government must be a scheme, system, or constitution of government, as distinguished from a number of single, unconnected acts of distributive justice and goodness, and likewise that it must be a scheme so imperfectly comprehended and of such a sort in other respects as to afford a direct general answer to all objections against the justice and goodness of it, then analogy is remotely of great service in answering those objections, both by suggesting the answer and showing it to be a credible one. Now this, upon inquiry, will be found to be the case. For first, upon suggestion that God exercises a moral government over the world, the analogy of his natural government suggests and makes it credible that his moral government must be a scheme quite beyond our comprehension, and this affords a general answer to all objections against the justice and goodness of it. Secondly, a more distinct observation of some particular things contained in God's scheme of natural government, the like things being supposed by analogy to be contained in his moral government, will further show how little weight is to be laid upon these objections. First, upon supposition that God exercises a moral government over the world, the analogy of his natural government suggests and makes it credible that his moral government must be a scheme quite beyond our comprehension, and this affords a general answer to all objections against the justice and goodness of it. It is most obvious, analogy renders it highly credible that, upon supposition of a moral government, it must be a scheme. For the world and the whole natural government of it appears to be so, to be a scheme, system, or constitution whose parts correspond to each other and to a whole as really as any work of art, or as any particular model of a civil constitution and government. In this great scheme of the natural world, individuals have various peculiar relations to other individuals of their own species. Whole species are, we find, variously related to other species upon this earth. Nor do we know how much further these kinds of relations may extend, and as there is not any action or natural event which we are acquainted with, so single and unconnected as not to have a respect to some other actions and events, so possibly each of them, when it has not an immediate, may yet have a remote natural relation to other actions and events much beyond the compass of this present world. There seems indeed nothing from whence we can so much as make a conjecture whether all creatures, actions, and events throughout the whole of nature have relations to each other. But as it is obvious that all events have future, unknown consequences, so if we trace any event, as far as we can, into what is connected with it, we shall find that if it were not connected with something further in nature, unknown to us, something both past and present, such event could not possibly have been at all. Nor can we give the whole account of any one thing whatever, of all its causes, ends, and necessary adjuncts, those adjuncts, I mean, without which it could not have been. By this most astonishing connection, these reciprocal correspondences and mutual relations, everything which we see in the course of nature is actually brought about. Things seemingly the most insignificant imaginable are perpetually observed to be necessary conditions to other things of the greatest importance, so that any one thing whatever may, for aught we know to the contrary, be a necessary condition to the other. The natural world, then, and natural government of it, being such an incomprehensible scheme, so incomprehensible that a man must, really, in the literal sense, know nothing at all, who is not sensible of his ignorance in it. This immediately suggests and strongly shows the credibility that the moral world and government of it may be so too. Indeed, the natural and moral constitution and government of the world are so connected as to make up together but one scheme, and it is highly probable that the first is formed and carried on merely in subserviency to the latter, as the vegetable world is for the animal, and organized bodies for minds. But the thing intended here, without inquiring how far the administration of the natural world is subordinate to that of the moral, only to observe the credibility that one should be analogous or similar to the other. That therefore every act of divine justice and goodness may be supposed to look much beyond itself and its immediate object, may have some reference to other parts of God's moral administration and to a general moral plan, and that every circumstance of this his moral government may be adjusted beforehand with a view to the whole of it, for example, the determined length of time, and the degrees and ways in which virtue is to remain in a state of warfare and discipline, and in which wickedness is permitted to have its progress, the times appointed for the execution of justice, the appointed instruments of it, the kinds of rewards and punishments, and the manners of their distribution, all particular instances of divine justice and goodness, and every circumstance of them may have such respects to each other as to make up altogether a whole, connected and related in all its parts, a scheme or system which is as properly such as the natural world is, and of the like kind. Supposing this to be the case, it is most evident that we are not competent judges of this scheme, from the small parts of it which come within our view in the present life. Therefore no objections against any of these parts can be insisted upon by reasonable men. This our ignorance and the consequence here drawn from it are universally acknowledged upon other occasions, and though scarce denied, yet are universally forgot when persons come to argue against religion. And it is not perhaps easy, even for the most reasonable men, always to bear in mind the degree of our ignorance, and make due allowances for it. Upon these accounts it may not be useless to go a little further, in order to show more distinctly how just an answer our ignorance is to objections against the scheme of Providence. Suppose then a person boldly to assert that the things complained of, the origin and continuance of evil, might easily have been prevented by repeated interpositions so guarded and circumstanced as would preclude all mischief arising from them. Or, if this were impracticable, that a scheme of government is itself an imperfection, since more good might have been produced without any scheme, system, or constitution at all, by continued, single, unrelated acts of distributive justice and goodness, because these would have occasioned no irregularities. Farther than this, it is presumed, the objections will not be carried. Yet the answer is obvious, that Were these assertions true, since the observations above concerning our ignorance in the scheme of divine government and the consequence drawn from it would hold in great measure, enough to vindicate religion against all objections from the disorders of the present state. Were the assertions true, yet the government of the world might be just and good notwithstanding, for at the most they would infer nothing more than that it might have been better. But they are mere arbitrary assertions, no man being sufficiently acquainted with the possibilities of things to bring any proof of them to the lowest degree of probability. For however possible what is asserted may seem, yet many instances may be alleged, in things much less out of our reach, of suppositions absolutely impossible, and reducible to the most palpable self-contradictions, which not every one would perceive to be such, nor perhaps any one at first sight suspect. From these things it is easy to see distinctly how our ignorance, as it is the common, so it is really a satisfactory answer to all objections against the justice and goodness of Providence. If a man, contemplating any one providential dispensation, which had no relation to any others, should object that he discerned in it a disregard to justice, or a deficiency of goodness, nothing would be less an answer to such objection than our ignorance in other parts of Providence, or in the possibilities of things no way related to what he was contemplating. But when we know not but the part objected against may be relative to other parts unknown to us, and when we are unacquainted with what is, in the nature of the thing, practicable in the case before us, then our ignorance is a satisfactory answer, because some unknown relation or some unknown impossibility may render what is objected against just and good, nay, good in the highest practicable degree. Second, how little weight is to be laid upon such objections will further appear by a more distinct observation of some particular things contained in the natural government of God, the like to which may be supposed, from analogy, to be contained in his moral government. First, as in the scheme of the natural world no ends appear to be accomplished without means, so we find that means very undesirable often conduce to bring about ends in such a measure desirable as greatly to overbalance the disagreeableness of the means. And in cases where such means are conducive to such ends, it is not reason but experience which shows us that they are thus conducive. Experience also shows many means to be conducive and necessary to accomplish ends, which means before experience we should have thought would have had even a contrary tendency. From these observations relating to the natural scheme of the world, the moral being supposed analogous to it, arises a great credibility that the putting our misery in each other's power to the degree it is, and making men liable to vice to the degree we are, and in general that the things which are objected against the moral scheme of Providence may be, upon the whole, friendly and assistant to virtue, and productive of an overbalance of happiness, i.e., the things objected against may be means by which an overbalance of good will, in the end, be found produced. And from the same observations it appears to be no presumption against this, that we do not, if indeed we do not, see those means to have any such tendency, or that they seem to us to have a contrary one. Thus those things which we call irregularities may not be so at all, because they may be means of accomplishing wise and good ends more considerable. It may be added, as above, that they may also be the only means by which these wise and good ends are capable of being accomplished. It may be proper to add, in order to obviate an absurd and wicked conclusion from any of these observations, that though the constitution of our nature, from whence we are capable of vice and misery, may, as it undoubtedly does, contribute to the perfection and happiness of the world, and though the actual permission of evil may be beneficial to it, i.e., it would have been more mischievous, not that a wicked person had himself abstained from his own wickedness, but that anyone had forcibly prevented it, than that it was permitted. Yet, notwithstanding, it might have been much better for the world if this very evil had never been done. Nay, it is most clearly conceivable that the very commission of wickedness may be beneficial to the world, and yet that it would be infinitely more beneficial for men to refrain from it. For thus in the wise and good constitution of the natural world there are disorders which bring their own cures, diseases which are themselves remedies. Many a man would have died, had it not been for the gout or a fever, yet it would be thought madness to assert that sickness is a better or more perfect state than health, though the like with regard to the moral world has been asserted. Secondly, the natural government of the world is carried on by general laws. For this there may be wise and good reasons, the wisest and best for aught we know to the contrary. And that there are such reasons is suggested to our thought by the analogy of nature, by our being made to experience good ends to be accomplished, as indeed all the good which we enjoy is accomplished, by this means, viz., that the laws by which the world is governed are general. We have scarce any kind of enjoyments, but what we are, in some way or other, instrumental in procuring ourselves, by acting in a manner which we foresee likely to procure them. Now this foresight could not be at all, were not the government of the world carried on by general laws. And though, for aught we know to the contrary, every single case may be, at length, found to have been provided for even by these, yet to prevent all irregularities or remedy them as they arise by the wisest and best general laws may be impossible in the nature of things, as we see it is absolutely impossible in civil government. But then we are ready to think that the constitution of nature remaining as it is, and the course of things being permitted to go on in other respects as it does, there might be interpositions to prevent irregularities, though they could not have been prevented or remedied by any general laws. There would indeed be reason to wish, which, by the way, is very different from a right to claim, that all irregularities were prevented or remedied by present interpositions, if these interpositions would have no other effect than this. But it is plain they would have some visible and immediate bad effects. For instance, they would encourage idleness and negligence, and they would render doubtful the natural rule of life, which is ascertained by this very thing, that the course of the world is carried on by general laws. And further, it is certain they would have distant effects, and very great ones too, by means of the wonderful connections before mentioned, so that we cannot so much as guess what would be the whole result of the interpositions desired. It may be said any bad result might be prevented by further interpositions, whenever there was occasion for them, but this again is talking quite at random and in the dark. Upon the whole, then, we see wise reasons why the course of the world should be carried on by general laws and good ends accomplished by this means, and for aught we know, there may be the wisest reasons for it, and the best ends accomplished by it. We have no ground to believe that all irregularities could be remedied as they arise, or could have been precluded by general laws. We find that interpositions would produce evil and prevent good, and for aught we know, they would produce greater evil than they would prevent, and prevent greater good than they would produce. And if this be the case, then the not interposing so far from being a ground of complaint, that it is an instance of goodness. This is intelligible and sufficient, and going further seems beyond the utmost reach of our faculties. It may be said that, after all, these supposed impossibilities and relations are what we are unacquainted with, and we must judge of religion as of other things by what we do know, and look upon the rest as nothing, or, however, that the answers here given to what is objected against religion may equally be made use of to invalidate the proof of it, since their stress lies so very much upon our ignorance. But, first, though total ignorance in any matter does indeed equally destroy, or rather preclude, all proof concerning it, and objections against it, yet partial ignorance does not. For we may in any degree be convinced that a person is of such a character, and consequently will pursue such ends, though we are greatly ignorant what is the proper way of acting, in order the most effectually to obtain those ends, and in this case objections against his manner of acting, as seemingly not conducive to obtain them, might be answered by our ignorance, though the proof that such ends were intended might not at all be invalidated by it. Thus the proof of religion is a proof of the moral character of God, and consequently that his government is moral, and that every one upon the whole shall receive according to his deserts, a proof that this is the designed end of his government. But we are not competent judges what is the proper way of acting, in order the most effectually to accomplish this end. Therefore our ignorance is an answer to objections against the conduct of Providence, in permitting irregularities, as seeming contradictory to this end. Now, since it is so obvious that our ignorance may be a satisfactory answer to objections against a thing, and yet not affect the proof of it, till it can be shown, it is frivolous to assert that our ignorance invalidates the proof of religion, as it does the objections against it. Secondly, suppose unknown impossibilities and unknown relations might justly be urged to invalidate the proof of religion, as well as to answer objections against it, and that in consequence of this the proof of it were doubtful. Still, let the assertion be despised or let it be ridiculed, it is undeniably true that moral obligations would remain certain, though it were not certain what would, upon the whole, be the consequences of observing or violating them. For these obligations arise, immediately and necessarily, from the judgment of our own mind, unless perverted, which we cannot violate without being self-condemned. And they would be certain, too, from considerations of interest. For though it were doubtful what will be the future consequences of virtue and vice, yet it is, however, credible that they may have those consequences which religion teaches us they will, and this credibility is a certain obligation in point of prudence, to abstain from all wickedness and to live in the conscientious practice of all that is good. Thirdly, the answers above given to the objections against religion cannot be made use of to invalidate the proof of it. For, upon suspicion that God exercises a moral government over the world, analogy does most strongly lead us to conclude that this moral government must be a scheme or constitution beyond our comprehension. 1,000 particular analogies show us that parts of such a scheme, from their relation to other parts, may conduce to accomplish ends which we should have thought they have no tendency to accomplish, nay, ends which before experience we should have thought such parts were contradictory to, and had a tendency to prevent. Therefore, all these analogies show that the way of arguing made use of in objecting against religion is delusive, because they show it is not at all incredible that, could we comprehend the whole, we should find the permission of the disorders objected against to be consistent with justice and goodness, and even to be instances of them. Now this is not applicable to the proof of religion, as it is to the objections against it, and therefore cannot invalidate that proof as it does these objections. Lastly, from the observation now made, it is easy to see that the answers above given to the objections against providence, though in a general way of speaking they may be said to be taken from our ignorance, yet are by no means taken merely from that, but from something which analogy shows us concerning it. For analogy shows us positively that our ignorance in the possibilities of things and the various relations in nature renders us incompetent judges and leads us to false conclusions in cases similar to this, in which we pretend to judge and to object, so that the things above insisted upon are not mere suppositions of unknown impossibilities and relations, but they are suggested to our thoughts and even forced upon the observation of serious men, and rendered credible too by the analogy of nature. Therefore, to take these things into the account is to judge by experience and what we do know, and it is not judging so to take no notice of them. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conclusion. The observations of the last chapter lead us to consider this little scene of human life in which we are so busily engaged as having a reference of some sort or other to a much larger plan of things. Whether we are any way related to the more distant parts of the boundless universe into which we are brought is altogether uncertain, but it is evident that the course of things which comes within our view is connected with some things, past, present, and future, beyond it, so that we are placed, as one may speak, in the middle of a scheme not fixed but progressive, every way incomprehensible in a manner equally with respect to what has been, what now is, and what shall be. This scheme cannot but contain in it some things as wonderful and as much beyond our thought and conception as anything in that of religion. For will any man in his senses say that it is less difficult to conceive how the world came to be and to continue as it is, without than with an intelligent author and governor of it? Or, admitting an intelligent governor of it, that there is some other rule of government more natural and of easier conception than that which we call moral? Indeed, without an intelligent author and governor of nature, no account at all can be given how this universe, or the part of it particularly in which we are concerned, came to be, and the course of it to be carried on as it is, nor any of its general end and design, without a moral governor of it. That there is an intelligent author of nature and natural governor of the world is a principle gone upon in the foregoing treatise, as proved and generally known and confessed to be proved. And the very notion of an intelligent author of nature, proved by particular final causes, implies a will and a character. Now, as our whole nature, the nature which he has given us, leads us to conclude his will and character to be moral, just, and good, so we can scarce in imagination conceive what it can be otherwise. However, in consequence of this, his will and character, whatever it be, he formed the universe as it is, and carries on the course of it as he does, rather than in any other manner, and has assigned to us and to all living creatures a part and a lot in it. Irrational creatures act this their part and enjoy and undergo the pleasures and the pains allotted them without any reflection. But one would think it impossible that creatures endued with reason could avoid reflecting sometimes upon all this, reflecting, if not from whence we came, yet at least whither we are going, and what the mysterious scheme in the midst of which we find ourselves will at length come out and produce, a scheme in which it is certain we are highly interested, and in which we may be interested even beyond conception. For many things prove it palpably absurd to conclude that we shall cease to be at death. Particular analogies do most sensibly show us that there is nothing to be thought strange in our being to exist in another state of life, and that we are now living beings affords a strong probability that we shall continue so, unless there be some positive ground, and there is none from reason or analogy, to think death will destroy us. Were a persuasion of this kind ever so well grounded, there would surely be little reason to take pleasure in it. Indeed, it can have no other ground than some such imagination as that of our gross bodies being ourselves, which is contrary to experience. Experience, too, most clearly shows us the folly of concluding, from the body and the living agent affecting each other mutually, that the dissolution of the former is the destruction of the latter. And there are remarkable instances of their not affecting each other, which lead us to a contrary conclusion. The supposition, then, which in all reason we are to go upon, is that our living nature will continue after death, and it is infinitely unreasonable to form an institution of life or to act upon any other supposition. All our expectation of immortality, whether more or less certain, opens an unbounded prospect to our hopes and fears, since we see the constitution of nature is such as to admit of misery, as well as to be productive of happiness, and experience ourselves to partake of both in some degree, and since we cannot but know what higher degrees of both we are capable of. And there is no presumption against believing further that our future interest depends upon our present behaviour, for we see our present interest doth, and that the happiness and misery which are naturally annexed to our actions very frequently do not follow till long after the actions are done to which they are respectively annexed. So that were speculation to leave us uncertain whether it were likely that the author of nature, in giving happiness and misery to his creatures, hath regard to their actions or not, yet since we find by experience that he hath such regard, the whole sense of things which he has given us plainly leads us at once and without any elaborate inquiries to think that it may, indeed must, be to good actions chiefly that he hath annexed happiness, and to bad actions misery, or that he will, upon the whole, reward those who do well and punish those who do evil. To confirm this from the constitution of the world, it has been observed that some sort of moral government is necessarily implied in the natural government of God, which we experience ourselves under, that good and bad actions at present are naturally rewarded and punished, not only as beneficial and mischievous to society, but also as virtuous and vicious, and that there is in the very nature of the thing a tendency to their being rewarded and punished in a much higher degree than they are at present. And though this higher degree of distributive justice which nature thus points out and leads towards is prevented for a time from taking place, it is by obstacles which the state of this world unhappily throws in its way, and which therefore are in their nature temporary. Now, as the things in the natural conduct of Providence are observable on the side of virtue, so there is nothing to be set against them on the side of vice. A moral scheme of government, then, is visibly established and in some degree carried into execution, and this, together with the essential tendencies of virtue and vice duly considered, naturally raise in us an apprehension that it will be carried on further towards perfection in a future state, and that every one, shall there receive according to his deserts. And if this be so, then our future and general interest under the moral government of God is appointed to depend upon our behaviour, notwithstanding the difficulty which this may occasion of securing it, and the danger of losing it, just in the same manner as our temporal interest under his natural government is appointed to depend upon our behaviour, notwithstanding the like difficulty and danger. For from our original constitution and that of the world which we inhabit, we are naturally trusted with ourselves, with our own conduct and our own interest, and from the same constitution of nature, especially joined with that course of things which is owing to men, we have temptations to be unfaithful in this trust, to forfeit this interest, to neglect it, and run ourselves into misery and ruin. From these temptations arise the difficulties of behaving so as to secure our temporal interest, and the hazard of behaving so as to miscarry in it. There is therefore nothing incredible in supposing that there may be the like difficulty and hazard with regard to that chief and final good which religion lays before us. The whole account how it came to pass that we were placed in such a condition as this must indeed be beyond our comprehension, but it is in part accounted for by what religion teaches us, that the character of virtue and piety must be a necessary qualification for a future state of security and happiness under the moral government of God, in like manner as some certain qualifications or other are necessary for every particular condition of life under his natural government, and that the present state was intended to be a school of discipline for improving in ourselves that character. Now this intention of nature is rendered highly credible by observing that we are plainly made for improvement of all kinds, that it is a general appointment of Providence that we cultivate practical principles and form within ourselves habits of action in order to become fit for what we were wholly unfit for before, that in particular childhood and youth is naturally appointed to be a state of discipline for mature age, and that the present world is peculiarly fitted for a state of moral discipline. And whereas objections are urged against the whole notion of moral government and a probationary state from the opinion of necessity, it has been shown that God has given us the evidence, as it were, of experience, that all objections against religion on this head are vain and delusive. He has also in his natural government suggested an answer to all our short-sighted objections against the equity and goodness of his moral government, and in general he has exemplified to us the latter by the former. These things, which it is to be remembered are matters of fact, ought in all common sense to awaken mankind, to induce them to consider in earnest their condition and what they have to do. It is absurd to the degree of being ridiculous, if the subject were not of so serious a kind, for men to think themselves secure in a vicious life, or even in that immoral thoughtlessness into which far the greatest part of them are fallen. The credibility of religion, arising from experience and facts here considered, is fully sufficient in a reason to engage them to live in the general practice of all virtue and piety. Under the serious apprehension, though it should be mixed with some doubt, of a righteous administration established in nature, and a future judgment in consequence of it, especially when we consider how very questionable it is whether anything at all can be gained by vice, how unquestionably little as well as precarious the pleasures and profits of it are at the best, and how soon they must be parted with at the longest. For in the deliberations of reason concerning what we are to pursue and what to avoid, as temptations to anything from mere passion are supposed out of the case, so inducements to vice from cool expectations of pleasure and interests so small and uncertain and short are really so insignificant as in the view of reason to be almost nothing in themselves, and in comparison with the importance of religion they quite disappear and are lost. Mere passion may indeed be alleged, though not as a reason, yet as an excuse for a vicious course of life, and how sorry an excuse it is will be manifest by observing that we are placed in a condition in which we are unavoidably inured to govern our passions by being necessitated to govern them, and to lay ourselves under the same kind of restraints, and as great ones too, from temporal regards as virtue and piety, in the ordinary course of things, require. The plea of ungovernable passion, then, on the side of vice, is the poorest of all things, for it is no reason and a poor excuse. The proper motives to religion are the proper proofs of it, from our moral nature, from the presages of conscience, and our natural apprehension of God under the character of a righteous governor and judge, and nature and conscience and apprehension given us by him, and from the confirmation of the dictates of reason by life and immortality brought to light by the gospel, and the wrath of God revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Analogy of Religion to the Constitution and Course of Nature by Joseph Butler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Importance of Christianity. Some persons, upon pretence of the sufficiency of the light of nature, avowedly reject all revelation, as in its very notion incredible, and what must be fictitious. And indeed it is certain no revelation would have been given, had the light of nature been sufficient in such a sense as to render one not wanted and useless. But no man, in seriousness and simplicity of mind, can possibly think it so, who considers the state of religion in the heathen world before revelation, and its present state in those places which have borrowed no light from it, particularly the doubtfulness of some of the greatest men concerning things of the utmost importance, as well as the natural inattention and ignorance of mankind in general. It is impossible to say who would have been able to have reasoned out that whole system which we call natural religion in its genuine simplicity, clear of superstition, but there is certainly no ground to affirm that the generality could. If they could, there is no sort of probability that they would. Admitting there were, they would highly want a standing admonition to remind them of it and inculcate it upon them. And further, were they as much disposed to attend to religion as the better sort of men are, yet even upon this supposition there would be various occasions for supernatural instruction and assistance, and the greatest advantages might be afforded by them, so that to say revelation is a thing superfluous, what there was no need of, and what can be of no service, is, I think, to talk quite wildly and at random. Nor would it be more extravagant to affirm that mankind is so entirely at ease in the present state, and life so completely happy, that it is a contradiction to suppose our condition capable of being, in any respect, better. There are other persons, not to be ranked with these, who seem to be getting into a way of neglecting, and as it were overlooking revelation, as of small importance, provided natural religion be kept to. With little regard either to the evidence of the former or to the objections against it, and even upon supposition of its truth, the only design of it, say they, must be to establish a belief of the moral system of nature, and to enforce the practice of natural piety and virtue. The belief and practice of these were, perhaps, much promoted by the first publication of Christianity, but whether they are believed and practiced upon the evidence and motives of nature or of revelation is no great matter. This way of considering revelation, though it is not the same with the former, yet borders nearly upon it, and very much at length runs up into it, and requires to be particularly considered with regard to the persons who seem to be getting into this way. The consideration of it will likewise further show the extravagance of the former opinion and the truth of the observations in answer to it just mentioned. And an inquiry into the importance of Christianity cannot be an improper introduction to a treatise concerning the credibility of it. Now, if God has given a revelation to mankind, and commanded those things which are commanded in Christianity, it is evident at first sight that it cannot in any wise be an indifferent matter whether we obey or disobey those commands, unless we are certainly assured that we know all the reasons for them, and that all those reasons are now ceased with regard to mankind in general, or to ourselves in particular. It is absolutely impossible we can be assured of this, for our ignorance of these reasons proves nothing in the case, since the whole analogy of nature shows, what is indeed in itself evident, that there may be infinite reasons for things with which we are not acquainted. But the importance of Christianity will more distinctly appear by considering it more distinctly. First, as a republication and external institution of natural or essential religion, adapted to the present circumstances of mankind, and intended to promote natural piety and virtue. Secondly, as containing an account of a dispensation of things not discoverable by reason, in consequence of which several distinct precepts are enjoined us. For though natural religion is the foundation and principal part of Christianity, it is not in any sense the whole of it. First, Christianity is a republication of natural religion. It instructs mankind in the moral system of the world, that it is the work of an infinitely perfect being and under his government, that virtue is his law, and that he will finally judge mankind in righteousness and render to all according to their works in a future state. And, which is very material, it teaches natural religion in its genuine simplicity, free from those superstitions with which it was totally corrupted and under which it was in a manner lost. Revelation is, further, an authoritative publication of natural religion, and so affords the evidence of testimony for the truth of it. Indeed, the miracles and prophecies recorded in Scripture were intended to prove a particular dispensation of providence, i.e., the redemption of the world by the Messiah, but this does not hinder, but that they may also prove God's general providence over the world as our moral governor and judge. And they evidently do prove it, because this character of the author of nature is necessarily connected with and implied in that particular revealed dispensation of things. It is likewise continually taught expressly and insisted upon by those persons who wrought the miracles and delivered the prophecies. So that indeed natural religion seems as much proved by the Scripture revelation as it would have been had the design of revelation been nothing else than to prove it. But it may possibly be disputed how far miracles can prove natural religion, and notable objections may be urged against this proof of it, considered as a matter of speculation, but considered as a practical thing there can be none. For suppose a person to teach natural religion to a nation who lived in total ignorance or forgetfulness of it, and to declare that he was commissioned by God so to do. Suppose him, in his proof of his commission, to foretell things future which no human foresight could have guessed at, to divide the sea with a word, feed great multitudes with bread from heaven, cure all manner of diseases, and raise the dead, even himself, to life. Would not this give additional credibility to his teaching, a credibility beyond what that of a common man would have, and be an authoritative publication of the law of nature, i.e., a new proof of it? It would be a practical one, of the strongest kind, perhaps, which human creatures are capable of having given them. The law of Moses, then, and the gospel of Christ are authoritative publications of the religion of nature. They afford a proof of God's general providence as moral governor of the world, as well as of his particular dispensations of providence towards sinful creatures, revealed in the law and the gospel. As they are the only evidence of the latter, so they are an additional evidence of the former. To show this further, let us suppose a man of the greatest and most improved capacity, who had never heard of revelation, convinced upon the whole, notwithstanding the disorders of the world, that it was under the direction and moral government of an infinitely perfect being, but ready to question whether he were not got beyond the reach of his faculties. Suppose him brought by this suspicion into great danger of being carried away by the universal bad example of almost everyone around him, who appeared to have no sense, no practical sense at least, of these things, and this perhaps would be as advantageous a situation with regard to religion as nature alone ever placed any man in. What a confirmation now must it be to such a person, all at once, to find that this moral system of things was revealed to mankind in the name of that infinite being whom he had from principles of reason believed in, and that the publishers of the revelation proved their commission from him by making it appear that he had entrusted them with a power of suspending and changing the general laws of nature. Nor must it by any means be omitted, for it is a thing of the utmost importance, that life and immortality are eminently brought to light by the gospel. The great doctrines of a future state, the danger of a course of wickedness, and the efficacy of repentance are not only confirmed in the gospel, but are taught, especially the last is, with a degree of light to which that of nature is but darkness. Further, as Christianity served these ends and purposes when it was first published, by the miraculous publication itself, so it was intended to serve the same purposes in future ages by means of the settlement of a visible church, of a society distinguished from common ones and from the rest of the world by peculiar religious institutions, by an instituted method of instruction and an instituted form of external religion. Miraculous powers were given to the first preachers of Christianity in order to their introducing it into the world. A visible church was established in order to continue it and carry it on successively throughout all ages. Had only Moses and the prophets, Christ and his apostles, taught and by miracles proved religion to their contemporaries, the benefits of their instructions would have reached but a small part of mankind. Christianity must have been, in a great degree, sunk and forgot in a very few ages. To prevent this appears to have been one reason why a visible church was instituted, to be like a city upon a hill, a standing memorial to the world of the duty which we owe our Maker, to call men continually, both by example and instruction, to attend to it, and, by the form of religion, ever before their eyes, remind them of the reality, to be the repository of the oracles of God, to hold up the light of revelation in aid to that of nature, and to propagate it throughout all generations to the end of the world, the light of revelation considered here in no other view than as designed to enforce natural religion. And in proportion as Christianity is professed and taught in the world, religion, natural or essential religion, is thus distinctly and advantageously laid before mankind, and brought again and again to their thoughts as a matter of infinite importance. A visible church has also a further tendency to promote natural religion as being an instituted method of education originally intended to be of peculiar advantage to those who conform to it. For one end of the institution was that by admonition and reproof, as well as instruction, by a general, regular discipline and public exercises of religion, the body of Christ, as the Scripture speaks, should be edified, i.e., trained up in piety and virtue for a higher and better state. This settlement, then, appearing thus beneficial, tending in the nature of the thing to answer, and in some degree actually answering, those ends, it is to be remembered that the very notion of it implies positive institutions, for the visibility of the Church consists in them. Take away everything of this kind, and you lose the very notion itself, so that if the things now mentioned are advantages, the reason and importance of positive institutions in general is most obvious, since without them these advantages could not be secured to the world. And it is mere idle wantonness to insist upon knowing the reasons why such particular ones were fixed upon rather than others. The benefit arising from this supernatural assistance which Christianity affords to natural religion is what some persons are very slow in apprehending, and yet it is a thing distinct in itself and a very plain, obvious one. For will any in good earnest really say that the bulk of mankind in the heathen world were in as advantageous a situation with regard to natural religion as they are now among us, that it was laid before them and enforced upon them in a matter as distinct and as much tending to influence their practice? The objections against all this, from the perversion of Christianity and from the supposition of its having had but little good influence, however innocently they may be proposed, cannot be insisted upon as conclusive upon any principles but such as lead to downright atheism, because the manifestation of the law of nature by reason, which upon all principles of theism must have been from God, has been perverted and rendered ineffectual in the same manner. It may indeed, I think, truly be said that the good effects of Christianity have not been small, nor its supposed ill effects, any effects at all of it, properly speaking. Perhaps, too, the things done have been aggravated, and if not, Christianity hath been often only a pretence, and the same evils in the main would have been done upon some other pretence. However, great and shocking as the corruptions and abuses of it really have been, they cannot be insisted upon as arguments against it, upon principles of theism. For one cannot proceed one step in reasoning upon natural religion any more than upon Christianity, without laying it down as a first principle that the dispensations of Providence are not to be judged of by their perversions, but by their genuine tendencies, not by what they do actually seem to effect, but by what they would effect if mankind did their part, that part which is justly put and left upon them. It is altogether as much the language of one as of the other. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still, and he that is holy, let him be holy still. The light of reason does not, any more than that of revelation, force men to submit to its authority. Both admonish them of what they ought to do and avoid, together with the consequences of each, and after this leave them at full liberty to act just as they please, till the appointed time of judgment. Every moment's experience shows that this is God's general rule of government. To return, then, Christianity being a promulgation of the law of nature, being, moreover, an authoritative promulgation of it, with new light and other circumstances of peculiar advantage, adapted to the wants of mankind, these things fully show its importance. It is to be observed further that, as the nature of the case requires, so all Christians are commanded to contribute, by their profession of Christianity, to preserve it in the world and render it such a promulgation and enforcement of religion. For it is the very scheme of the gospel that each Christian should, in his degree, contribute towards continuing and carrying it on, all by uniting in the public profession and external practice of Christianity, some by instructing, by having the oversight and taking care of this religious community, the Church of God. Now this further shows the importance of Christianity, and, which is what I chiefly intend, its importance in a practical sense, or the high obligations we are under to take it into our most serious consideration, and the danger there must necessarily be, not only in treating it despitefully, which I am not now speaking of, but in disregarding and neglecting it. For this is neglecting to do what is expressly enjoined us, for continuing those benefits to the world and transmitting them down to future times. And all this holds, even though the only thing to be considered in Christianity were its subserviency to natural religion. Second, Christianity is to be considered in a further view as containing an account of a dispensation of things not at all discoverable by reason, in consequence of which several distinct precepts are enjoined us. Christianity is not only an external institution of natural religion, and a new promulgation of God's general providence as righteous governor and judge of the world, but it contains also a revelation of a particular dispensation of providence, carrying on by his Son and Spirit for the recovery and salvation of mankind, who are represented in Scripture to be in a state of ruin. And in consequence of this revelation being made, we are commanded to be baptized, not only in the name of the Father, but also of the Son and of the Holy Ghost, and other obligations of duty, unknown before, to the Son and the Holy Ghost are revealed. Now the importance of these duties may be judged of by observing that they arise not from positive command merely, but also from the offices which appear, from Scripture, to belong to those divine persons in the gospel dispensation, or from the relations which we are there informed they stand in to us. By reason is revealed the relation which God the Father stands in to us. Hence arises the obligation of duty which we are under to him. In Scripture are revealed the relations which the Son and Holy Spirit stand in to us. Hence arise the obligations of duty which we are under to them. The truth of the case, as one may speak, in each of these three respects being admitted, that God is the governor of the world upon the evidence of reason, that Christ is the mediator between God and man, and the Holy Ghost our guide and sanctifier upon the evidence of revelation. The truth of the case, I say, in each of these respects being admitted, it is no more a question why we should be commanded that we be baptized in the name of the Son and of the Holy Ghost, than that we be baptized in the name of the Father. This matter seems to require to be more fully stated. Let it be remembered then that religion comes under the twofold consideration of internal and external, for the latter is as real a part of religion, of true religion, as the former. Now, when religion is considered under the first notion as an inward principle, to be exerted in such and such inward acts of mind and heart, the essence of natural religion may be said to consist in religious regards to God the Father Almighty, and the essence of revealed religion as distinguished from natural to consist in religious regards to the Son and to the Holy Ghost. The obligation we are under of paying these religious regards to each of these divine persons respectively arises from the respective relations which they stand in to us. How these relations are made known, whether by reason or revelation, makes no alteration in the case, because the duties arise out of the relations themselves, not out of the manner in which we are informed of them. The Son and Spirit have each his proper office in that great dispensation of providence, the redemption of the world. The one our mediator, the other our sanctifier. Does not then the duty of religious regards to both these divine persons, as immediately arise to the view of reason, out of the very nature of these offices and relations, as the good will and kind intention which we owe to our fellow creatures arise out of the common relations between us and them? But it will be asked, what are the inward religious regards, appearing thus obviously due to the Son and Holy Spirit, as arising not merely from command in Scripture, but from the very nature of the revealed relations which they stand in to us? I answer, the religious regards of reverence, honour, love, trust, gratitude, fear, hope. In what external manner this inward worship is to be expressed is a matter of pure revealed command, as perhaps the external manner in which God the Father is to be worshipped may be more so than we are ready to think. But the worship, the internal worship itself, to the Son and Holy Ghost, is no further matter of pure revealed command than as the relations they stand in to us are matter of pure revelation. For the relations being known, the obligations to such internal worship are obligations of reason arising out of those relations themselves. In short, the history of the Gospel as immediately shows us the reason of these obligations as it shows us the meaning of the words Son and Holy Ghost. If this account of the Christian religion be just, those persons who can speak lightly of it, as of little consequence, provided natural religion be kept to, plainly forget that Christianity, even what is peculiarly so called, as distinguished from natural religion, as yet somewhat very important, even of a moral nature. For the office of our Lord being made known, and the relation he stands in to us, the obligation of religious regards to him is plainly moral as much as charity to mankind is, since this obligation arises, before external command, immediately out of his office and relation itself. Those persons appear to forget that revelation is to be considered as informing us of somewhat new in the state of mankind and in the government of the world, as acquainting us with some relations we stand in which could not otherwise have been known. These relations being real, though before revelation we could be under no obligation from them, yet upon their being revealed, there is no reason to think but that neglect of behaving suitably to them will be attended with the same kind of consequences under God's government as neglecting to behave suitably to any other relations made known to us by reason. Ignorance, whether unavoidable or voluntary, so far as we can possibly see, will just as much and just as little excuse in one case as in the other, the ignorance being supposed equally unavoidable or equally voluntary in both cases. If therefore Christ be indeed the mediator between God and man, i.e., if Christianity be true, if he be indeed our Lord, our Saviour, and our God, no one can say, what may follow, not only the obstinate but the careless disregard to him in those high relations. Nay, no one can say what may follow such disregard even in the way of natural consequence. For, as the natural consequences of vice in this life are doubtless to be considered as judicial punishments inflicted by God, so, for aught we know, the judicial punishments of the future life may be, in a like way or in a like sense, the natural consequence of vice, of men's violating or disregarding the relations which God has placed them in here and made known to them. If mankind are corrupted and depraved in their moral character, and so are unfit for that state which Christ is gone to prepare for his disciples, and if the assistance of God's Spirit be necessary to renew their nature, in the degree requisite to their being qualified for that state, all which is implied in the express, though figurative declaration, except a man be born of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. Supposing this, is it possible any serious person can think it a slight matter, whether or no he makes use of the means, expressly commanded by God, for obtaining this divine assistance? Especially since the whole analogy of nature shows that we are not to expect any benefits without making use of the appointed means for obtaining or enjoying them. Now, reason shows us nothing of the particular immediate means of obtaining either temporal or spiritual benefits. This, therefore, we must learn either from experience or revelation, and experience the present case does not admit of. The conclusion from all this evidently is that Christianity, being supposed either true or credible, it is unspeakable irreverence and really the most presumptuous rashness to treat it as a light matter. It can never justly be esteemed of little consequence till it be positively supposed false. Nor do I know a higher and more important obligation which we are under than that of examining most seriously into its evidence, supposing its credibility, and of embracing it upon supposition of its truth. The two following deductions may be proper to be added in order to illustrate the foregoing observations and to prevent their being mistaken. First, hence we may clearly see where lies the distinction between what is positive and what is moral in religion. Moral precepts are precepts the reasons of which we see. Positive precepts are precepts the reasons of which we do not see. Moral duties arise out of the nature of the case itself prior to external command. Positive duties do not arise out of the nature of the case but from external command, nor would they be duties at all were it not for such command received from him whose creatures and subjects we are. But the manner in which the nature of the case, or the fact of the relation, is made known, This doth not denominate any duty, either positive or moral. That we be baptized in the name of the Father is as much a positive duty as that we be baptized in the name of the Son, because both arise equally from revealed command, though the relation which we stand in to God the Father is made known to us by reason, and the relation we stand in to Christ by revelation only. On the other hand, the dispensation of the gospel being admitted, gratitude as immediately becomes due to Christ, from his being the voluntary minister of this dispensation, as it is due to God the Father from his being the fountain of all good, though the first is made known to us by revelation only, the second by reason. Hence also we may see, and for distinctness' sake it may be worth mentioning, that positive instructions come under a twofold consideration. They are either institutions founded on natural religion, as baptism in the name of the Father, though this has also a particular reference to the gospel dispensation, for it is in the name of God, as the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, or they are external institutions founded on revealed religion, as baptism in the name of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Secondly, from the distinction between what is moral and what is positive in religion, appears the ground of that peculiar preference which the Scripture teaches us to be due to the former. The reason of positive institutions in general is very obvious, though we should not see the reason why particular ones are pitched upon rather than others. Whoever, therefore, instead of cavilling at words, will attend to the thing itself, may clearly see that positive institutions in general, as distinguished from this or that particular one, have the nature of moral commands, since the reasons of them appear. Thus, for instance, the external worship of God is a moral duty, though no particular mode of it be so. Care then is to be taken when a comparison is made between positive and moral duties, that they be compared no further than as they are different, no further than as the former are positive, or arise out of mere external command, the reasons of which we are not acquainted with, and as the latter are moral, or arise out of the apparent reason of the case without such external command. Unless this caution be observed, we shall run into endless confusion. Now, this being premised, suppose two standing precepts enjoined by the same authority, that in certain conjunctures it is impossible to obey both, that the former is moral, i.e., a precept of which we see the reasons, and that they hold in the particular case before us, but that the latter is positive, i.e., a precept of which we do not see the reasons. It is indisputable that our obligations are to obey the former, because there is an apparent reason for this preference, and none against it. Further, positive institutions, all those, I suppose, which Christianity enjoins, are means to a moral end, and the end must be acknowledged more excellent than the means. Nor is observance of these institutions any religious obedience at all, or of any value, otherwise than it proceeds from a moral principle. This seems to be the strict logical way of stating and determining this matter, but will, perhaps, be found less applicable to practice than may be thought at first sight. Therefore, in a more practical, though more lax way of consideration, and taking the words moral law and positive institutions in the popular sense, I add that the whole moral law is as much matter of revealed command as positive institutions are, for the Scripture enjoins every moral virtue. In this respect, then, they are both upon a level, but the moral law is, moreover, written upon our hearts, interwoven into our very nature, and this is a plain intimation of the author of it, which is to be preferred when they interfere. But there is not altogether so much necessity for the determination of this question as some persons seem to think, nor are we left to reason alone to determine it. For first, though mankind have in all ages been greatly prone to place their religion in peculiar positive rights, by way of equivalent for obedience to moral precepts, yet without making any comparison at all between them, and consequently without determining which is to have the preference, the nature of the thing abundantly shows all notions of that kind to be utterly subversive of true religion, as they are, moreover, contrary to the whole general tenor of Scripture, and likewise to the most express particular declarations of it, that nothing can render us accepted of God without moral virtue. Secondly, upon the occasion of mentioning together positive and moral duties, the Scripture always puts the stress of religion upon the latter, and never upon the former. This, though no sort of allowance to neglect the former when they do not interfere with the latter, is yet a plain intimation that when they do, the latter are to be preferred. And as mankind are for placing the stress of their religion anywhere, rather than upon virtue, lest both the reason of the thing and the general spirit of Christianity, appearing in the intimation now mentioned, should be ineffectual against this prevalent folly, our Lord himself, from whose command alone the obligation of positive institutions arises, has taken occasion to make the comparison between them and moral precepts when the Pharisees censured him for eating with publicans and sinners, and also when they censured his disciples for plucking the ears of corn on the Sabbath day. Upon this comparison he has determined expressly and in form which shall have the preference when they interfere, and by delivering his authoritative determination in a proverbial manner of expression, he has made it general. I will have mercy and not sacrifice. The propriety of the word proverbial is not the thing insisted upon, though I think the manner of speaking is to be called so. But that the manner of speaking very remarkably renders the determination general is surely indisputable. For had it been said only that God preferred mercy to the rigid observance of the Sabbath, even then, by parity of reason, most justly might we have argued that he preferred mercy likewise to the observance of other ritual institutions, and in general moral duties to positive ones. And thus the determination would have been general, though its being so were inferred and not expressed. But as the passage really stands in the Gospel, it is much stronger, for the sense and the very literal words of our Lord's answer are as applicable to any other instance of a comparison between positive and moral duties as to that upon which they were spoken. And if, in case of competition, mercy is to be preferred to positive institutions, it will scarce be thought that justice is to give place to them. It is remarkable, too, that as the words are a quotation from the Old Testament, they are introduced, on both the forementioned occasions, with a declaration that the Pharisees did not understand the meaning of them. This, I say, is very remarkable, for since it is scarce possible for the most ignorant person not to understand the literal sense of the passage in the prophet, and since understanding the literal sense would not have prevented their condemning the guiltless, it can hardly be doubted that the thing which our Lord really intended in that declaration was that the Pharisees had not learned from it, as they might, wherein the general spirit of religion consists, that it consists in moral piety and virtue, as distinguished from ritual observances. However, it is certain we may learn this from his divine application of the passage in the Gospel. But, as it is one of the peculiar weaknesses of human nature, when upon a comparison of two things one is found to be of greater importance than the other, to consider this other as of scarce any importance at all, it is highly necessary that we remind ourselves how great presumption it is to make light of any institutions of divine appointment, that our obligations to obey all God's commands whatever are absolute and indispensable, and that commands merely positive, admitted to be from him, lay us under a moral obligation to obey them, an obligation moral in the strictest and most proper sense. To these things I cannot forbear adding that the account now given of Christianity most strongly shows and enforces upon us the obligation of searching the Scriptures in order to see what the scheme of revelation really is, instead of determining beforehand from reason what the scheme of it must be. Indeed, if in Revelation there be found any passages, the seeming meaning of which is contrary to natural religion, we may most certainly conclude such seeming meaning not to be the real one. But it is not any degree of presumption against an interpretation of Scripture that such interpretation contains a doctrine which the light of nature cannot discover, or a precept which the law of nature does not oblige to. End of section 14.